Chapter 1264. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they deliberately went to the courtyard where their younger siblings lived. The lights were still on, but they couldn't hear the sound of the diesel generator because the generator was placed very deep underground. Some of the wires were pulled out to the government office, some to the medical center, and the rest was used to light their own home. The two walked into the courtyard, waved at the people who wanted to greet them, and went straight to the window. Inside, the 9 little guys were discussing a problem. To be precise, they were correcting the mistakes Xiao Bei made during the day and thinking of ways to make up for it. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. During the day, Xiao Bei discussed with people who were hired by Li Xiaojiang. They were all in the same industry, animal husbandry, and wanted to go to the newly occupied land to build a ranch together. According to the ideas of her brother and sister, Xiao Bei painted a pie in the sky for a group of adults. She said that safety was guaranteed, alfalfa was easy to grow, and the yield was high. They could also grow other crops without any rent or taxes. Whether it was grain, alfalfa, or the livestock raised, the country would buy them at a high price and directly send ships over. At the same time, the goods in the country would be sold to the ranchers at a discounted price. What Xiao Bei said was correct, but when she mentioned the shepherd dog, she promised to sell it to other ranchers. At that time, she spoke with assurance, and the livestock merchants listened attentively. Then they were all enraptured. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were indifferent. When Xiao Bei raised her hand to vote, the 8 of them raised their hands together and passed. After passing in front of others, the 8 of them began to surround Xiao Bei and talk about it when they returned home. The reason was that Xiao Bei sold the dog. The dog's breeding cycle was short, and Song Dakong had already bred in the end. Wouldn't their cooperation with Song Dakong be a loss? Xiao Bei didn't say things like, "You just agreed, but now you're going back on your word." She knew that when facing outsiders, the 9 of them were absolutely the same. If there were differences, they would talk at home and not give others any chance to sow discord. Now, the 9 children were discussing how to make up for the loss. "We didn't sign a contract with them before, right? Can we?" Xiao Fang reminded. "No." Xiao Jing shook his head. "We're different from others. Our words are more credible than a contract. If we make a promise, we won't regret it." Xiao Bei sighed. "It's all my fault. I got too excited and sold the dog." "We don't blame you, and we don't regret it. Since we chose you, we will fully support you no matter what you do. If it really doesn't work, we will raise the price." Xiao Chong did not intend to hold anyone responsible. The price is basically the same. It's not good to raise it too much. We have to think of a way. Little Yuan imitated his elder brother and tapped his face with his finger, as if he could become smarter. "If you really can't do it, ask Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely have a good idea, right? Anyway, we're all younger siblings. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Xiao Bei wanted to make up for what he had done wrong. Xiao Hai said in support, "It's fine if we don't lose face, but we have to think for ourselves first. If we keep asking our brothers and sisters, we will become dependent on them in the future. Our brothers and sisters don't want to see a group of brothers and sisters who don't have their own opinions and are only obedient. Think about it. Think about it first. If you can't think of anything, ask him tomorrow morning," Xiao Bei said loudly. Zhang Xiaobao, who was eavesdropping outside, pulled Wang Wan. The 2 of them turned around and left carefully. "Where are we going?" Wang Wan asked when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not walking towards the resting area. "The kitchen. I'll make supper for them." Zhang Xiaobao answered and quickened his pace. When the 2 of them reached the kitchen, there were still people busy cooking. Influenced by the work and rest schedule of the inner courtyard, the kitchen worked 24 hours a day. "Young master, are you hungry?" The person in charge of the kitchen greeted. "Where are the leftovers from last night?" Bring me the amount that is normally enough for 5 people. Bring the whole pot. Don't be picky." Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and asked directly. The steward asked someone to bring the leftovers and waited at the side. After a while, the person who brought the leftovers came back with a pot. In fact, it was the leftovers from cooking in a big pot. The leftovers were snatched from the sides of the pot and became a pot. Under normal circumstances, the white rice on top could be used to cook porridge, while the rice crust below was specially used to cook vegetables or steam things. Zhang Xiaobao took it and looked back and forth. He was very satisfied and nodded to the steward. Holding the bowl, he followed Wang Wan to his own small kitchen. Wang Wan sniffed. The smell was very good, better than the plain rice. There was a faint smell of paste in it. She asked, "Do you want to make smoked chicken?" "No, I haven't cooked chicken yet. What's there to smoke? Just make rice crust." Zhang Xiaobao put the pot on the chopping board and picked up a small sawtooth knife at the back. It was very similar to a Western kitchen knife. He measured it back and forth, trying to find a suitable place to cut. It's already rice crust. Let someone scrape out the rest of the rice inside. The rest can be eaten directly. Wang Wan picked up a spoon and planned to scrape with it. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and began to cut. He divided the pot into small cubes. The outermost circle was curved. Then he stood the cubes up and used the knife to cut in the direction of the cubes. With the first cut, the outermost layer of rice was cut out. With the second cut, the middle part was separated from the last slightly black paste. Every small piece was processed like this. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao finished processing the ingredients and said to Wang Wan, "Find a pancake and spread the rice crust." Wang Wan knew where the pancake was placed. She walked over and took it. She brushed it with water and put it on the stove. "Are you sure you want to spread it and not dry stir-fry? Is there a difference?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "If it's dry stir-frying, it's more convenient for me to use an iron plate. I need to bake and light the fire. You help me look after the pot. I'll prepare the other two pots." As Zhang Xiaobao said, he lit the fire and threw in the blackest part of the rice crust. He spread out the spatula and let Wang Wan help him look after it. Zhang Xiaobao found a big spoon, washed it, and put it on the other stove. He also lit the fire and put a little oil. He watched the oil melt and spread to the side as the temperature rose. He shook the big spoon to let the oil spread to every part of the pot, leaving only a thin layer. When the oil started to smoke, he poured out the extra oil at the bottom of the pot and reduced the fire. He continued to bake the big spoon on the top of the pot. When the oil was no longer visible to the naked eye and gradually dried, he poured the rice on the top of the pot. After a few bakes, the rice turned yellow. He put it next to Wang Wan and let her continue to bake it. Zhang Xiaobao only had the middle part of the rice crust left. He took out a flat net made of iron wire and carefully put the rice crust on it. He then took out charcoal and waited for the charcoal to be completely red. He took a thin piece of iron plate and rubbed it with ginger. He then covered the iron plate with the iron plate and used the charcoal to bake the rice crust on the iron plate. Wang Wan looked at him and frowned. "This is troublesome. Looking at the situation, the rice crust in your hand is the best, right?" "Yes, the rice crust in my hand has a little burnt smell. It's crispy and chewy. The fragrance of the rice and the rice crust are mixed together. When you eat it, it will make crunching sounds when you chew it. When you yell it in your mouth, it will be as chewy as a rice cake. When you process it later, just add a little salt." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the iron wire. From time to time, he put his hand to the side to test the temperature. Occasionally, he would dip his finger in some saliva and bake it to see how fast it would dry. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and didn't know what to say. No wonder Xiaobei and the others didn't like to eat outside and always pestered her brother to cook at home. It was purely because they were spoiled. They really didn't get tired of eating good food and didn't get tired of eating small things. They were all very picky. Wang Wan turned her head and continued to look at the rice crust in front of her. From time to time, she would use a spatula to turn it over so as not to bake it. If the little ones tasted it and immediately threw it aside, it would be very troublesome. When she thought that the two kinds of rice crust in her hand might be worse than the one in Xiaobao's hand, Wang Wan was puzzled and asked, "Since you're better at cooking, why don't you ask people to bring more rice? There's no need to keep me busy. It's not the same. Things have to be divided into different grades to show which is better. Without comparison, there is no good or bad. If you compare the three kinds of rice crust to them, they will understand that the quality of things is the same even if they're not called the same. Like the one in my hand, it takes a lot of effort to make and the ingredients are very particular. If you sell it, the price will be higher than the rice that I've fried. When the time comes, when I say that I'll sell you the rice crust, I'll sell you the rice crust. As for the rice crust that you're baking now, you can taste it a little and then smell it. As for the one in my hand, it can only be encountered but not sought. It can only be seen from afar and not touched. Zhang Xiaobao took a small pair of tweezers and began to flip the rice crust. His movements were gentle, but his speed was very fast. Wang Wan laughed. So you're saying that your rice crust is lotus-flavored? If you throw it into the mud, won't it get mud? Then you have to put a lot of oil on it. Otherwise, the rice crust will eat a lot of water. You're so talkative. If you say that your rice crust is good, will other people believe you? Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and asked again. If they don't believe it, we can compete. Hold a rice crust competition, set up the rules and projects, and then give the final score. Whoever has the highest score will have the leftover rice crust. From then on, they can't sell it and can only rent it. They can only rent it for 2 days to smell it and then send it back. Do you want to continue renting it? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao finished baking the rice crust in his hand and continued to put new ones on it. Wang Wan was stunned when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. Then, Wei Wei shook her head and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile. Understood. Everything was clear now. Xiao Bei and the others were thinking of ways to make up for their mistakes during the day. They could not sell it, and they couldn't find an excuse to raise the price. They wanted to come over and ask their older brother, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Bao was now providing them with an idea. He was using supper to guide his younger siblings to solve their problems. If the teachers of Tang Dynasty were as omnipotent as Xiao Bao and could reach such a level, other than those with particularly low intelligence, there wouldn't be any stupid students in Tang Dynasty. No, even if their intelligence was low, Xiao Bao would definitely nurture them into geniuses. For example, the child with very low intelligence had a very thorough understanding of music. Usually, when he was walking, he would follow the rhythm when he heard the song. In the end, he was actually able to conduct a symphony. Xiao Bao, your education method isn't something that anyone can imitate. It takes too much effort. Many of the children that Xiao Bei and the others provide funds to raise have low intelligence. Can you educate them one by one? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wanted to express the bitterness in her heart. There were too few people like Xiao Bao. If there were more, would Tang Dynasty be better? Isn't a teacher's job to spend effort to educate children? I wasn't the one who said that there would be no discrimination in education. What is intelligence? Using a rule to classify all the children in the world? The human brain is complicated. If it could be studied thoroughly, humans would have become gods long ago. Since it can't be studied thoroughly, why should we use an incomplete standard to classify others? In the future, he would specially nurture a group of teachers and give them a salary so high that it would shock others. Hard work would be rewarded. He could use the so-called low IQ children as the evaluation criteria. Whoever taught well and nurtured the child's talent would be qualified to receive a large sum of money. I believe that someone will succeed. Didn't I say that when God closes a window, Allah kicks the door open and says, Amit Ba? That Amit Ba is filled with sweet sorrow. The immeasurable deity. Zhang Xiaobao changed the rice crust again. Be careful. Su Jimal will fight with you. I've finished roasting the rice crust on the claw. Do you want to add any seasoning? Wang Wan grabbed the rice crust that Zhang Xiaobao made and threw in the rice that Zhang Xiaobao made. Wait, I'll be done in a while. I only put a little salt in my hand. You have to make it into a seafood flavor. Make the rice crust from before into a barbecue flavor. When Xiao Bei and the others taste it, they will know that the more complex the taste, the better. Things that look simple may not be simple. Zhang Xiaobao was still roasting his rice crust unhurriedly. After 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao finished his work. He placed all the rice crust on a big chopping board, took 2 steps back, grabbed a handful of refined salt, and threw it into the sky. In the process of falling, he waved his sleeve and scattered the floating salt over the rice crust. He picked up a rice crust and tasted it, saying, "Good, the salt is scattered very evenly. When you eat it, there's a little taste. When you taste it carefully, you find that it is not salty at all. Waste of salt, Wang Wan said. The main thing is that the salt is cheap. There's an endless supply of salt in the sea. The price of salt is not high. If the price is high, do you think I can still throw it casually? No, if the price is high, I have to clean it up. If anyone dares to raise the price of salt, I will make them bankrupt. Leave the work in your hands to me. After throwing the salt, Zhang Xiaobao did not clean up and waited for others to come and do the work. Another quarter of an hour passed. A barbecue-flavored rice crust and a seafood-flavored rice crust were ready. The two walked to the courtyard of the younger brother and sister. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the tray. According to my method, we will kill all the male dogs sold there. See how they reproduce. After a few years, when the dogs are old, they will have to buy new ones. We will take back the old dogs and kill them for meat. The voice of the young man sounded when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood under the window again. That's too cruel. The young man's voice followed. Shepherd dogs are not like cows and sheep. They usually help people do things and have sacrificed a lot. Like the dogs we raise at home, they usually pull sleds when it snows. Some have been trained to search and rescue, and some will risk their lives to protect their owners when they encounter danger. When they are old and can't work anymore, everyone will eat them. They're not like carnivorous dogs that are specially raised to eat. Let them spend their old age peacefully. Besides, dog meat is not delicious. Then don't eat them, Xiaobei said. Xiaoyuan added, old dogs are actually very useful. They are experienced and can communicate well with people. In some aspects, they can help the puppy learn faster. For example, an old dog can tell at a glance that a rat that has eaten rat medicine. If the old dog doesn't eat it, it won't let the puppy eat it. Just like the old people we support, they're all precious treasures. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he signaled to Wang Wan. Wang Wan walked over and knocked on the door. She shouted, "Open the door for brother and sister. Delicious food is here. It is better than dog meat." After a while, Xiaobei opened the door and pouted. "You still have to knock after eavesdropping." "I didn't eavesdrop." Wang Wan shook her head. "If you didn't eavesdrop, how would you know that we were talking about dog meat?" Xiaobei turned around and skipped 2 steps. "Speak of the devil. Did he hear you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei was stunned and nodded. "I understand. As a diplomat, we should be shameless. Sometimes, even if we know that the other party is lying, we have to treat them as if they are telling the truth. Then, what is more delicious than dog meat? How do you make dog meat that is delicious?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "To be honest, no matter how you make it, it is not delicious. It is much worse than beef and mutton, especially cold ones. You have to add a lot of seasonings, and you can't dip it in soy sauce. The bean smell and the taste of dog meat is really bad. It is okay to eat it in a pot. You can also put soybeans in it, but the taste is better. It is better than beef and mutton." Xiaobei summarized. She had eaten it a few times, but she didn't want to eat it anymore. The guards in the house also didn't eat it. They said that it was good for the body, but beef and mutton were not easy to kill. The inner courtyard couldn't slaughter cows every day, so they usually ate mutton. Zhang Xiaobao grinned. "The supper we sent has something to do with the pot." "Pot?" "Seafood pot." Xiaobei walked into the house. She turned around and twisted her head to ask. "Rice crust," Zhang Xiaobao answered. When Xiaobei heard this, she ran over and hugged her brother. She couldn't stop laughing and buried her head in her brother's chest. After a while, she looked up. "Brother, I really admire you. The rice crust is related to the pot." "Aya, I'm dying of laughter. It's the same as when you said that household appliances are flashlights, right? Then, do you want to eat it?" Zhang Xiaobao asked while holding back his laughter. The little guys nodded at the same time. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao put the tray on the small table, opened the lid on it, and pointed to one of them. "It's seafood flavored. It's sold at a low price. 1 copper coin per small plate." Xiaobei stretched out her hand and pulled it back instantly. It costs money. Of course, your brother can't work for nothing. Your brother is Xiaobao, who is very awesome in the eyes of the people. Xiaobao makes supper that costs 1 copper coin per plate. Is it expensive? Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and asked. Xiaobei shook her head. "It's not expensive. It's so cheap. How much is this?" She pointed to the plate next to the seafood-flavored rice crust. There's no fixed price for this. It has to be bid. It's an auction, Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also willing to play with his younger brothers and sisters. Xiao Yuan stood up and said, "Brother, why don't you introduce us to the fried rice crust that's going to be auctioned?" "Okay, everyone, come take a look. It's a product of a century-old shop. It has a traditional recipe, modern craftsmanship, meticulously made and dedicated. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is officially unveiled today. The starting price is 5 copper coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 copper coin. Begin." Zhang Xiaobao spoke very passionately. 5 copper coins. Xiaobei raised her hand and reported the starting price. The other 8 little guys shook their heads one after another, looking as if this thing was not delicious. 5 copper coins. 5 copper coins going once. This most beautiful little princess has bid 5 copper coins. Everyone look, as expected of a woman who is not inferior to a man. This little princess has wisdom and courage as one. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 5 copper coins going twice. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is different from barbecued meat. Not only is it good for digestion, but it can also be used as a snack. It's a must-have item when going out, traveling, or killing people. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 5 copper coins going thrice. Sold. All right. No one wants to support me. If this continues, I'll lose money and won't get a single copper coin. Zhang Xiaobao looked very sad as he sighed and shook his head. The little guys laughed and rushed up one by one, picking up the 2 flavors of rice crust and putting it in their mouths to taste. Order, order, order. Zhang Xiaobao shouted like a qualified auctioneer. Brother, you are so funny. You are auctioning with us. How can we compete with each other? There's one left. What's that? Xiaobei chewed the rice crust in her mouth and pointed to the last plate. Zhang Xiaobao touched his sister's head and said, "The last one is only for rent and not for sale. If you rent it and smell it, you have to bring it back to me. 1 copper coin per smell. You don't smell it with your mouth, but you still chew it. Oh, it's a high-quality rice crust. It's not the same price as 1 copper coin per serving." The 9 little guys suddenly stopped eating when they heard their brother's words. Wang Wan squatted down, kissed Xiao Qiang and Xiao Nan, who were closest to her, and said, "Why don't you eat? How's the high-quality rice crust compared to the shepherd dog's meat?" Xiaobei looked up at her brother with misty eyes and buried her head in her brother's arms again. After a while, she shouted, "Brother, you are the best. We will let the dogs have a selection competition later. The bad ones will be sold directly, the medium ones will be auctioned, and the better ones will only be rented and not sold. Then eat, but don't eat too much. It's not good for the stomach. After all, the rice crust has shrunk. When it goes into the stomach, it is easy to get bloated." Zhang Xiaobao showed a caring smile and said. Xiao Yuan and the others also became relaxed. The problem was solved. First, they would hold a competition. When the dogs were strong and weak, even if they wanted to sell directly, the ranchers would have to compete. Consumers would actively seek price advantages in the case of differences in goods and thus obtain. Xiaobei ran out and asked for a few bottles of soda. She said that she was happy today and wanted to drink some. Zhang Xiaobao naturally did not refuse. At the same time, he praised his sister's good timing. Usually, carbonated drinks were not drunk casually. They usually drank pure fruit juice, but the little guys liked the feeling of carbonated drinks in their mouth. "Brother, the seafood rice crust is a lie, right? I can see that it is cooked with dried rice. It is different, and the rice crust at the bottom of the pot is different. Even if you put in real shrimp powder and crab powder, the taste is much worse." Xiaobei ate a few seafood rice crusts that looked good and said to her brother, "Xiaobao, look at how you have raised them. They haven't discovered any special skills, but their ability to taste food is getting better and better." Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to his sister. "Only those who know how to eat understand life. Only those who know life know what others need and want in life, and thus manage. But the true meaning of eating is not to be able to tell the recipe immediately. It is to understand the details of other people's eating from the food you eat. Only when you know the suffering of the people can you find a way to turn bitterness into sweetness? Just like how your sister and I taught others to make cold jelly. Highland barley is not delicious. In the past, people in the Northwest ate it because it was convenient to grow it in the climate. At the same time, there was only one way to cook it, which was to fry and roast it. Then, even if wheat and rice were roasted and fried, the taste was not much better than Highland barley. Wheat was better ground into powder, and it could be used to make cakes. That was how shortbread came to be. Now that there is a pressure cooker, Highland barley is not delicious. What should we do? Through understanding the taste of Highland barley, we specially made cold jelly. Therefore, those who desire food first know the people, and the people regard food as heaven. The 9 little guys had stopped all their actions and listened to their brother. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the little guys looked at each other. Xiaobei said, "Brother, we know. When we have time, we will taste all the food that others eat. Then we will take the raw materials and give them to our family to try to make a better taste. Then we will teach others. Let's not talk about anything else today. Let's eat." The rice crust is still very delicious. Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. His younger brothers and sisters were sensible. He did not teach them in vain. "Brother, I have a question." Xiaobei ate a few and said to her brother, "Why is it that only a little bit of salt is the best? That barbecue taste is just a bluff. It's impossible to cover it up with the taste of cumin, pepper, and other seasonings. A bluff is a bluff." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and echoed, "Yes, a bluff is a bluff. Normally speaking, I would not cover it up. I would purposely improve it. A bluff is also a kind of taste, but it would be too sharp to reflect a bluff. So I chose the part in the middle. You see, it looks simple with only a little bit of salt, but it takes the most effort. But in terms of appearance, it is the most ordinary, just like the people you see. Everyone seems to be doing things according to a law. And then there is prosperity. The market is noisy, the school is bright, and the children are laughing and shouting. As for me, the best rice crust I made for you is not actually the best, but I deliberately made it the best. In fact, I can still make the best seafood and barbecue-flavored raw materials. Those who know their food must consider the problems in the process of the process. Those who know their people are more difficult than those who know their food. So what should we do when we are at a loss? It's easy to handle. Prosperity is confusing, and the great Tao is simple. Those who stand with their hearts have no right or wrong. The 9 little fellows nodded again. Xiaobei was still in charge of speaking. "Brother, if we had heard you say that a few days ago, we would not have cooperated with the livestock seller. If we cooperated, it would definitely put pressure on other people. Moreover, we contacted many people through Li Xiaojiang. Aya, Xiao Yuan, tell us what we were thinking now." "Me again." Xiao Yuan did not know how many times he had said the same thing, but he had no choice but to stand up when he did not say it. "Brother, we really did something wrong. Those who know their people should be guided first, and should not cooperate with others. Those who cooperate with others will seek our name. It is not in line with the law of the people, and it is not in line with those who compete with the people." Wang Wan continued, "That's right. You found too many people to work with. This is not a bait. Instead, it's to make the businessmen worry about your name and your identity. As long as they hear that it's you, they won't consider whether it's suitable for their current economic situation. Thus, they won't compete with their own efforts. So now that you know, what are you going to do? Tear up the original promise? Announce another rule? Or simply let more people join in? Wait, let's discuss it." Xiaobei pulled the others to a corner of the room and muttered. After a while, the little fellows came back. Xiaobei said, "We plan to use a point system. Counting from the time we arrived at Jianan Road, those who have contributed extra to the people's lives before that will gain points, while those who cooperate with us will have 0 points. From now on, the rules for those who have contributed extra money will change. In the end, it will be those who have contributed more than they have received. Let's see who is still willing to continue cooperating with us. Tomorrow morning's newspaper, we will take down the 3rd page and send a telegram now to coordinate with the publishing agencies in other places. We will ask them to remove the previous page and replace it with ours. Is that okay?" "There is no such thing as okay. only whether to do it or not. Go, but remember to eat less. I am leaving with your sister. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Bei's head again and was kissed by his brothers and sisters. He turned around and took Wang Wan's hand to leave. Chapter 1265. The next morning, the sky was a little cloudy. Large pieces of dark clouds covered the sun, but because there was no morning glow, no one brought rain gear when they went out. Only the children were an exception. Ever since Xiao Bei and the rest liked to carry a treasure chest-like bag, the children had a lot of things in their school bags. The simplest thing was a light wooden board that fixed the front and back of the bag. When carried, it could correct the child's body to a certain extent. The bag straps were designed as a pull knot. Often, children would pull on other people's bag straps when they were playing. Some children wanted to tie a dead knot, and some were warned by the teacher again and again that it had to be a live knot. If they accidentally fell into the water, they had to pull open the live knot and hug the bag to increase their chances of survival. There was also a leather bag of water and a piece of compressed biscuit in the bag. Every month, when the first biscuit was given, the child could eat the first biscuit. Everything was to increase the child's survival rate in case of an accident. Of course, there was also a foldable umbrella. The children were very much looking forward to the sudden rain. They would hold the umbrella and watch others run the rain. It was especially so today. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, the children began to look forward to it as soon as they went out. After seeing a few children looking at the sky, Xiao Bei, who went out, also looked up and wondered, the weather is not bad. At least it will be cool before the dark clouds are blown away. Where are they looking at? When it rains. Fortunately, there's an umbrella in the bag. If it was an inflatable rubber raft, wouldn't they be looking forward to a flood? It's best for the dog competition to be like today's weather. The dogs won't be very hot. Xiao Yuan had already seen a child take out an umbrella and draw a picture, but in the end, he put it back in disappointment. No, we have to choose a hot day and a rainy day to increase the difficulty of the competition. Then, we can choose a better dog and sell it at a higher price. We won't go back on our words, and we can make a lot of money. Xiao Bei's mind was filled with money. Without money, he could not speak firmly. He had a lot of money on hand, so he could do whatever he wanted. After saying that they could make a lot of money, Xiao Bei was once again in a difficult position. The best dog for rent. What if after they rent a dog, it matches with the ordinary dog they bought? We can't send people to watch. The cost is too high. It's troublesome, really troublesome. When Xiao Bei said this, the other 8 children also became silent. Until they met with Song Dakong, the 9 of them did not come up with any good ideas. Yesterday, we were discussing the matter of selling the dogs. Today, we have something to add. We need Ba Song to help us. Xiao Bei temporarily put aside the matter of preventing other people from matching up and said to Song Dakong. Song Dakong had been happy the whole night and was still in a state of excitement. He nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. I will definitely clean up all the dogs and sell them the best dogs. If I buy a lot, it's not impossible to give them a discount. Xiao Bei was instantly defeated. He looked at Song Dakong and thought to himself, the truth is that we're selling the best dog to others and still have to give them a discount. After a few years, when other people's dogs grow up, we'll close down our business? Speaking of which, I still have to thank all of you for giving me a good reputation. I swear to the heavens that I will never do anything that's shoddy. At that time, I will let the people who buy the dog feel that it is worth it. Song Dakong raised his hand to the sky and swore. Boss Song, from the looks of it, we are getting more and more worried. We intend to choose a date in the next few days to hold a Tang dog competition. Our initial plan is to compete in 10 events. Today, we asked you to come together to consider which 10 events should it be. We will record the total score of each event and set the price. Boss Song, do you understand? Xiao Bei did not have the patience to persuade Song Dakong. He directly followed his own plan. Otherwise, if he really let Song Dakong do the business, he would be annoyed to death in the future. At the same time, he thought that it was fortunate that he and the others found Song Dakong. Otherwise, even if he got the loan, it would not take long for him to lose it. Such an honest person, if he chose the wrong industry, it would be better for him to keep raising cows and sheep. With his honest reputation, it would be better for him to develop in the future. Song.com was used to seeing Xiao Bei and the others as partners. In his heart, he did not think that they were young and immature. Perhaps they would make a wrong judgment, but he did not need to worry. The people behind them were very powerful. Now that he heard that there was going to be a dog competition, he thought about it. First, he thought about it. Then he became excited. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, Good idea. When we hold a competition, we will pull out a banner and let other businessmen invest money to advertise their dogs. During the competition, advertising will increase the income. Smart. Xiao Bei is really smart. Xiao Bei rubbed his face with his hands and said helplessly, You also don't know now. We are cooperating with you just to earn some advertising fees? We might as well sell dog food ourselves. No, shepherd dogs don't eat dog food, unless you have a pet dog. Shepherd dogs need to fight with wild carnivores at critical moments. Feeding dog food will spoil it. What we mean is, we will decide based on the dog score. We will not sell the best dog, but rent it out. We will auction the average dog and sell the worst dog. We will think of a good program to show the dog's ability. Now, we are only worried about one thing. How can we guard against others renting dogs for breeding? Song.com was stunned. Obviously, it was different for what he had thought. Xiao Yuan said impatiently, That is to say, if we sell too many good dogs, people will raise them themselves and not buy our dogs. Are we going to file for bankruptcy? We can't afford to lose that face. I know. It's simple. We will not rent the best dog. We will only keep the best dog for breeding and rent the less good ones. In fact, you don't understand. My dog farm is not about good dogs. It depends on how they are trained. Good dogs are like this. Give them a flock of sheep and give them a general location. They will go and raise the sheep themselves. Then, they will come back to eat meat. A meal of meat can last for many days. Outside, they will occasionally look for small animals to have good meal. A really good dog is a head dog. It will choose a place with good water plants and organize other dogs to guard the sheep. It will guard against, drive away, and kill foreign carnivores. It is not that a puppy can go out to graze after it is born and raised. Song.com was very confident when it came to professional matters. He smiled and introduced them to the little guys. Xiao Bei's expression froze. I see. Isn't that so? Most of the people in the grassland raise their own dogs and cooperate with people. When it is really powerful, dogs are more useful than people, but few people know how to raise them. If you raise a good shepherd dog, you don't need to feed them very salty meat first, so that they won't eat the livestock when they are grazing in the future. Instead, you tell them what they can eat and what they can't eat. Usually, they're fed beef, mutton, horse meat, and the like, including the offal in their stomachs. Just like what Xiao Bei said, they must be fed dog food. Without some courage, how can they fight the wolves? The number of dogs in a pack depends on the situation of the surrounding wolves. The overall number of dogs must surpass the wolf pack. If a big nest of more than 20 wolves is found, people have to bring more dogs to encircle and suppress first. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a dozen dogs will go out because wolves usually have less than 10. Most of the time, there are 5, 6, 7, or 8 dogs. The head dog and 2 other dogs will restrain the head wolf, and the other dogs will kill it with their advantage in numbers. What we don't want to encounter the most is wolves in winter. When they are hungry, the battle will be very fierce. Therefore, when winter comes, one reason is because there is not enough grass. Most of it needs people to store it. Another reason is because it is cold outside and the animals are not allowed to go too far. Once the snow thickens, they won't be able to eat the grass under the snow. Song.com was very willing to teach common sense to the little guys. Xiao Bei and the others were scared when they heard this. Xiao Bei calmed down and asked, Then, when they fight, will the dogs run away if they can't win? Song.com shook his head. They won't run away in a fight to the death. I have personally participated in 2 fights with brothers I met on the grassland. At that time, the wolves were crazy with hunger. When they saw the people on horseback with knives and bows, they didn't run away. They just looked for opportunities to eat the sheep. They were very fast. The dogs fought with the wolves. We helped the dogs, but in the end, we drove the wolves away. Some of them died. Of course, more wolves died. None of the remaining ones were intact. They were all covered in blood. From then on, I wanted to raise dogs. People started to think that I wanted to fight dogs and invited me, but I never participated. My dogs are the best. I can't let them get hurt in the hands of my own people. What a poor dog. Uncle Song, don't worry. In the future, I will apply for a gun. When we encounter wolves biting dogs again, we will shoot them all down. Xiaonin is very accurate with a gun. We have more dogs in our family. Most of them are sled dogs and rescue dogs. They are specially used to deal with situations where the road is blocked by snow. In fact, the investment is not proportional to the output. It costs a lot to raise dogs, but we can't do without them. If something happens and the road is blocked by snow, it will be over. Why don't we not sell dogs and raise them ourselves? Xiao Bei was moved by the dogs. He compared the dogs to his family's Shui Yun family. He felt that no matter how much money others offered, they should not sell them. Song Dakong said with a smile, "We still have to sell them. If others buy them, they will help others. The dogs I'm talking about are not ordinary dogs. They have to be specially trained. Otherwise, dogs will be very afraid of wolves. I've decided. In the future, if there's a ranch, 50 dogs will form a team and be sent out to patrol. The eagles will follow them. When they encounter bad guys, they will bite them together. If the opponent is too strong, they will defend first and let the eagles come back to report. The people will go with submachine guns." Xiao Bei was thinking about the beautiful things in the future. It was like his family. They would unite and deal with whoever they caught. At this time, Song Dakong felt that Xiao Bei and the others were really children. Their thinking was too simple, but it was not good to directly attack them. He nodded and said, "Now let's start to discuss the 10 points. When there's a chance in the future, you will really go to the ranch and see what the actual situation is like." Xiao Bei and the other 9 people went to discuss the shepherd dog competition with others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still at home dealing with the telegram sent back. As previously arranged, the 3 lines of attack had been steadily advancing. However, the duo men were not willing to admit defeat. The fanaticism of religion was revealed at this moment. Clearly, the weapons were too inferior and they could not win, but they were always looking for opportunities. For example, they would go in a big circle and ride horses to destroy the logistics line. Another example was to find some hay and branches, look at the direction of the wind, light a smoke, and use the smoke to launch a charge. If it were the generals of the Tang Empire in the past, they might have a chance to succeed. However, after the battle with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the sand table, many generals did not make the same mistake. The duo men looked at the direction of the wind, and so did they. They were all scared. The smoke was too disgusting. Every time the duo men made a move, the Tang Empire army would be prepared first. Everyone carried a wet towel at all times. Once the wind blew, they would turn around and run. As they ran, they would turn back and shoot. They would not defend at all. The logistics were not worried about being suddenly attacked. They had firearms. When they were attacked by the enemy, they would take turns to rest. At the same time, they would occasionally fire to make the enemy unable to rest completely. When the vanguard reached a certain depth, they would retreat and then push horizontally. When the enemy was riding on horseback, they would not chase and would only wander there. The purpose was to attract the duo men to send more troops over. Zhang Xiaobao calculated how much ammunition he had to invest in and asked Wang Wan about the situation on the other side. "If we fight this war, we won't be able to achieve anything this winter. Where's our landing fleet?" Wang Wan was looking at the military map. She would occasionally draw lines with her hand and shake her head to reject this strategic arrangement. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, Wang Wan frowned. "You are asking me? The information we got is the same. The fleet has gone out, and it is very inconvenient to communicate. There are no satellites, so everything depends on the commander. The Meteor Battle Squad probably hasn't caught up to them yet. It's still a long way to go. If Zhenla is honest enough, we can directly rush over with our guards. We'll have an extra attack team and catch the man-eating army off guard. Then let's wait. It just so happens that the domestic situation has not reached what I expected." Zhang Xiaobao felt that time was passing too slowly. Many things needed to be accumulated over time to ferment. Moreover, in the process of war, the consumption of domestic resources was not small. If they could not plunder enough resources from other places to replenish the domestic resources as soon as possible, in a few months, new problems would appear. It could not help but be vexed. However, the current situation was beneficial to the Tang Empire. They could withdraw a front line of military forces at any time and switch from offense to defense to continue to restrain the duo men. Wang also knew why Zhang Xiaobao was so anxious. She comforted him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The domestic resources are only affected by the smelting. There are no other problems. Usually, the soldiers also eat food. The food that the animals in charge of transportation eat is not a problem. We now have more food than we can use up. Yes, we can't use it up in a short time, but it hasn't reached the point where we can store 9 years of food. Even Xiao Bei and the rest are so scared that they have started to stop selling cakes. Zhang Xiaobao actually wanted to tell his younger brothers and sisters to continue selling cakes. The country had enough food. However, after thinking about it, it was better to let the little guys experience the tense domestic situation. If things went too smoothly, it would be harmful to their future development. If the little guys could think of other ways to reverse the situation, it would be better. Wang looked at the map again and sneered. She analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. Since the duo men are a religious country, they have been fighting all the time. Now, they are fighting the elites of the duo men. They have deep beliefs and strong bodies. When the winter comes, many of their elites will die. At the same time, when the fleet starts to land and fight, they have no elite soldiers to send out. They can only play a game of scorched earth. You can play to your advantage and use various means to weaken their internal unity. I will send a message and see if I can contact the Meteor Squad. Then, I will see if the people in our canned food plan can paralyze the enemy and set a time to rescue the hostages. Chapter 1266. The universe was operating according to a certain set of rules, and the earth was moving. The people living in Great Tang were still living for their own ideals and habits. Everyone in Great Tang knew that the war was ongoing, and they could see the situation on the front lines every day through the newspapers. The country's army didn't drive straight in, and they only tried their best to occupy the resources of the other countries by the river. Then it was the grasslands, snowy mountains, forests, swamps, and deserts. The country's army had always been at strategic points, and, with advanced weapons, they advanced very slowly. It could even be said that every step was taken with caution. Such a result might seem unsatisfactory, but what was satisfying was that the number of casualties on the battlefield was very small, and the natural environment was filled with danger. For example, someone in the desert got heat stroke, someone was bitten by a snake in the grasslands, poisonous fog in the forests, and the snowy mountains were extremely cold. As for the casualties in battle, it was said that when disassembling the guns, they squeezed out bloody blisters from their hands. When throwing grenades, they were told to use grenade launchers, but some soldiers didn't listen and threw their arms out. Not only did they strain their arms, but when the grenade was thrown too close, the shrapnel that flew out cut a piece of their scalp, making it easy for them to get infected. The commoners couldn't help but curse in the taverns and tea houses. They scolded the design of the guns, the soldiers who joined the army for not training properly, and some even scolded the commanders for not bringing the cannons to the snowy mountains and firing down. That way, they could have fired further. In a situation where there were casualties, there were always a few people who were sad. When a family member died, they could only sigh about their bad luck, but they didn't complain about the country. In a short period of time, they had the comfort of their neighbors and large amounts of money from the government, but the pain in their hearts would take time to heal. During the morning court session, Li Longji would always read out the names of the new casualties. Sometimes it would be 20 to 30, and sometimes it would be 4 to 5. There had never been a case of 0 casualties. How did this happen? There are people dying every day. Didn't they say that with advanced weapons, there should be no casualties? Li Longji had read out 15 names during the morning court session. 6 of them had died from illness, 2 had fallen to their deaths, One had been bitten by a snake 4 days ago. 2 had died from a heart attack when they swam across the river. 1 had seen a bear at night and chased after it, only to be swatted to death by the bear. The remaining 3 had died in battle. After the cannon fire, they had chased after it, but when the horses had gone crazy, they had died under the hooves of the horses, which counted as battle deaths. 15 people represented a member of each of the 15 families. Thus, Lilongji appeared to be very sad. Don't look at the number. 15 people isn't a lot. If it were your family, who would you say should die? All the ministers fell silent. They had really treated the deaths as a number like money. However, when it came to themselves, it was too sad to lose a family member for no reason. Your Majesty, I think that the speed of our army's advance is still too fast. We should slow it down and strengthen our self-protection training. From the intelligence, we can see that our people are dying unjustly. It's better to die under the enemy's weapons than to die like this. Jiangxin from the Western Agriculture Temple felt that the problem was due to the lack of training. The geographical environment was too bad, and there shouldn't be too many casualties. The Minister of War, Xiao Song, snorted coldly. He stood up and said, "If we would die under the enemy's swords, spears, bows, and arrows, I reckon Minister Zhang Zhong would be condemned. It is because of the weapons that we are in danger. Actually, we are military officers." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. In a head-on confrontation, the cannons opened the path, the cannons provided cover, and the guns killed the enemy. Advancing so slowly and allowing the enemy to succeed in a melee battle, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War would be dealt with. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have started a war. If we didn't go over, how could anyone die? Great Tang is doing well now, so why are we attacking others? Wang Bei spoke up again. He had no regrets. He had just solved part of the investment and return problem, and now he was thinking of ways to make trouble for the Zhang family and Wang family. Lilongji didn't pay attention to Wang Bei. If a country didn't fight after becoming strong, it would be over soon. The prerequisite for peace was that others accepted the rule and submitted. Otherwise, one shouldn't have any interaction with others, especially in terms of trade. As long as there was interaction, there would be conflicts. At that time, should one protect the interests of one's own people? Even neighbors would occasionally fight, not to mention between countries. Seeing that no one responded to Wang Bei's words, the Minister of War said, "Minister Wang, are you afraid that the National Treasury won't be able to support you because you've spent too much money?" Too much. According to Wang Wan's strategy, every inch of land is worth money. The money in the National Treasury is flowing out like water. In a few more months, the National Treasury will be empty. Wang Bei said with a gloomy face. In the end, no one supported his words. The civil and military officials were not fools. They could roughly estimate how much money the country currently had. The money spent was spent on weapons and transportation. However, transportation was not directly shipped to the other side. It was carried over from the other side. These things were already being shipped to various parts of the Great Tang, but they weren't sold or processed. Moreover, in this process, many things that couldn't be sold in the past were used up. For example, with the new technology of silkworm breeding and a large amount of cotton from Xinluo, who would take a few feet of coarse linen home to make clothes. Those things were all used to make gunny sacks. Because of the transportation of war, the demand for gunny sacks increased, and a lot of hemp rope that was originally going to rot was used up. Wasn't that money? Also, in the course of the war, the roads were easier to travel on. Everyone was helping to repair the roads. In the future, when the Ministry of Works under Zhang Zhong produced more asphalt, they could repair even better roads. Moreover, they had a foundation. This part of the long-term income wasn't counted in the Ministry of Revenue. There were even more things that were overstocked. Now, the demand was very good. For example, 4 years of grain. Other than wine, who would be willing to buy it back home? Seeing that no one was supporting him, Wang Ke felt very lonely. He planned to continue complaining about the expenditure of money and the emptiness of the national treasury. However, Prime Minister Yu Wenrong stepped forward. "Minister Wang, I hope that you can consider the big picture and not always think about some small personal matters. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are as narrow-minded as you, I believe you know the consequences. I have offended them in the past. Cuckoo didn't use weapons against the country, and Xiao Bao kept retreating. Not to mention being a person, just to protect yourself. You have gone a little too far. Do you really want to force the two of them to turn back? Are you sure you can hold on even if we don't help you? Yuan Rong said a part of his opinion. His eyes swept over the others. They didn't avoid his gaze and nodded. Yuan Qianyao chuckled and said, Xiao Bao has never been internal. When they were young, we knew that we would always leave some leeway. Therefore, please don't treat their tolerance as weakness. Japan and Xinluo are crying rivers of war. Without using weapons, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. What I want to say is that the heavens are watching. Whoever has the ability to deal with them, stand on Vermilion Bird Avenue and shout. If they can survive, I will support them. Their lives are tough. Wong Ke retreated. Not only did the court officials object, but he was also afraid that the news of the morning court would spread. Not to mention shouting on Vermilion Bird Avenue. As long as the people in the capital knew, his family would probably not have a day of peace. Li Longji quickly mediated. Let's not talk about this. Minister Wang, you don't have to worry. I know Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They definitely won't do anything directly. At most, they will earn less money. They won't let the investors lose money. Xiao Bao controlled it very well. Speaking of serious matters, before today's court session started, the news that came back said that 15 people had died. Those who were injured were not included. Actually, Li Longji seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Actually, it's not that we haven't fought in wars before and more people died. However, no one cared. Now that we've been influenced by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, we've been influenced. Everyone values human lives more, and I'm very gratified. Actually, even if we don't fight, do you think that our great Tang doesn't have many people dying every day due to accidents? Right now, there are more than 300,000 soldiers on the front lines. If we disband them and let them return to their normal lives, can you guarantee that they can live well every day? Not a single one of them will die. Everyone shook their heads. It was 300,000 soldiers. How could they all live unscathed? There were all kinds of accidents that could cause deaths. Thinking of accidents, Yuan Rong spoke up once more, pointing at Zhang Zhong. Minister Zhang, I would like to ask, why isn't the medical academy working yet? There are always people who can't be treated and die. Every time one of them dies, we're heartbroken. Bullshit. Zhang Zhong changed his previous amiable attitude and scolded. Do you think the medical academy is a godly academy? Don't you know what it was like in the past? Don't you know what it's like now? Don't I want them to research better medicine and improve treatment methods? Don't I feel sad seeing others die of illness? Calm down. Minister Zhang is still a good person, Li Longji consoled. Calm down what? The speed of medical development is there for all to see. So what if you can't see it? Not to mention other things, in the past, when you gave birth to a child, you felt like dying or prayed to Buddha. Now, which family wants to give birth to a child? Why don't you let them die so easily? If they can't give birth, they'll just perform an operation. What's the big deal? I know that a relative of Prime Minister Yu's concubine died of tuberculosis. She's your cousin, your childhood sweetheart. Who wouldn't feel sad seeing her vomiting blood? But there's no medicine. You only know how to talk about me. Don't you know that after I told the news to my family Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they ordered the medical academy to attack something they call Remifeng? At this moment, Zhang Zhong didn't even give Li Longji any face as he questioned Yuan Rong. Yuan Rong's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. One was sad, and the other was scared. Honest people can be very fierce when they get angry. Li Longji couldn't possibly blame Zhang Zhong for taking the blame for himself. He knew Zhang Zhong very well. He was a loyal and patriotic person. Not to mention punishing him. Even a scolding would have unimaginable consequences. Without him, who would be able to suppress Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? If he scolded him, what would his son and daughter-in-law think? Gao Lishur stood up at the crucial moment and asked, Brother Yongcheng, can this Remifeng cure tuberculosis? Xiao Bao didn't tell me. Yes, Zhang Zhong replied. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that tuberculosis is nothing. It's just that the current technology can't keep up. In the past, there were many people who died from smallpox, but look at who died from smallpox now. Also, there were many worms in children's stomachs in the past as well. Now, we can just go to Xiao Bei and the other's precious candy house to get them. Everyone, give us some time. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are already in a difficult situation. Assistant Minister Jiang, how is the planting of the Chinese medicine, especially the topical antidote and oral medicine? Zhang Zhou nodded at Gao Li Shi, meaning that he didn't want to explain too much to him. Go ask your godson yourself. He turned around and asked Jiangxin. Jiangxin quickly replied, everything is being planted. Also, your family has provided the information for the ginseng. The planting area isn't small, and when the time comes, we will handle it according to the needs. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Xiao Bao has already said that the ginseng looks like a carrot, but that's because our technology isn't there yet. Otherwise, we can make a comparison. The most direct method is to eat ginseng and carrots. Your family has already planted 2 seasons of ginseng. Some are 5, 6 years old, and some are 8 years old. According to the age of the ginseng, if a normal person eats a gene of carrots, nothing will happen to them. Try to eat a gene of 5 years old ginseng and see if they will die. We've done experiments before. Normally, a strong man would eat half a gene of ginseng and have a nosebleed. If you cook it with other ingredients, there won't be much of a problem. Remember not to use people from the Great Tang for experiments. Nowadays, the Medical Academy is raising rats and monkeys in large numbers. Although all things have spirits, the spirits of all things are not humans. When a snake swallows a frog, the snake doesn't think of the frog's spirit. When a tiger eats a rabbit, the tiger doesn't pity the rabbit. Since the weak are prey to the strong, in order to live well, we still have to do what needs to be done. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with Jiangxin's answer and said more things. The officials were indifferent. They didn't care whether other animals and people died or not. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill one's opponent. If it were a dozen years ago, it would be too easy to persecute a person to death through political means. But now, it couldn't be done because His Majesty's strategy had changed. His Majesty was no longer looking for balance, but to unify the thinking. Why? Because, damn it, if others wanted to unite against His Majesty, they first had to consider Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If the two of them stood on His Majesty's side, no matter what they did, it would be useless. Could it be that they were going to mobilize the troops? If Cuckoo didn't show up, there might be a possibility that she could command the military forces in other places to rebel. If Cuckoo showed up, she would do whatever she said. Incite the merchants to raise prices and cause unrest in the country? The merchants first had to consider Xiao Bao's mood. Once he raised his voice, not to mention the merchants, even boiling oil would instantly cool down. As for the common people, just look at the grandeur of people before they got married and the appearance of younger brothers and sisters when they were born. The whole Tang Empire was in jubilation, with colorful flags flying and firecrackers rumbling. With them around, they, including the forces behind them, couldn't expect to force His Majesty to give in. Your subject requests a report. Pei Yaoqing stepped out. The current military training system must be checked and strict to prevent additional casualties in future wars. Approved. Li Longji didn't want to delay other issues because of the death of a few people, so he directly passed this topic to His Majesty. At the same time, he ordered, ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, when will the preliminary results be out? Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan were still in Yizhou, with no intention of making a move. The main reason was that Yizhou's location was too crucial. On one hand, they could manage the battle lines, and on the other, they could reinforce the military operations against Xinla in time. If Xinla didn't make a move and Lu Xing didn't send back any news, they couldn't leave. Therefore, the two's impression of Xinla was getting worse and worse. Zhang Xiaobao was gnashing his teeth in hatred. I've decided. No one can stop me. After this period is over, I'll send all of Xinla's people to the north of Hebei province to dig coal for me. However, I have to leave the amber and coal essence there. The natural environment there is different from where they live. They won't go. Are you trying to catch them? Wang Wan was also disgusted with Shenhua, but she hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would use other means to deal with it. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Not going? That's because the temptation isn't enough. Do you think it's you or me? When faced with other temptations, they think of their own integrity. I don't believe that they won't be tempted if I give them a high price. For example, 3 times the income of our Tang Empire's miners. Wang Wan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. After thinking about it, she was even more puzzled. If you do this, what will happen to the Tang Empire's people? What does it have to do with the Tang Empire's people? You said it yourself. They're in the southwest and can't adapt to the northeast environment of our country. One is the weather, the other is the diet. Not adapting to the environment means that the flora in their body is different. Different flora makes it easy for them to get sick. So what if I give them 3 times the income? Their medical treatment isn't free. The possibility of them falling sick is very high. When the time comes, I'll use the medical fees to get back the money they earn. If they're sick, do they want to see a doctor? If they don't, then they can just wait for death. They won't get a single copper coin. If they do, then they can pay. If I charge the Tang Empire's people for medical treatment now, how much do you think our imperial court's revenue will increase? The price of the pharmaceutical factory is low, but they have to pay taxes, right? Middlemen selling medicine have to pay taxes, right? When the hospital director is bribed by others, he has to spend money. When he sets the price for the patients, he has to pay taxes, right? All in all, in the process of cost and sales, most of the burden is given to the patients. However, the people who benefit from the various middlemen's spending is also part of the GDP. Zhang Xiaobao said with a cold smile. After saying this, he realized a problem. Times were different now. It seemed that he didn't need to do this. Thus, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "What I want to say is actually the instinctive pursuit of survival. I give them a chance to make money, but I don't give them any benefits. Then, I will complete my revenge plan." After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan was not in a good mood. She pursed her lips and thought about it. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, as long as we are alive, you have to promise me that you will never charge for medical treatment and education. That is the foundation of a nation's strength and survival." I know. A country is actually a family. In the past, politics was actually a family world. In the beginning, it was the other people in the tribe who supported you. They thought that you could lead them to a better life, so you were the chief, the leader of the tribe. Now it is still the same. The people are your children. They support you to be the emperor because they are waiting for you to bring them a better life. If you forget, or even think that you are in charge of some people who have weapons and start to eat the flesh of your children, I don't know if you're still a person, but at least your children will overthrow you one day. Don't think that you can do it just because you have weapons. In the past, weapons were used to feed your children and treat their prey. When you turn your weapons to your children one day, you will eventually die. How many dynasties have proven this? Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan echoed. Yes, so don't think that you are very powerful just because you have ruled for a few decades or 100 years. In fact, many dynasties have ruled for a long time, but in the end, the people had no way to make a living. The officials forced the people to rebel. Moreover, it was easier for them to lose their political power as time went on. Because everyone has the knowledge, it is not difficult to build a nuclear weapon. A high school student, or even a junior high school student, as long as they are talented enough and work hard, they can definitely build a small nuclear bomb after a few years of learning. Once the people are forced to this extent, if 10,000 people build 1,000 small nuclear bombs, what do you think the consequences will be once they are detonated? So let's work hard and try not to cause too much polarization. Sometimes, we really don't know what to pursue in life. Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked down from the window and saw a few officials of the Izhou prefecture holding up a sign. Wang Wan also saw them. Those officials usually did not come out so casually. Now that they came out, they would not be recognized by her and Xiaobao. You're not working in the yamen, but standing below the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and holding up a sign. Is this the greatest reflection of your social value? If this is the case, you might as well keep holding up signs and not be an official. Many people did not know. When they saw the officials standing there holding signs, they felt that the officials were very nice and considerate. Those who were illiterate asked someone about the contents of the sign. It said that starting today, there would be doctors at both the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and the Sea Cloud restaurant in Ijo. Every one of the people thought that the officials were really nice. In fact, they did not know that if the value of the officials was only reflected in this aspect, then the imperial court's control arrangement was a failure. Who did the local officials hold up signs for? If it was for the people, then why didn't they usually do it? Why did they have to wait for a higher official to do it? Xiao Bei and the others, who had finished talking about the 10-dog competitions, happened to see this scene. They glanced upstairs and all of them had ugly expressions. I'm so disgusted. You said you didn't do anything wrong. So why are you here? Waiting for us to investigate you? Why are all the doctors here today? It's different from before. Didn't you go to the local medical hall when you went to a place? Xiao Bei stared at the official holding the sign and said, she was angry mainly because she had already investigated when she came, and there was no problem with the local officials. Now that they were standing downstairs and advertising, it did not seem to be a problem. But in fact, it was a show for her brother and sister. Why are you not working? Xiao Yuan also frowned. After thinking, she said to Xiao Bei, in the past, when we stayed in a place for a short time, we had to go to the local medical hall mainly to collect information about the local diseases. Now that we have to stay for a long time, our family's doctors have already gone to the medical hall to collect information. It's not good to hide at home and not show up, wasting resources. Let's go and find a nearby place to take a look. Xiao Bei stared at the official holding the sign again. Can't you just stand there? Why do you have to hold it up? The people were already lining up. It was not that they were sick and looked down on them, but that they felt that they were sick. However, when they arrived at the medical hall, they did not find out. Why are you squeezing here, child? Xiao Bei came to the side of the line and said to a boy standing there who was about 2 years older than her. Recently, I've been sleepy in class. The teacher, me, and my parents all feel that I'm sick. The doctor at the medical hall said that I'm not sick, but I didn't believe him, so I came to take a look. Who are you? Why are you asking me? After the boy answered, he realized that he had talked too much to other people, especially girls who were younger than him. He was very unhappy. Perhaps he would only understand when he grew up. If a girl took the initiative to talk to him, he should seize the opportunity. Xiao Bei was puzzled. Seeing that the boy was unhappy, she was also angry. Look at who I am. Look carefully. There are 9 of us. Do you know? I'm Xiao Bei. You're not in class, but you came out to see a doctor. How long have you been sick? Xiao Bei. Huh, really? 9. No wonder you look so fun. I've been sick for a few months. I'm sick. You can't catch me. I'm a patient. The boy looked seriously and counted the number of people. He was a little afraid and a little stubborn. Xiao Bei was about to say something when Xiao Hai pulled her behind him. He stood in front and said to the doctor who was treating others, let him see the next one. There were many doctors below the restaurant. Not only here, but there were also doctors in the Haiyan restaurant in the other direction. They were all doctors from the Zhang family and Wang family. They usually went to the local medical hall to understand the situation first. Now that they understood, they were sent out to treat others because it was a waste of resources to stay at home. The doctors in the medical hall were naturally much worse than them. The commoners also knew that the day medical school was opened by the Zhang family and Wang family. The first batch of doctors was also provided by them. It was obvious how good the doctors who could follow Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Xiao Bei were. However, the commoners wouldn't scold them. They would say that the Zhang family and Wang family pulled good doctors to their side. In the eyes of the commoners, this was very right. If the doctors were bad, what would Xiao Bao and the others do when they fell sick? Then, how good were the doctors now? The little boy went up and tried to find out. The doctor first listened and didn't find any problems. He took the boy's pulse and felt it. He asked, you sleep very late every night, right? And you're picky about your food. Doctor, no. My child sleeps very early. The woman who came with the boy said anxiously. He sleeps early, but he might not sleep. What games have you been playing recently? The doctor asked again. Big Monopoly. The boy was frightened. The doctor was so right. Xiao Bei slapped her forehead. I'll ban Monopoly tomorrow. I know. He played it during the day and always thinks about it when he sleeps at night. Maybe he also thinks about it during class. He's also picky about his food. He doesn't have enough nutrition, so of course he's sleepy. No, Monopoly is very fun. It looks like it depends on luck, but it's actually calculated. The boy was even more afraid this time. If Xiaobei said to ban a game, no one would dare to play it. Doctor, please think of a way. The boy's mother first looked at Xiaobei and the others gently, then asked the doctor anxiously. The doctor who was treating the boy, Wei Wei, looked at Xiaobei and the others. She sighed and said helplessly, I really can't do anything. If only they were like my little ancestors. They would listen to everything I say, and all of them are obedient and sensible. Your child, I can't prescribe Chinese medicine. I can only prescribe prescriptions for strengthening the spleen, regulating the qi, moistening the lungs, clearing the intestines, and regulating the stomach. The key is picky about his food. Xiaobei squeezed out from behind her brother and said. After the doctor nodded, she said, It's okay. It'll be solved soon. The problem now is that he's always thinking about games. Games are easy to deal with, Xiaobei said. From today onwards, we'll invite him to play Monopoly at home every day. There's no need to go to class. We'll take turns playing with him. We'll play for 10 days first and see the results. Chapter 1267. The picky boy who liked to play games was brought in by Xiaobei. Not only was the boy's mother not worried, she even told her son to play with Xiaobei and the rest. She would apply for leave from school. The people in the queue were envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't call their own children over and push them to Xiaobei and the rest. If they encountered a small matter, they would solve it. But it wasn't a small matter that they could find themselves. It was fate. The people in the queue turned their attention to the doctors sitting in a row. These are the best doctors in Tang Dynasty. They wanted to take this opportunity to let them take a look at their illnesses. If they were sick, they would be treated. If they weren't, they would be at ease. The queue was very orderly. Some elderly people would even be given small stools to sit on. No one dared to interrupt, and no one dared to make a ruckus. When the doctors who came out with the main family saw their patients, they really encountered many difficult and complicated illnesses. It was also a test for them, but the results were not satisfactory. Auntie, don't worry. Your illness is a small matter. You will be fine as long as you go home and rest well, a doctor said to the old lady sitting in front of him with a smile on his face. I just have a stomachache. It's good that you are fine. The old lady was relieved. She said to her son, See, I told you that you were fine. You're always afraid. Yes, Annie is fine. However, I have a prescription for food therapy here. It can make Annie feel more comfortable. There are a few things to pay attention to. Young man, come with me. I will tell you. The doctor said to the old lady's son. He then turned and instructed the person beside him, Bring 2 eggplants. It has something to do with eggplants. The young man was led inside by the doctor. Just as he was about to listen to the prescription, the doctor stopped smiling, bit his lip, and said to the young man, You have 3 months at most. Prepare for your funeral. Ah, doctor, my mother, that can't be, right? How can there be 3 months left? My mother's fine. She's fine. Doctor, woo-woo. The young man didn't expect to hear such a result. He didn't want to believe it at all. He stared at the doctor who was treating his mother, covered his face with both hands, squatted on the ground, and cried bitterly. The doctor also had a sad expression on his face. Every time he treated someone, he was afraid that he would encounter an illness that he could not treat. However, almost every time he went out with the main family and took the time to diagnose people, he would encounter such a situation. Blame me for being useless. Everyone calls me a divine doctor, but I'm not a divine doctor. Life after life is gone just like that. Why? Why? The doctor's eyes reddened as he looked up and sighed. The young man cried again, stood up, wiped his tears, bowed to the doctor, and said, Thank you. I will take good care of my mother. These 2 days, I will cook her favorite food. Do it. I'll register your mother's illness and send her to the clinic. During this period of time, there will be people sending you money. It's money that should be paid for by the court if you stay in the clinic. You don't want to stay, so I'll give it to you. Maybe there's still some hope. Tonight, I'll discuss with others to see if we can use the method of fighting poison with poison to kill those things in your mother's body. The doctor talked about the subsidies again. At the same time, he also considered that since she could not live anymore, it was better for everyone to take a look at her. Even if she became an experimental subject in the end, they could use all kinds of drugs that were estimated to be effective. When the young man heard this, he was stunned. Then he nodded. He understood what was going on. People with incurable diseases were observed and tried to use drugs. Occasionally, doctors from medical schools would come over. At the same time, after they died, some people would be cut by the doctor with a knife. Of course, a certain amount of compensation would be given to the family. After the cut, they would be buried. The purpose was to train new doctors and, at the same time, to increase the research experience of the previous doctors to prepare for future generations. In the beginning, some people did not agree. However, after some persuasion, they said that if they did not agree now, their descendants would die of the same disease. Didn't they want their descendants to live better lives? In this way, everyone agreed. Moreover, no one scolded the doctor and said that his medical skills were not good. This was because the medical conditions now were many times better than before. Not only did they not need to spend money, but many diseases could be treated, especially when it came to giving birth. Very, very few people died, unlike in the past. The young man thought about it and said to the doctor, "Please, I know that some people have already said that they can't, but after you try to use drugs and adjust, they miraculously survived and recovered. You're all good people." The doctor shook his head. "Don't praise me. I feel guilty. I don't deserve a word of praise from you. When all the patients have been treated, I will be able to laugh at the heavens." "Do you need blood?" the young man asked again. "No, your mother's disease has nothing to do with blood," the doctor replied. "I'm asking if the nearest blood bank is short of blood." "I can donate it," the young man explained. The doctor thought about it and stopped him. "Not now. Someone else will donate it. You have to maintain your energy and take care of your mother." The young man bowed again and washed his face with the doctor. He put a hot towel on his eyes. When he felt that no one would see anything, he walked out with 2 eggplants in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from upstairs. When they saw the doctor get up and leave, they knew what was going on. Another one. Life is so fragile. Miracles don't always happen around us. When will medicine be able to solve all the diseases? Zhang Xiaobao felt sad for the other person. He often fantasized that everyone could live forever without any disease. Even if there was an accident, there was a way to make people recover. Wang Wan snuggled up to Zhang Xiaobao and explained, "From now on, we will study it. I believe that after 1,000 years, we can definitely reach the level you want. The main thing is that we don't have the drugs and equipment now. We should raise a large number of mushroom fishes. Then, like raising ginseng, we should try to raise them as wild as possible. In the future, when we have the equipment to kill cells, we can use them together." Zhang Xiaobao nodded gently. He knew what the mushroom fishes were. Wild mushroom fishes could increase the number of red blood cells. In fact, his family had been raising them. It was said before that this thing was very useful in treating diseases, especially in the equipment to kill cells. While killing cells, it could ensure the number of red blood cells in the body. As for the equipment, it was naturally the radiation equipment. We also need to strengthen the systematization of Chinese medicine. In the past, people were holding back when they were teaching their disciples. Moreover, there were few experimental subjects. In the end, as long as one generation was cut off, all the hard work would be wasted. Chinese medicine has always been very useful. In fact, I was able to live because of Chinese medicine. Western medicine can't do anything about it. The time I was cut off was 6 months. In the end, I lived for another year and 2 months. This shows that Chinese medicine and Western medicine can complement each other. Moreover, many Western medicine theories are actually based on Chinese medicine. For example, antibiotics are fighting poison with poison. If anyone says that it is not poisonous, try injecting 2 injections when you are allergic to penicillin. It's just that Chinese medicine at that time did not form a better systematization. In the end, it was surpassed by others because of technology. It was mainly in the field of surgery. In the end, when we got diseases that Western medicine could not treat, we chose Chinese medicine. The last choice, is there a cure? There is, right? Of course, more people died. But what does it matter if Chinese medicine is not good? Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged for Chinese medicine. He always felt that it was because the standards of the people who learned it were not good enough. Western medicine was very fast and could be done in a few years. What about Chinese medicine? How many years? How long would it take to get the medicine? The year of the medicine, the dosage, and because there was no technological equipment to follow when it was passed down, it relied on people. How difficult would it be to treat the illness? Not everyone can learn it. Wang Wan's eyes were still looking at the crowd below. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, I have never opposed Chinese medicine. In fact, you also know that people of our status, once we are sick, we will first see Chinese medicine, then use the equipment. After that, we will use a combination of Chinese and Western medicine for treatment. We are not rejecting any side. In fact, the truth is that the change of dynasties and the impact of Western culture caused the decline of Chinese medicine. The simplest cold is a cold. At that time, we could take some Western medicine, drink a bowl of Chinese medicine, and even some Chinese medicine that was not very good. Moreover, the patches in Western medicine were developed based on Chinese medicine's plasters and methods of external application. Of course, they would not admit it. Steaming therapy and the like was not available in Western medicine. When it was available, they would say that it was their own work. Such people should be killed. It's just a treatment. Use whatever method is useful. Why we have to be so clear? In my eyes, there is no difference between Western and Western medicine. There are only differences in national strength. For example, the shameless Korean medicine is still Chinese medicine. But if we talk about our Chinese medicine, there are many critics in the world. If we talk about Korea's Korean medicine, don't Europeans and Americans like to go to see a doctor? Now that you mention it, I remember a long time ago. The kimchi of the Koreans is very funny. They went to other countries to participate in exhibitions and promotions, but they actually used our Sichuan kimchi jars to package their products. That's because our Sichuan kimchi is really delicious, and it's soaked in culture. That jar is not ordinary. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel quite depressed and helpless. Japan and Korea always turn our Chinese things into theirs and then promote them in the world, especially chopsticks. The Japanese are very disgusting. They make the back of the chopsticks round and dare to call it chopsticks. How ignorant. They don't even care about the connotation of their culture. The sky is round and the earth is round, so one end is round and the other end is square. The most infuriating thing is that our own country's people look at the chopsticks of the Japanese and feel that they are noble when they use them. When they buy them back, the chopsticks are round at the top and the bottom. There is no distinction between heaven and earth, and there is no ruler or minister. In the face of such a situation, we are very helpless. What can we do? When they learn it, they will apply in the world and say that it is theirs. What can we do? Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the crowd waiting in line. The people below seemed to be very happy. In fact, the medical center was also free. Why would they come to squeeze when they were not sick? Wang Wan looked at the clouds in the distance, hinting that she should not think about other sad things. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, Yes, you also told me before, right? You said that it's not that we don't want to apply in the world that belongs to us. When the time comes, we will confirm the location. It's that we casually take out something, a festival, and a civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years. All the things in our lives belong to our precious Chinese civilization. But can we apply? Chapter 1268. That's right. Zhang Xiaobao pushed open the window and waved his arm at the people below. When he got a response, he said, Let's talk about our daily lives. When the child is 1 month old, is it a courtesy to treat others to a meal? When the child is 1 year old, is it a courtesy? Anyone with a bit of money should do it. Do you want to apply? If you don't, you can apply in other countries and become their property. If you apply, you can spend money and go through the procedures. When the child grows up and gets engaged, do you want to apply? Get married, do you want to apply? If you don't apply, other people apply, and you become their property. When we eat, we can use chopsticks, plates, and other dining utensils and habits. When we eat crabs, we can apply for yellow wine and seasonings. When we wear clothes, we can apply for jackets and gowns. When we wear them, we can apply for them. When we eat chili soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, shortbread, and other things for breakfast, we can apply for them. When we pass on our civilization, we can apply for them. Just tell us. Every action and action of theirs is a sign of civilization. How can we apply? We will die of exhaustion. Japan's sushi and sashimi are world famous. Where do they learn it from? Korea's barbecue is delicious. Where do they learn it from? This is the helplessness of a country with thousands of years of civilization. It's not that we don't want to fight, but everything around us is up for grabs. It's too painful. If we don't have such a long history like the U.S., wouldn't it be easier? Who is it? Who is it that has been passing on our civilization? Sinners, look at how tired we are. Uh-huh. Wang Wan laughed and patted Zhang Xiaobao's back. Shameless. You are obviously praising your own people, but you still have to act like you have a deep hatred. Since you know, let's work together to spread the Tang Empire's words everywhere. Whoever dares to not submit will be hindering the progress of world unification. Yeah, why are they fighting downstairs? As Wang Wan was talking, she suddenly noticed a person arguing with the doctor sitting on the second seat on the left. As they were far away and it was noisy downstairs, she couldn't hear what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao also noticed it. Let's go down and take a look. Forget it. Let's get someone to report it. What if someone is deliberately leading us down to assassinate us? Assassinate? Izhou City is very peaceful. As Wang Wan spoke, she went to the door and gave an order. Not long after, the person who had been sent to inquire about the situation came up and explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. It turned out that he was the son of a wealthy family. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Izhou and wanted to meet them, but he couldn't find an opportunity to do so, so he went to the school to donate money. Normally, people who donated money would leave with a receipt, but he insisted on having a meal with the children. Recently, the weather had become hot. When the children had their meals, there was an additional dish. It was not a dish, but congee. It was mung bean congee with rock sugar. Every child would drink a bowl of it after they finished their meal. Then, they could take a fruit plate and walk around as they pleased. They just had to bring the plate back when they finished eating. The young master of the wealthy family also drank the porridge. In the end, one of the children found a worm in the porridge. It was a very small worm. Adults usually ignored it, but the child drank it seriously. Half of the worm was exposed outside, and the other half was in a boiled green bean that had bloomed. The worm in a mung bean was actually more nutritious. The child hated worms, so he picked it out and threw it on the table. It was then seen by the son of a wealthy family who was donating money for the first time. He thought that the congee he drank also had worms in it, or at least the water used to cook the worm went into his stomach. For the past 2 days, he had been feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. He often pressed his stomach and put his hand on his stomach when he slept. Then, he started to have diarrhea. It had been 3 days, and he hadn't recovered. Today, the doctor saw him and said that he was not sick. He asked him to make a waist protector and wrap it around his navel when he slept at night. He would be fine when the time came. To be honest, was the son of a wealthy family sick? Yes, diarrhea was definitely a kind of illness, no matter how you explained it. However, the doctor was very experienced. He knew what was going on after asking and taking the pulse. There was no need to prescribe medicine. He was affected by his emotions, so he had diarrhea. Because the son of a wealthy family always felt that there was something wrong there, he would cover it and stroke it. That was the stomach and intestines. When he stroked it, he would be stimulated. Once he forgot to touch it, the temperature was different and the flora would be different. Coupled with his own psychological suggestion, how could he not have diarrhea? The doctor considered it very clearly. With a waist protector, the temperature would be there. Besides, he would always feel that there was something there. After a long time, he would get used to it and forget it. At that time, the diarrhea would be fine. There was no need to use medicine. However, the son of a wealthy family got angry. He said that he was sick, very sick, but the doctor lied to him and didn't prescribe medicine for him. He said that his family was very rich and didn't need to take advantage of the imperial court. He was willing to spend money to buy medicine and asked the doctor to tell him the truth. Sick, Zhang Xiaobao said after he knew the reason. You became a doctor? The doctor said there was nothing wrong. Wang Wan stuck her head out and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Wife, in your opinion, shouldn't there be several swimming pools for the children to play in the newly built district? A very big one with corresponding facilities." Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the people who were quarreling and said, even Wang Wan, who was used to Zhang Xiaobao's jumping and coherent thinking, was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She knew that whenever Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic, he would consider all the calculations and it would be related to the current matter. It sounded very strange. There was no connection between swimming pools and illness, but in the end, there must be an inevitable connection. It was very strange. The same thing had happened many times before. In the end, it proved that the change of topic didn't change the situation. It still had an impact on the current situation, and it was a very direct kind of impact. Therefore, Wang Wan became cautious. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "Indeed, children are not like us, who dare to exercise at the age of 1. That is because we are familiar with the situation of the body. If we let the children run and walk on the sand, they will be tired and get sick in the end. However, swimming is different. Swimming is the soft contact of the body with the surrounding environment. As long as the child is tired, it will be shown immediately. It is very difficult for you to persist unless you have undergone professional training. If you run, it is different. The body's endurance is different, and the child will be sick. According to what you said, we really need several very big artificial swimming pools. When the children want to exercise, they can swim. When they're tired, they can find a floating device and soak in the water to relax. At the same time, if there is sunlight, it can make the body healthier." That's right. Swimming is suitable for people of any age, as long as they have a good rhythm of rest. However, building a good swimming pool costs money, and so does treating illnesses. Do you think we can use the money to treat illnesses and build swimming pools? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the young man who was arguing with the doctor and was delaying things. He was not angry at all. Instead, he looked as if he was looking at a gold ingot. Wang Wan looked sadly at the person who was still arguing with the doctor. She thought to herself, "This big brother, you chose the wrong place. Why do you have to go downstairs where Xiao Bao is to provoke the doctor? Look, Xiao Bao has his eyes on you, right? That's fine too. We can build a few big swimming pools with 1,000 strings of coins. That's the cost. We can make our own tiles at home, so the cost will be very low. Since you waited for us to come before pretending to donate money to the school, we'll let you pay more." As she thought about it, Wang Wan said softly to Zhang Xiaobao, "Be merciful, or rather, don't be so ruthless. You have to know the severity of the treatment. You have to know that treating illnesses and swimming pools are actually related." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and muttered, "Your way of thinking is really scary. No wonder Li Longji failed time and time again. What is the connection between treating illnesses and swimming pools? Only you can make the connection. Saying that your deception skills are unparalleled is not wrong at all. Oh, I'm not belittling you at all." Wang Wan's muttering was not loud, but Zhang Xiaobao still heard it. He turned around and smiled. "It's a professional habit. If I don't cheat at least once when I see an opportunity, I will feel that I am not professional enough. I believe you also know my achievements. The trick is dialectical materialism. After learning it well, there is nothing that can't be done. Whether I cheat or not depends on my heart, because it is unified and opposite. Any accident is inevitable. Everything in the world is connected. Jumping out of the fixed thinking, grasping time and space, and fully utilizing human nature. This is the foundation of deception. Okay, I admit that you are good. What is the highest level of deception?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao from the corner of her eyes. "Then we have to talk about the first 2 levels first. The first is, if you want to cheat in reality, your heart will follow. The second level is when your heart is deceiving, but reality is not deceiving. The third level is there's no self, no heart, and no deception, right?" Wang Wan continued. Chapter 1269. "Doctor, please take a look at me. I'm really sick. If I'm not sick, who will have diarrhea? Doctor, tell me the truth. Can my illness still be cured? When the doctor began to treat others, the rich man was still talking. He didn't dare to stop the doctor from treating others, nor did he dare to threaten the people in line, but he could pester the doctor and keep talking, slowing down the doctor's diagnosis. The doctor said to a person sitting in front of him, "There's no problem. You're healthy. It's hot, so pay attention to prevent sunstroke." "Thank you, doctor." The person stood up happily and thanked the doctor. He didn't forget to glare at the troublemaker next to him. "I'll give you a prescription." The doctor had no choice but to look at the rich man and say. The rich man immediately nodded. Yes, I'll pay for the prescription. I have money. You should have prescribed me a long time ago." The doctor gently shook his head. "I still want to give you a piece of advice. According to the rules, when a doctor treats people, he won't use medicine if he can. If he can treat externally, he won't treat internally. If he can take medicine, he won't use needles. If he can use needles, he won't use a drip. If he can use a drip, he won't do surgery. First, there aren't many good medicines in Tang. Several departments are still jointly researching. They may not be able to treat the illness, especially the anti-inflammatory ones. Second, the amount of medicine produced is limited. We don't expect to make money by selling the medicine. If you use it and others don't need it, they will regret it. Third, if you eat too much medicine, you will develop resistance. If you have the same illness in the future, you will need to adjust the type of medicine or increase the amount of medicine. If you get sick again after a long time, there will be no medicine to treat you. When the people who were waiting for the doctor to see if they were sick heard the doctor's words, they all showed a look of realization. It turned out that the doctor had to pay attention to this. It was really not easy. At least, it was a test of medical skills. Otherwise, it would be convenient to come up and use a drip. It would save the doctor a lot of trouble. It never occurred to him that the doctor had to clearly distinguish the treatment method for people. Ordinary doctors might not understand it. The rich man didn't care about that. When he heard that the doctor was willing to prescribe medicine for him, he nodded happily. "Whatever you say, as long as there is medicine to take." The doctor was helpless. He raised his pen and planned to prescribe some medicine to treat the intestinal flora. The Ministry of Works produced 2 kinds of medicine that could treat this illness. Unfortunately, there weren't many. But when he put the pen to the paper, the doctor had an idea and prescribed a comfort pill. It had no medicinal effect and could only provide psychological comfort. This medicine was very suitable for the situation at hand. After writing it down, the doctor said to the rich young master, "Go to the clinic and get the medicine yourself. 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. Take 2 pills each time. Today is the first time you take it, so you can take 4 pills. After 3 days, you will basically recover. After the first time you take it, you will find that your body is getting better." "Really? You finally gave me a prescription. I'll give you the money." "Thank you. Thank you, doctor. You really have medical ethics. I'll be fine in 3 days. Your medical skills are also very high," the rich young master said happily. Then he took out some money from his pocket and pulled out a note with a large amount of money written on it. The doctor did not refuse. He indicated that it was not appropriate for him to reach out and take the money. He asked the rich man to put it beside the table and gave a look to the person standing behind him. The person took the money while the doctor washed his hands and prepared to see the next person. The people around them did not say anything. They knew that the doctor of the Zhang family and the Wang family would not care about this small amount of money. He would probably use it on welfare later, just like the donation box. The rich young master turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. "Doctor, I think I have a bad stomach and I ate a bug." "The bug is not dead. I didn't say it just now. You only gave me medicine for a bad stomach. Where is the anti-bug medicine?" The doctor began to grit his teeth. He thought to himself, "Should I give you some medicine to treat mental illness? You are being unreasonable." "It's over, madam. Look, that kid is going to die." Just as the doctor was about to use the psychological suggestion again, a voice came from behind him. The voice was old. The doctor turned his head, and the eyes of the people nearby also swept over. However, the rich young master glared angrily. It was fine for him to say that he was sick, but if the patient cursed him, he would not be happy. When everyone looked over, they saw a woman with a veil covering her face standing there gracefully. Beside her was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His hair was tied up in a ponytail with a wooden hairpin. This old man was wearing a blue gown and a pair of shoes with 1,000 soles. He held a gourd in one hand and placed the other in front of his chest. He was shaking his head. Ching Hong, there is no need to say more. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's go. The woman's clear voice sounded as she stepped forward. The old man had his back facing the direction the woman was walking in. He pretended to walk forward, and then his body moved backward. His eyes were fixed on the rich young master. After more than 10 steps, he shook his head again and turned to follow the woman. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What was going on? The old man looked like he was walking forward. Why was his body moving backward? The rich young master's eyes widened and his mouth opened. Ching Hong, is this a Buddhist name or a Taoist name? Amazing. Immortal, wait for me. I'm sick. Help, wait for me. After shouting, he chased after the old man. The doctor angrily slammed the table and stood up. He thought to himself, who is so bold? Who dares to lie to our family? Cheating under the young master's house is purely a joke. Don't you understand that in front of a young master, there is no lie in the world? Just as he was about to move, someone came over and pressed on the doctor's shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the doctor smiled and sat back down. The old man, who had already gone far away, and the woman got into a car. The car moved forward at a moderate speed. The old man in the car put down the gourd and rubbed his legs with both hands. He complained as he rubbed, I should have changed places. That broken road is so tiring. If I walk 2 more steps, I will be exposed. You are bullying others because they have never seen this kind of sliding. In a while, someone will realize. Your feet are rubbing on the ground. Do you think others are stupid? The woman chuckled and said, they can't react. The time is too short. What is there to be afraid of rubbing my feet on the ground? Maybe they think I am shrinking. Listen, that guy is still chasing behind and shouting that the swimming pool is settled. The doctor's place is also quiet. The old man's voice changed this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao's. Wang Wan, who was sitting next to them, was a little pitiful for the person chasing behind. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, you say, is it good to lie to people? His family is doing a decent business. He has an uncle who is a 5th-level official in the capital. Just because he is delaying the doctor's treatment, you lie to him? It's not called lying. I am helping him. Didn't the investigation say that he always wants to make a lot of money through his own efforts and then buy as many lottery tickets as he can? I'll let him invest some money to build the swimming pool. Later, I will give him an idea and let him put his mind on business. This is great kindness. A kind person like me, is it getting less and less? You're lying to people while saying that you're doing a good thing. Then, you give him an idea to do something reliable. You still leave merits. It is too hard for you. Good person, I will burn incense for you when I go home and set up a long life memorial tablet for you. Wang Wan teased Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, she was very excited. It had been a long time since she saw Xiaobao lie to people. But it was good to lie to that guy. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do all day. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a park in Izhou City. Although it was called a park, there were no walls. This place was developed later. The area was not small. In the past, it was a slum. It was dirty and difficult to treat. The terrain was also low. When there was a lot of rain, mosquitoes and flies would wreak havoc. Later, when the city was expanded, it was moved away. The people were very happy and lived in new houses. Fewer people fell ill in the summer. A small lake was dug out and connected by winding rivers and canals. A gravel road was paved and flowers and trees were planted. In the summer, people had a place to play. They could hold an open-air barbecue, go boating, and rent a place to sell snacks. After 2 years, they had earned back half of the money they had invested. It was estimated that in 4 or 5 years, they would be able to make a profit. The money would be returned to the government. The barbecue area in the park was designated. It was only allowed to be barbecued in that area. Those who wanted to bring their own food and had to pay 2 coins. Then, when they were barbecuing, they could throw away the bamboo skewers and paper towels. After they finished eating, they would leave. Someone would come and clean the place. The money they paid was for the person who cleaned the place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got out of the car. They were going to the barbecue area. Originally, they wanted to take their younger brothers and sisters out for a walk. However, the little guys had their eyes on the boy who liked to play games. They didn't know what the little guys were going to do. Were they going to use fatigue tactics to make the little boy feel uncomfortable when he saw Monopoly in the future? Or were they going to use Monopoly to give him more in-depth education? They were going to increase the difficulty of the game. When the level was high, they would learn a lot about geography and biology while playing. For example, the simplest Monopoly game could be played by just rolling a die. Wherever they reached, they would put a sign that belonged to them and wait for others to enter to collect money. Xiao Bei and the others played a different game. They had to consider many things. For example, after rolling the die twice, they would reach a market. If they wanted to own a share, they would buy 20 carts of food. When they played the die again, they would move forward, and when they sold the food to make money. When it rained, the food would become moldy and lose money. Adults found this kind of game interesting. Children could learn a lot of common knowledge from it. It was more useful than learning from books. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't guess what the little guys were going to do, so they left them home to play games with others. The two of them could enjoy the scenery of the park while enjoying the barbecue. At the same time, they could also trick the rich young master. The two of them felt that life was too beautiful. They only envied Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Oh my God, it's so good to be an immortal. I'm not afraid of getting sick. Immortal, wait for me, I'm sick. The rich young master ran all the way to the park. When he saw a woman and an old man get off the car and walk inside, he waved his hands and shouted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted as if they didn't hear him. They still walked at a leisurely pace. They didn't even take the barbecue. The coachman had already found a shady place to stop. He took out a book and read while waiting. Chapter 1270. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the barbecue area, the rich man behind them was still chasing and shouting. He was also tired after running all the way. God, save me, I'm sick. The rich man didn't care if there were others around him and shouted very stubbornly. When he ran to the two people in front, the two people turned around and looked at him. One of them said, "This person is sick. You can see it too?" The rich man heard the voice and asked in surprise. The man curled his lips. "You're seriously sick?" Yes, I'm dying. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to chase the god." The rich man was more and more convinced that he was sick, and he secretly scolded the doctor before for being a quack. When he chased into the barbecue area, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were choosing a grill. They didn't bring anything when they came, so they had to spend more money to rent or buy something here. The barbecue area specialized in renting and selling these things, and the price was 10% higher than outside. For example, a normal grill, 1 meter long, the standard one outside was 95 copper coins, but here it was 105 copper coins, and if it was rented, it would be 7 copper coins, and it would be recouped after a dozen or so rentals. Some people found it troublesome and didn't bring anything when they came out to barbecue, so they bought it here. Or some people brought their own grill and had to take it back to repair, so they rented it first. Some people made money, and some people got convenience. There were all kinds of grills, and you could even roast a whole lamb if you wanted. In addition to the grill, there were also sticks. There were 2 kinds of materials, bamboo and iron, and the thickness and length were different. It depended on what you wanted to roast. If the meat was big, you could only use iron sticks. If it was bamboo, it would be tiring. You had to keep fanning, otherwise you would break the sides. If the meat was small, you could use bamboo. After roasting it, there would be a smell of bamboo. There were also shops selling charcoal around. Bamboo charcoal, and stone charcoal were all available, and there were also several kinds of special wood. Perhaps some people felt that they were good at cooking and wanted to show off by smoking and roasting. The most important thing was the food provided by the barbecue area. Other than beef, there were all kinds of normal meat. Of course, there were no tigers or pandas. Pandas were not allowed to be eaten now. Under normal circumstances, tigers could not be caught and sold here. Occasionally, there would be frozen wolf meat, snake meat, and bamboo rats. These were all strange things. Most people wouldn't buy them, and could only freeze them. Normally, the meat of mutton, pork, and poultry would be delivered early in the morning with ice placed underneath to maintain a relatively low temperature. Otherwise, it would not be easy to sell the meat when it was almost evening. As for the meat that was bad, it could not be bad, but the color would change and the meat would gradually loosen. When people pressed it, they would shake their heads and not buy it. Not far from where the meat was sold, there were vegetables and soy products. There were also mushrooms and the like. The vegetables were placed separately, just like the meat. The price was 20% higher than outside. The soy products were even 30% higher. The mushrooms were only slightly more expensive. It was not that they did not want to raise the price of the vegetables and meat, but the people in charge of the park did not allow it. If the price was too high, people would not buy it. The park was a long-term place, and they could not suddenly scare people away. Next to the vegetables were seasonings. There was even a special piece of land in the park where onions and other green vegetables were planted. Usually, the people in charge of the park would eat it themselves. If someone wanted to buy it, they could go in and pick it. This was expensive. Otherwise, the people in charge of the park would have to go out and buy it themselves. The previous provincial governor was really good. Don't look at it as a simple park. With it, not only did it solve the sanitation and environmental problems of the local slums, but it will also provide profits for the government in the future. More importantly, this park can make people closer to each other and increase the harmonious relationship between the local people. When people of all classes enter the park, there will be less of a sense of hierarchy, especially when everyone brings their families and children to run around. Many of the barriers created by society itself will be reduced. Everyone may have different attitudes towards the same adults, but they treat their children the same. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the idle and busy people and praised the outgoing provincial governor. The provincial governor had already entered the capital and had been evaluated as excellent for 3 consecutive years. In the last year, he had completed the construction of this park and received an excellent evaluation. This was personally said by Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to use this method to tell the other officials that when considering the economy, they should consider the relationship between the environment and the people's livelihood. After Zhang Xiaobao, who rarely directly participated in the affairs of the imperial court officials, took action that time, countless officials were excited. It turned out that the road to the capital was so easy. At that time, Li Longji shook his head and said to Gao Lishur that it was easy to enter the capital, but it was not easy to do things with a heart for the people. He wanted to see how many people could persevere. Wang Wen also thought highly of the previous provincial governor. He was a capable official, but he could not always let a capable official stay in one place. After a long time, it would cause the local people to only recognize the official and forget the emperor. Just like her and Xiaobao, the two of them could not stay in one place for too long. Even if they were now holding the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Provincial Governor of Northern Hebei Province, the two of them still had to leave. The reason why they did not send other officials there was because other officials there could not come up with a good idea. That was the country's military and economic strategic location. Therefore, it was easy for others to do things wrong. At the same time, Shi and Xiao Bao could not enter the capital to be officials, because Xiao Bao's father was a minister there. In other words, the two of them would always be wandering around the country. Immortal, fairy, I finally caught up. I am crazy. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were thinking about local governance issues, the rich man came over breathlessly. After greeting the two of them, he was thirsty and pointed at the open bamboo shop next to him. Give me a cup of water and some salt. Oh, 3 cups. What if the immortal is thirsty too? In the open door of the small shop, someone immediately brought 3 cups of water. The rich man took one first and held it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Old immortal, drink some water. Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately take the cup. Instead, he stared at the rich man's hand holding the cup. He looked as if he was calculating, muttering some inexplicable words such as fingerprints matching stars, length matching heaven and earth, and so on. After he finished calculating, Zhang Xiaobao said to the rich man, "It is fate that we meet. Forget it. I will give you a ride today. Young Master Huang, drink some water and take a rest. We will talk about other things." You, how do you know my surname is Huang? The rich man was frightened, but after thinking about it, he became excited again. Yes, you are right. My surname is Huang. My father named me Yao Bin, the name Lu Yuan. It means that one should not forget one's origin in the long journey of life. Is it right to protect the prosperity of the Huang family? Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for him to finish. He looked up at the sky and said, Yes, yes, yes. Immortal. You are really an immortal. My name is Huang Yaobin. My surname is Lu Yuan. That's right, that's right. This year 1 year has passed, and 3 months have passed. 21 years and 3 months have passed. Is it right? Yes, it is right. Immortal. How did you calculate? Can I learn it? Huang Yaobin, whose name and age were calculated, asked expectantly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Yes or no, it is up to fate. Drink the water. Okay, I will drink. Fate, I am definitely a person of fate. Huang Yaobin raised his head and poured the water into his stomach. He asked again, Immortal you two are here today, for I have not eaten for many years. I miss it. Today, I will eat a little, looking at the endless celestial palaces, but missing the noise of the mortal world. Zhang Xiaobao saw a tree branch moving in the distance. He quickly adjusted his direction as he spoke. A gust of wind blew, causing his hair and beard to fly in the wind. This time, not only was the person who delivered the water and Huang Yao been dumbfounded, Wang Wan was also full of admiration. He could even make use of the wind. It could be seen how deep the foundation of deception was. Professional, really professional. The waiter who delivered the water swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, Immortal, may I ask, do you know my surname? Yang. Your name is Yang Dong Shui. Zhang Xiaobao answered quickly this time. The waiter bent his knees and was about to kneel. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and helped him up. Then his eyes could not leave Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to remember the immortal's appearance. Immortal, what else can you calculate? The waiter asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. You don't need to search for immortals. Just ask your heart. I will give you a word, righteous. Walk the right path. Maintain a righteous heart, and your future will be limitless. Go. Oh, I remember. I will be a good person in the future. When I sell things, I will not lie. I am loyal and patriotic. I will be good to the elderly and children. I will work seriously and not be afraid of hard work. The waiter promised. The more he spoke, the straighter his back became. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand again. The waiter retreated with a respectful expression. You go and rest first. I will wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao said to Huang Yaobin. Huang Yaobin also respectfully found a place to sit. There were many chairs of different lengths. He did not need to spend any money to sit. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood by the lake, she asked puzzledly, Huang Yaobin, this is the one we asked people to investigate. As for the other waiter, how do you know he is called Yang Dong Shui? He is a waiter here. It is written on the sign in front of his chest. There is also a portrait that looks similar to him. Below is a certificate from the medical center. It says that he is very healthy and does not have any infectious diseases. Didn't you see it? Zhang Xiaobao explained in a low voice. Wang Wan angrily glared at Zhang Xiaobao and muttered, Liar. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao bowed and thanked him with a gourd. Huang Yaobin, who had rested for a while, ran over and stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not dare to make a sound as he curiously looked at the lake. He did not know why these two immortals liked to stand here. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also did not speak. The two of them enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the lake together. If there was no Huang Yaobin, it would be even better. The two of them could lean against each other and hum while watching the willows move and the water ripple in the wind. Thinking that there was still someone waiting to be deceived, the two of them temporarily put down their good mood. They turned around and looked at Huang Yaobin at the same time. Huang Yaobin opened his eyes. His gaze was full of expectation. Young Master Huang, tell me about this park. What did you experience in the secular world? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to understand Huang Yaobin more. He wanted to have a better understanding of Huang Yaobin so that after deceiving him, he could think of a better way out. Huang Yaobin thought about it and sighed. It is too sad to be sick in the secular world. Chapter 1271. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless when he heard Huang Yaobin's answer. He had no choice but to ask, "How is the park? Should it be repaired? A park in the mortal world?" Huang Yaobin had been thinking about the mortal world. He repeated the question and lowered his head to think about it. Then he said, "Good, very good. What's good about it?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "First of all, this park in the mortal world is big enough. It won't be crowded even if groups of people walk in it. When it was built, the scenery was very good. It doesn't make people feel bored and monotonous. There are flowers, grass, water, trees, and even fake mountains. Immortal, you may not know this, but in the beginning, this wasn't a park. It was a place for the poor to live. Later, when Governor Wang saw that the city was going to be expanded, he moved the people out. It was originally a low-lying and useless place where there was a lot of rain and water. He didn't let people fill in the soil and directly dug a big lake. Some of the soil that was dug out was used to raise other places. Some of it was transported outside the city and paved in the wasteland. This made the wasteland much better. Although the people who lived here before made the place very dirty and messy, the soil under their feet was very good. Isn't it amazing? Ordinary people can't even think of such a good idea, let alone do it. It's a pity that Governor Wang has already left. He went to the capital to be an official with my uncle. If he could stay, I believe that in 5 years, Yizhou will be even more beautiful." Huang Yaobin spoke clearly and logically. He was indeed a child of a rich family. Even if he had many flaws, he had learned a lot under the influence of others since he was young. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything. Huang Yaobin probably thought that his answer wasn't comprehensive enough. He anxiously thought about it and said, "However, now that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here, they have started to build a new district outside. When the time comes, the two sides will be connected. It will form a very good traffic environment, rich cultural atmosphere, frequent trade and business, and stable political situation. The local area will be very prosperous." Huang Yao used a bunch of very consecutively. After he finished speaking, he smiled embarrassedly, as if he didn't say it properly just now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan also had a smile in her eyes, he nodded. He felt that the Huang Yao in front of him was very different from what the intelligence report said. The intelligence report said that the Huang Yao in front of him did not have any status in the Huang family. Moreover, the third young master, who was somewhat of a hedonistic son, was not as bad as others thought. "Oh, so there's such a thing. Let me do the math." Zhang Xiaobao still had to pretend and began to count his fingers again. Huang Yao originally stared at it attentively, hoping to learn something from it. However, she realized that the speed at which the deity pinched was too fast. There were many marks on her fingers. If she pinched herself, it would hurt a lot. Zhang Xiaobao was also in pain. While thinking about things, he pinched his fingers and unconsciously used too much force. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked Huang Yaobao, "Is this bustling scene because of the park?" "There's a reason for it, but it isn't." Huang Yaobin answered. "What's the reason?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "It's because of the war. Our great Tang is bullying people now. It's not bullying, it's just teaching people a lesson when they don't listen. Don't you think that Duosher has nothing better to do? It's fine if they don't want to submit to us, but when they see that we have dealt with the Turks in Tubo, they want to occupy those places. How bold do you think they are? We have just dealt with the people in those places and haven't even developed them yet, but they want to take it away. How hard do you think Cuckoo and Xiao Bao have been fighting? They're scheming and scheming. How can we let them have it? Look, the two of them got angry and started to deal with Duosher. As they dealt with Duosher, they also took over Duosher's former territory, which is now called India. They still have a lot of resources and minerals. When the time comes, they will transport them back. Our Yizhou is relatively closer to it, so there are benefits to be had. Otherwise, why would the two of them start to build a new city? The two of them are more powerful than Governor Wang, much more powerful. They are like gods. Do you know the two of them? I heard that the two of them came down from above. Could it be that you are here to capture them?" Huang Yaobin thought as he spoke. When he reached this point, the expression in his eyes changed. He took a step back with his right foot and made a kicking motion. He placed his hands on his waist, as if he was about to punch. I don't know them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. There are 9 layers of heaven, and there are 9 layers of heaven. There are endless layers. Maybe the 2 of them you're talking about are from above. Oh, if they are not here to capture them, then they are from above. The 2 of them are very powerful. If you see them, you have to be more respectful. Otherwise, millions of ordinary people in Great Tang will curse you. Huang Yaobin didn't forget to threaten them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yaobin with a gentle gaze and said, "Yes, with your current condition, who would dare to be disrespectful to them? Your illness, actually wait." Huang Yaobin interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. "There is no hurry to treat the illness. Since the 2 of you are here, shouldn't you do something? You can't spend all day sightseeing." Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and secretly admired Huang Yaobin. Huang Yaobin was indeed not an ordinary person. What was he thinking all day? How dare he lecture the immortals in front of him? Are you afraid or not? Wang Wan added at this time, "We want to see this park. When we go to other places, we can build one. The park is popular, and it is easy to earn merit points." That's right. Huang Yaobin returned to his previous respectful appearance, which made Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao deeply understand the contradiction of human nature. I don't know about other parks, but the park in Ezhou can earn merit points very quickly. You don't know, after the park is built, there will be adults bringing their children here when they are not busy. Some will row boats, some will barbecue, and some will find a place to play football. As long as the children have someone to play with, it doesn't matter what they play. Even if they are running around on the grass, they are very happy. Do you know the result? I don't think you understand. Immortals are less angry after being immortals for a long time. Many families have fewer quarrels. Usually, they don't have anywhere to go, so they stay at home. Of course, they're in a bad mood. Now that there's a big park, they're in a good mood. This is in the field of psychology. Psychology, understand? Ever since Huang Yaobin mentioned Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he changed completely. It seemed that he was not as afraid of immortals as he was in the beginning. He felt that if immortals wanted to do something to him, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would definitely not sit by and watch. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. "You still have the nerve to talk to me about psychology? Don't you know how you got this illness? Don't you study psychology and use it on others?" However, Zhang Xiaobao felt the change in Huang Yaobin. After thinking about it, he understood this was the power of faith. It was also the motivation for him and Wang Wan to continue working hard to improve the overall standards of the Tang Dynasty. What a good family member. For Wang Wan and himself, he actually chose to fight immortals in an instant. He even made an offensive move. Who else could he lie to but him? Lie, he had to lie. Let him fix the swimming pool first, then find him a better job to do. Don't think about buying lottery tickets all day and spend a lot of money. Huang Yaobin did not know the identity of the immortals in front of him. He followed his own thoughts and said, "Since you can calculate my name and age, I believe you can also calculate my family. My family is very big, and there are neighbors left and right. They are not bad, but they used to have conflicts because of the land. Now they can't own the land, but the previous conflict has always been there. That day, I came over with 2 ladies to play. Guess what I saw? Both of their families were barbecuing and had conflicts. When they were barbecuing, they didn't stop and competed with each other. They bought all the meat that they couldn't sell. There were many people in their family. There were many children, and the adults didn't like each other. The children didn't care about that and kept running around. The 2 children of the family ran to the barbecue area. When they smelled the aroma, they stood there and waited for food. The children were young and insensible. One was 3 years old, and the other was 3.5 years old. Perhaps they felt that all the barbecued food belonged to them. When the barbecue was done, they reached out for it. The adults of the other family knew who they were. When they saw them reach out, they had no choice but to give each of them a skewer. Worried that they would hurt themselves while eating, they had to help take the meat down. Isn't this a normal thing? When you see other people's children, even if you have conflicts, you can't harm them, right? How bad is that person's heart? If anyone dares to do this, the Huang family will directly take action against them. In the end, When the family saw that their children were being taken care of, according to etiquette, they had to suppress their conflicts and get someone to send some food to the children of this family. Because of this small matter, the two families got in touch again and got along quite well. You immortals don't understand this. This is the influence of a good public environment that can accept all levels of society and provide relaxation and entertainment. Don't you think it's amazing? Are you scared? After giving a lecture to the immortals, Huang Yao's mood was as good as the weather. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proudly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really scared. Could this be the legendary hedonistic son of a rich family? If all hedonistic sons of a rich family had such talent, planes would be everywhere in the Tang Dynasty in 10 years. Okay, when we go back in the future, we'll learn from the higher-ups and see if we can succeed. There are fewer people at the top, so it's not easy to gather. The higher the level of the people, the more despicable they are. Then, for their own selfish reasons, they will harm the people below. Zhang Xiaobao said, pick the food to be roasted and try it. Huang Yao took out money first, meaning that he was treating today. The immortals probably didn't have money on them. The three of them went to the butcher's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse Huang Yao's bill. When they found out his identity in the future, they would treat him to a few meals. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Huang Yao was looking at the special meat frozen in the ice and said, just eat the mutton. There's no need for other things like snakes and mice. Huang Yaobin readily followed the advice and said to the butcher, 5 pounds of mutton, cut it into pieces this big. Skewer it and use the bamboo skewers. Huang Yao measured it. It was about 1.5 centimeters in diameter. If it was too big, it would take a lot of effort to roast it with bamboo skewers. If it was too small, it wouldn't taste good and wouldn't be satisfying. The butcher quickly cut the meat according to the requirements. With a call, a few people came over, washed their hands, and busily skewered the meat together. The three of them bought a few vegetables and went to the place to choose the seasoning. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask for the seasoning that was prepared by others. Instead, he tasted it himself. According to the year and the strength of the flavor, he ordered a few spices and seasonings. He didn't mix them together and sprinkled them separately. The barbecue rack was also paid for by Huang Yao. It was rented and cleaned, so he didn't need to care about anything. It only cost 2 coins per person, so it wasn't expensive. After everything was arranged, Huang Yao remembered the important matter and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Immortal, you see my illness? It needs to be treated. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1272. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had already lit up the charcoal fire. Wang Wan was roasting a bunch of dried tofu, scallions, chives, and shredded ham. Because other food would take a long time to be eaten, this one could be eaten after brushing oil on it and flipping it casually. The fire was good and the speed was fast. It took less than half a minute. Huang Yaobin glanced at it and also put a few skewers on the grill, but it was obvious that his mind was not on eating. Seeing that the fairy beside him was about to roast a bunch of skewers at the same time, he immediately went over and wanted to share. Your illness is actually not an illness. Zhang Xiaobao signaled to Huang Yaobin that he did not need to help. He twisted the whole bundle of skewers into a fan shape and gently knocked them on the grill. The water on the meat fell on the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound, and a fishy smell of water vapor rose. Then what is mine? Huang Yaobin asked, and was flustered again. The charcoal fire was too red, and the skewers he put on the charcoal were already black. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at him and knew that Huang Yaobin did not do such work at home. What was there to panic about? Just pick up the skewers and it will be fine. Could it be that a playboy still thought about what Meng Zi said? But that was not what he meant. You have to be diligent in doing small things on a daily basis. Zhang Xiaobao advised Huang Yaobin. Huang Yaobin knew that he was referring to his current situation. He showed an embarrassed expression and explained, When I was young, no one asked me to do it. When I grew up, no one asked me to do it. Therefore, I was afraid that people would laugh at me, so I did not do it. You cannot do it because you are afraid of being laughed at. Ridicule is a kind of belittling, but isn't it another way of encouraging? What is there to be afraid of being laughed at? Know your shortcomings and improve a little bit. There will be a time when you do well. Those who laugh at others are not as good as others. Through their previous conversation, Zhang Xiaobao admired Zhang Xiaobao a lot, so he said a few more words. If he were an ordinary person, Zhang Xiaobao would not say that. Being a good teacher might not be good to others. That was why there was a saying that good medicine was bitter to the mouth and good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Huang Yao was very smart. Imitating Zhang Xiaobao, he flipped the meat skewers in his hand back and forth. He echoed, "That's right. Those who laugh at others see other people's shortcomings. Using one's own length to compare with others' shortcomings, one's own shortcoming will last forever. There should be 3 people walking together. Each one has their own teacher, taking the other's long and making up for one's shortcoming. Therefore, those who laugh at others are not as good as those who are laughed at and are not ashamed of their own shortcoming." What are you talking about? While Zhang Xiaobao and Huang Yaobao were talking, a waiter came over with a small jar of wine in his hand. Hearing the waiter's words, he blankly asked. Wang Wan knew that the waiter came over to give a jar of wine, and it was very likely that the waiter paid for it himself. After thinking for a while, she did not pay for it. Instead, she said to the waiter, "Of the 2 of them, one said that you don't usually work, and the other said that when I was young, my family didn't let me do it. Later, when I grew up and wanted to learn, I was afraid that others would laugh at me. Then, the person who laughed at me said, 'Don't be afraid. If others laugh at you, you should think of it as the reason for your hard work. Study seriously. The person who laughed at you is not as good as you.' The other person said, 'That's right. The person who digested me used his own strong points to compare with me, a person who just started learning. When he won, he felt that he was good, but in fact, he would never be able to improve on his weak points. Looking at 3 people, one of them will definitely be able to be my teacher. That is to say, the person who laughed at others is not as good as him in terms of modesty and learning. When he compared himself, he would be inferior to him.' When the waiter, Yang Dong Shui, heard Wang Wan's words, his eyes lit up and he nodded happily. 'Thank you, I know. I will definitely learn well in the future. When I see others, I will first think of what they are better than me. This jar of wine is my gift to the immortals. No, it's a salute.' Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and said to the waiter, Yang Dong Shui, 'We are fated to meet. Go, ask him and let him take your wine.' Zhang Xiaobao, who was grilling something, was depressed. 'Why is it me again? He gave you the wine, but you didn't pay. You insisted on talking to him and then asked me to take it. If I take the wine, I must give him some benefits. It's said that we are fated to meet, and I am respected by him. At least I should enlighten him.' Zhang Xiaobao complained in his heart. He glanced at Wang Wan, which meant, 'It's me. If it were someone else, they would have been cheated to death by you.' Wang Wan blinked and changed to an eggplant. She took the wire and put on the grill. Her meaning was, 'You can come back later and grill the eggplant with garlic. Hurry up and tell the waiter.' After the 2 of them silently communicated, Zhang Xiaobao compromised. He moved the uncooked meat skewers to Xiaohua's area and turned to take the jar of wine. He said to Yang Dong Shui, 'It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. It is better to teach you a skill than to give you a million. Go and get a pen and paper.' When Yang Dong Shui heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. His legs seemed to be frozen, and he moved woodenly. He turned around with great effort and walked back a few steps before his legs gave out. He looked back at the immortals with fluttering hair and beard in disbelief. The muscles on his face twitched irregularly as he took large strides and ran away. Huang Yao looked on enviously. He thought to himself, 'A jar of wine can get so many benefits?' Then he thought of the guests he had invited today and began to look forward to it. With the money he had spent, he could buy many jars of wine. Wang Wan's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. Her face was full of happiness. This was the man she had chosen. It seemed that nothing was difficult for him. He had an idea in the blink of an eye. Yang Dongshui left quickly and returned just as quickly. He carried a pile of things, including a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone. When he got close, he pulled out the board under his arm and held it with his hand so that the immortals could use it as a cushion. 'Don't you know how to get a pencil?' Zhang Xiaobao first looked at the eggplant that Wang Wan had placed on the wire. He cut it open with a knife and turned back to grind the ink. Immortals also use pencils? Yang Dongshui asked embarrassedly. Huang Yao said, immortals are omnipotent. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao had been practicing with Wang Wan since he was young. With the guidance of the old man, he was not afraid of calligraphy. He picked up the brush and thought about it. He moved his wrist and wrote on the paper in block letters. After a while, he finished writing and told the little shop assistant, Yang Dongshui, remember, don't use other cheap ingredients. Because the sweetness of the sugar varies, you have to taste it carefully every time. Don't put too much in it, especially for children who like to eat it. It's not good for their health if they eat too much. The things in the water have to be cleaned and the internal organs must be salted. Yang Dongshui nodded repeatedly. I don't dare, I don't dare. I will listen to Old Immortal. Old Immortal, what is written on it? If I ask someone and they learn it, what will I do? Old Immortal, you passed it to me. You can't read? Zhang Xiaobao's face changed. My family was originally from the West. When I came here with my family, I was already 13 years old. Until now, I haven't been registered. My father said that it's better to have more labor. Once I'm registered, I have to go to school. So, I've been like this for now. Yang Dongshui explained. Huang Yao looked at Yang Dongshui in surprise and asked, who gave you your name? Who gave you the health certificate? The health certificate has nothing to do with one's place of birth. Health is health. My name was given by a fortune teller. He didn't spend any money. He said that the willow beside the embankment would be the tree that flows east. Yang Dongshui said. Huang Yao understood that the little shop assistant didn't even have a surname before. He sighed and said, that fortune teller was good. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River both flow east. He hoped that you would come from there and protect your country like other people in this country. Yang Dongshui still nodded. I swear, I'll be good to this country. In fact, I'm a person from this country. Really, living here is better than living in the past. Let me ask, who should I look for to read the words? I have to listen to others while doing it. Otherwise, I can't remember. My family is illiterate. You. Huang Yao was in a dilemma. He couldn't teach him now. What if he looked for someone else and they learned it? After thinking for a while, Huang Yao had an idea. How about this? When you have time, go to the Zhang family and Wang family's restaurants, Haiyun Jian and by Haiyun Sha. Grab one of them and say that you have found a way to make money. Ask the person you grabbed to teach you personally. That will work. Won't they learn it and use it themselves? Yang Dongshui finally understood the pain of not being able to read. He couldn't find anyone to teach him a prescription given by a deity. Huang Yao sneered, haha, don't worry. If you look for them, they won't take your things. They will teach you seriously until they have taught you. They will help you keep it a secret and even tell you how not to let others learn it easily. Why? The shop assistant didn't understand. You still have the nerve to say that you are from Tang. Because you can use this to make money. When the time comes, you can teach it to your family and go to school in your hometown. If your family is rich, why would they care about a laborer like you? Huang Yao shook his head and thought that this person was stupid. Why would a Zhang family and Wang family covet your little thing? I still have a younger brother and sister. Yang Dongshui meant that there were many children at home and many laborers. They're all going to school. Let me tell you, if you can't trust the Zhang family and Wang family, there is no one in life that you can trust. In fact, you only need to ask them, and they will investigate your background. When the time comes, you can't even not go to school. Your father can't stop you at all. Huang Yao said to Yang Dongshui as he helped him fold the paper that had already dried up. There was a glimmer of hope in Yang Dongshui's eyes. He had always been looking forward to learning to read. He looked gratefully at the two deities and the son of a rich family in front of him. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He got up, picked up the things, and ran away. Huang Yao revealed a smile. Just now, Yang Dongshui didn't say the word thank you. He was telling him that a big favor couldn't be expressed with words. Perhaps he didn't understand the meaning of these 5 words, but he expressed it. Xinghong, which skill did you teach him? Wang Wan didn't see the words on the paper and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was almost amused by Wang Wan's question. What skill? Do you know how many skills there are in total? Thinking this in his heart, he said, the meatball and fishball skills. I told him to buy the meat that others didn't sell that day. Go home and chop it into stuffing. Mix it with the river snails and other things with shells to make it. Then add starch, steam it, and sell it. Chapter 1273. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she frowned and said, "You're asking him to buy the leftover meat and the things in the river. Aren't you afraid that he'll die from eating them? Leftover meat isn't bad meat. It's not easy to sell the next day, and it's not good to freeze it either. People who eat it will know at a glance. It's cheap when you buy it. Also, I said to throw it away overnight because starch decomposes quickly and it's easy to breed more bacteria. It's troublesome to clean the things in the river first, but don't tell me that the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant doesn't have a lot of procedures and isn't troublesome. I also asked him to marinate it with salt first to kill the parasites. Make it at night and sell in the morning. When others roast it and heat it up, there's basically no problem. You know the skill I taught you. It's the second skill. The things in the river aren't chopped up, but wrapped in a ball of meat. The outer part is put in the mouth, and it's easy to bite through. It also has a strong meat and seasoning aroma. The inner part is the fishy smell of the creatures in the water. At the same time, it's chewy. Both adults and children like to eat it." Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan thought for a moment and asked, "Water creatures are cold by nature. It's easy to eat them and harm the body. Western medicine diagnoses microbes and bacteria. In Chinese medicine, cold damages the spleen and stomach. What if children get sick from eating too much?" "Impossible. How can you not know our prescription? Seasonings can be said to promote and counter each other. Since I wrote it, I naturally know the trick." Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Wang Wan understood. Xiaobao meant that she didn't know that he sold 13 spices. She wouldn't consider such a thing. "That I know. There's ginger and garlic in the seasoning, and there's a lot of meat on the outside. There's only one thing inside. If you want to eat too much, you'll feel bloated. Old immortal, speaking of illnesses, there's one waiting to be saved." Huang Yao looked at Zhang Xiaobao eagerly. Wang Wan was relieved and continued to look at her eggplant. Zhang Xiaobao still had to take care of Huang Yao. He said to him, "Your illness isn't an illness, it's fate. Your fate is wood, right?" "Yes, I'm wood life. I have the 8 characters of birth." Huang Yao was originally full of energy. Wood people are afraid of insects. It's your life that you're afraid of insects. But the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other, so water should be eliminated. Am I right? Zhang Xiaobao's fake hair and beard were blown up by the wind again. Huang Yao felt the same way. He glared and said, Yes, that water. It can't be that it's fine to just let me drink it, right? I drink water every day." "Not really." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Since it is your destiny, you should combine the numbers of heaven, earth, and man. The Tao of heaven is indistinct and difficult to find. The Tao of earth is determined by the heavens. Therefore, the indistinct is indistinct. The heavens and the earth contain water. Water comes from the heavens and the earth." Huang Yao was clearly nervous. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous, since this was related to the heavens and earth. Wang Wan held back her laughter. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. He really knew how to make things up. What water of heaven and earth? Why haven't I heard of it before? Why don't you just say that you're digging a hole to build a swimming pool? Huang Yao didn't know that he was being tricked. He asked again, "Old immortal, how do I replenish the water of heaven and earth?" "Dig the earth, build the pool, and use the harmony of the people." Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked at the sky as if he was trying to understand the Tao of heaven. "Old immortal, I know about digging the earth and building the pool, but what about the harmony of the people?" Huang Yao didn't think about money. He had money. The harmony of the people is when you put water in the hole you dug. Someone has to go in. Zhang Xiaobao started to talk about the key points. "Oh, do I have to drown them?" "No, old immortal. If I really do that, other people will drown on the first day. I don't think I'll be able to see the sun on the second day. Do you think Xiaobao and Cuckoo are vegetarians? They will make me die miserably. I really can't do that, old immortal." Huang Yao Bin was scared out of his wits. Luckily, he was sick and could hold on for a few days. If he really did what old immortal said, he wouldn't have a chance. His entire family would be implicated, including his uncle who was an official in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yaobin and thought to himself, why aren't you taking the hint? Weren't you very smart just now, using your brain to think? After that, he thought that Huang Yaobin was in the middle of it and couldn't think of anything. He could only remind him personally, it's not death, the harmony of the people is life. The weather is hot, and the children will lose a cool place to go. Also, swimming is good for the body. Do you understand? Huang Yaobin blinked and looked at the sky. He then nodded and said happily, I understand. I will go home immediately and get people to build a swimming pool for the children in the school. Use the best materials. I will personally supervise it. You can't do it in the city. There is no space in the city. It needs at least 9%. You can build a new city. It's not bad. There is still space there. Also, you can find the best construction company. I believe the cost will be reduced. Zhang Xiaobao quickly corrected him. If they built it in the city, what would happen to the new city? In the future, the city would need to be renovated. Wouldn't it be a waste of money, manpower, and resources? Huang Yaobin didn't even think and said, right, I forgot. There is still the new city. Xiaobao and Cuckoo built it. It will be very useful in the future. I will not find other construction companies. I will find them directly. The quality is the best in the Tang. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Also, their fees are very reasonable. It's just that my family has a lot of money and will ask for more. It doesn't matter, they can ask for more. After all, their construction company is not for profit. They will use the extra money to build the school and other basic things. Okay, I will do as Old Immortal says. But, Old Immortal, I have worms in my stomach. Can I still make it? Don't die before the swimming pool is built. I still want to live for a few more decades. Life comes before the heart. First, tell them that you want to build 9 swimming pools. Then, take the money and let others build them. Although they're not fully built yet, the heavenly Tao will not ignore you. That is to say, as long as you decide and start investing, it will be the beginning of the treatment. When the swimming pools are fully built, the children will swim in them, and your illness will be completely cured. Zhang Xiaobao did not want Huang Yaobin to lose hope. That would be really painful for him. He was helping others, but he ended up harming them. It would be a shadow in his heart in the future. Huang Yaobin was relieved. Okay, I will go now. Don't worry. With the two of us here, what are you worried about? Zhang Xiaobao was still hoping to interact more with Huang Yaobin and see what he was suitable for. Then, he would make arrangements for him. Now that Huang Yaobin had left, he would have to find a way to interact with him personally. The information sent back previously was not accurate. Perhaps it was because there was not enough time to analyze it. Oh, I'm not worried. With the immortals here, unless I do something that harms Tang Dynasty, it will be fine. Xiaobao and Cuckoo will not come to deal with me. Huang Yaobin believed in the immortals in front of him. He believed that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not be able to stop them if they wanted to take his life. Zhang Xiaobao took the meat skewers again and looked at them. They were cooked. He sprinkled some seasoning on them and then looked at the eggplant in front of Wang Wan. The outer skin of the eggplant had been roasted black, and there were quite a few of them. Huang Yaobin leaned over and looked at the eggplant. He sniffed and suddenly said, "It is still tender on the inside. It is the same as the other places in Tang Dynasty. The people there are sad. For example, Yangdong Shui. Yeah, I guess they have already started?" Zhang Xiaobao looked to the west and mumbled. Chapter 1274. Wang Wan also looked towards the west. Like Zhang Xiaobao, what she cared about the most was not the attack on Duoshi, but the rescue and revenge. The revenge against Zhen La and the rescue of the people in the west. This was because this kind of thing was more direct to the citizens of the country. The citizens only supported the large army in battle to show the strength of the country. However, the citizens were more concerned about when the imperial court would come to save them if they were in a dangerous situation one day. If they were bullied, how would the imperial court take revenge? Wang Wan understood. Once all of this was done, there would not be a situation where the people were easily bought over by other countries. It was fine if one was weak, as long as there was a strong and powerful country behind them. For example, when the princess of Jinsheng was married to Tubo, She had a hard time for a period of time, but now she had the final say in the entire region. She was still the same person, but what changed was the country behind her. Therefore, when her status rose, she would use her own efforts to protect her country. Now, she had to focus on that. Old Immortal, the meat is ready. Huang Yaobin did not know what was in the west, but when he saw the change in the color and size of the meat, he quickly reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the meat, nodded, and began to sprinkle seasonings. He put a little salt for his portion, but it was just enough to have a taste. For Wang Wan, he put pepper. He did not know why she liked to eat this. As for Huang Yaobin, he put cumin, pepper, salt, and mustard. He also took out a bag with many small pockets. He pinched out some chili powder from one of the pockets and carefully sprinkled it on the meat. He tried not to waste it, because there were many people who could not eat it. Chili? Old Immortal, you actually have chili. Last year, the uncle in the capital sent a gene back. After eating it, my whole body felt comfortable. Huang Yaobin rubbed his hands and said happily. He did not say that because of his low status in the family, he could only eat a little. Although he had a lot of pocket money, he could not enjoy the good things in the family. When Zhang Xiaobao passed the meat skewers that belonged to Huang Yaobin to him, Huang Yaobin used his fastest speed to peel off 2 pieces of meat and chewed vigorously in his mouth. It was so spicy that tears were about to flow out of his eyes, but he still didn't stop chewing. After swallowing the 2 pieces of meat, Huang Yaobin let out a long breath and stuck out his tongue. Delicious. This is the greatest happiness in life. Another person who felt happy was a merchant who had come from the border between the Great Tang and India. The merchant's surname was Liu, and his first name was Bo. Liu Bo was here to trade with the locals. Don't look down on the border area. It was a remote location, and the locals didn't have a good life. But the merchants liked to come here. They brought very ordinary things from the Great Tang, like salt, sugar, vinegar, cloth, and so on. They could trade for a lot of furs and medicinal herbs with the locals and sell them back at home. The price would be more than 100 times higher, and there was no danger. It was unlike before, where they were afraid of encountering bandits who could change their identities at any time. When they were robbing people, they were bandits, but on normal days, they were civilians. Ever since the Great Tang's imperial court sent troops to clean up the place a few times, the road was stable. Liu Bo relied on this road to make a living, and he knew very well what had happened in the past. There was a bandit gang of about 200 people who lived on this road. They stole half of the goods, and everyone tacitly agreed to it. Sometimes they would take the initiative to visit the mountain and deliver the goods first. This way, they could pay less money. Later on, the leader of the bandit gang died of old age, and the new leader changed the original rules. Not only did he rob, but he also killed. The merchants who relied on this road to make a living had no chance of survival. At that time, the imperial court directly mobilized the army. The bandit gang lived in the area and had a better understanding of the terrain. After losing half of their members, the remaining members changed greatly, and the army couldn't do anything for a while. In the end, just when the bandit gang thought that they were invincible and were the local tyrants, the strong protection team of the Zhang family and Wang family appeared. Liu Bo experienced it personally. He brought the goods here, hoping that he was lucky and could avoid it. Because the imperial court's army was also here, he stayed beside the military camp and found a safe place. He heard the helpless conversation of the soldiers in the army and saw more than 20 people coming from the east. They had the pattern of rice seedlings embroidered on their clothes. At dusk every day, more than 20 people left the camp. Each of them carried a big bag and went into the mountain area in 3 groups. At midnight, the army sent some people out. After dawn, the people who went out came back. Every 2 people dragged a corpse. Liu Bo saw clearly that they were not members of the protection team. From their clothes, he could tell that they were all members of the bandit gang. At noon, another group of soldiers went out. When the sky turned dark, they still dragged the corpses. At dawn, the people of the protection team appeared in the camp. 6 people were beaten and covered in blood, kneeling there like dead dogs. From then on, the journey was unimpeded and there was not a single case of robbery on the road again. It was also at that time that Lu Bo deeply understood how powerful the protection team was. In the past 2 months, there were rumors that the group of more than 20 people were the original guards of the Zhang family and Wang family, the strong protection team number 0. It was said that there were 2 similar teams in the Tang Dynasty. One was to protect the emperor, and the other was to carry out missions for the Zhang family and Wang family. Now Lu Bo saw people wearing the same clothes and the same symbol looking in this direction from afar. Lu Bo suddenly felt that life was so beautiful. He was about to give up hope of returning home alive. He originally came here to exchange things with the locals, but he was caught by the duo cannibals when they hired the locals to carry wood. They did not say that he was caught, but that he was invited and paid. He did not want to come. He did not want to be a bookkeeper for the duo cannibals. He wanted to go home after exchanging goods and use part of the money he earned to buy a set of pearl jewelry for his wife. He also wanted to test his youngest son's mathematics. But the duo cannibals did not agree. They forced him into the team, and so did the people who followed him. Including him, there were a total of 25 people, plus the 166 local people who carried wood. He had been worried. Sure enough, 6 days ago, the duo cannibals tore off their hypocritical mask and revealed their ferocious teeth. Good words turned into knives and sticks. 2 locals were killed, and more people were beaten. As for him, he was more clear about the situation, so he warned the 24 people who followed him to be obedient and not to make unnecessary resistance to avoid casualties. There were still relatives waiting at home. Then, like a spy who had betrayed the motherland, he tried to please the duo cannibals and worked hard to manage the people who came from the exchange place. With his management skills, he arranged the 189 people in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, 2 people died. Otherwise, there would be 191 people. Yesterday, just yesterday, he overheard the duo cannibals' conversation. He knew that they would meet the regular army of his country in about 4 days' journey. He also knew that the duo cannibals planned to use them as meat shields. He was sad and worried, but more than that, he was sad and angry. This morning, he found an opportunity to discuss with the 24 people who followed him. Everyone unanimously decided that when the duo cannibals confronted the national army, they would turn around and fight the duo cannibals. They could not drag the country down. So, the 25 people who made the decision to sacrifice had a smile on their faces. It was a smile of facing death with equanimity. Lu Bo thought of death. He wanted to die as heroically as possible. He believed that the imperial court would take good care of his family. But some people did not want him to die, so he saw the strong protection team. These people used binoculars to observe the entire camp from outside the range of the bows and arrows. They were brazen. He also felt the tension of the duo cannibals. They tied the arms of the people who carried the wood and tied ropes between their legs so that they could not take big steps. They pushed them to the front and shouted to the protection team, saying that if they did not put down their weapons and come over, they would kill them. Lu Bo felt his heart beat faster. He took a deep breath and planned to shout to the protection team to shoot. However, before he could shout, the people from the seedling protection team had already fired. The gunshots broke the silence of the confrontation. One by one, the man-eaters fell to the ground. However, the person carrying the log, Lu Bo, and the rest were fine. After firing, the people from the seedling protection team retreated very quickly. They disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Lu Bo was dumbfounded. Seeing that he and others were still alive, he was very excited. The duo cannibals were dumbfounded. Did they really dare to attack? Did they not care about their own people? The duo cannibals shouted and scolded one by one. They vented their anger on the people carrying the wood and punched and kicked. Lu Bo rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of an idea. He quickly went to find the leader of the duo cannibals, a man named Sanki Feng Dong Na Lu Gu. It sounded like a very awkward name, but when people called him that, it sounded like this. He did not know who was whose father and who was whose son. He reckoned that one of the names had his father in it. Lu Bo disdained the other party's name in his heart and felt much happier. Relying on the trust he gained from his usual good behavior, he found Sanki Feng Dong Na Lu Gu's location. Sanki was angry. When he saw Lu Bo coming over, he stood up and wanted to beat him up. Just as he was about to walk up to Lu Bo, Lu Bo shook his head and said directly, "I have a good idea." Sankey stopped. "What do you mean? I know you want to use us to scare the other party. It's a good idea, but you're wrong. In fact, there's a better way." Lu Bo did not want to be beaten up for nothing. Even if he killed the other party in the end, he would still feel the pain. He thought in his heart, just wait for the protection team to find a way to save us. See if I don't teach you a lesson. However, he had a lackey smile on his face and continued, "Have you noticed a problem? Hurry up and say it." Sankey did not like this way of speaking and revealed a fierce expression. Say it, say it. It's that. Just now, when they opened fire, they only hit your people and did not hit anyone else. This means that the other party did not want to hurt their own people, so the one who fired was the sniper. Those who stood behind the people you tied up were not hit because the sniper was afraid of missing. I thought about it. They care about the lives of their people, but they will not be threatened by you to put down their weapons. Do you think you can threaten them all the way to the capital by killing their people if they don't surrender? Obviously, it's impossible. If it were you, what would you do? As for me, I'm just thinking that since they won't compromise to surrender, can we use their people to block the front while we launch an attack from behind? Let's try using a small group of people first and keep probing to see where their bottom line is. How about this? Next time, you guys push 25 of us up. We have their country's census register. You guys charge and see if they will fight. How about it? Lu Bo shared his idea. In fact, he was thinking that if they were to encounter each other next time, all 25 of them would suddenly lie down and the seedling protection team would be able to shoot them with their machine guns. Then, they would be able to rush over and be safe. Lu Bo believed that the protection team would definitely be able to seize this opportunity. They were the best of the best and had first-class reaction speed. Chapter 1275. Shang-Chi did not know how sinister the merchants of the Tang Empire were, nor did he understand how patriotic the people of a country without Allah were. He only thought that his God, Allah, was the most powerful and worthy of his sacrifice. However, he did not know that there was a civilization called Yin Huang that existed longer than Allah. Shang-Chi thought about it and found someone to discuss it. Finally, he decided to use Lu Bo's method and try it out. The trick of making people surrender directly was not easy to use. When Shang-Chi was happy, he rewarded Lu Bo with a lot of meat as a reward. At the same time, he made an exception and allowed Lu Bo to take a hot bath. Lu Bo took a bath as fast as he could and was very worried when he went back. He was afraid that the protection team would attack the camp at night. He had read in the newspapers that the special rescue team could sacrifice themselves at critical moments to protect the person they were rescuing. Lu Bo did not wish for any loss to the people in the sapling protection team. There were more than 600 people in the sapling protection team. It was not easy to nurture the sapling protection team. It was not worth it to exchange a life for a life during the rescue. He should think of a way to make it easier for the protection team during the rescue. When the rescue was successful, more than 600 duo people were nothing. As long as the journey was long enough, one protection team could torture them to death. However, the duo people came separately. Not only were there more than 600 people, there were also other people who were threatening the people in the country. Or rather, the people of the Tang Empire were on other roads, hoping that the situation there would be better. Then, first of all, they must kill or capture all the duo people here. If they let them go, more would die. Lu Bo had to pretend to be happy, even though he was worried. He ate meat and shouted happily with the 24 people who followed him. His hand was writing on the ground for the 24 people to see. The 24 people had a determined look in their eyes. They decided that if they met the protection team tomorrow, they would do the same. They were very excited that the country did not give up on them. Moreover, they knew in advance and started the rescue. Otherwise, the duo cannibals would have suddenly pushed them out when they encountered the country's regular army. Looking at the situation, after the country received the news, they sent elite people to intercept and rescue them on the road as fast as possible. Moreover, it was the special forces of the 24-hour, all-weather, all-terrain special forces that were dispatched, the strong protection team. If this was not love, Lu Bo saw that his subordinates had agreed. He worriedly wrote out his guess. What if the protection team attacks the camp at night? Before we came here, we heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had arrived in Ijo. Presumably, their intelligence personnel had received the news and sent people to help them. They knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were resolute in this aspect. No matter where, how far away, or how difficult the process was, for the sake of one person, they could mobilize the entire nation's strength. This was even more thorough than the previous Han Dynasty. At that time, those who offended the great Han Dynasty would be punished for their actions. If it were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they wouldn't care if they offended them openly or secretly. If they felt that they were a threat to them, they would eliminate them first. They wouldn't even allow them to scold them. After all, dignity was more important than life. That was why domestic businessmen were so obedient. Part of it was because they were afraid of Xiao Bao, and part of it was out of respect. Businessmen often went abroad. Without contact with the outside world, they wouldn't know how fortunate it was to have the protection of the country. The 24 people thought and began to think of a solution. They wanted to survive, but they didn't want to sacrifice more Tang people. They would only lose one person, but their family would be taken care of. Therefore, sacrificing themselves was the last choice at the critical moment. Then, how could they cooperate with the protection team? When they were saving themselves, the most important thing was to reduce the casualties of their own rescue personnel during the rescue process. The 25 people led by Lu Bo thought as they ate. They were eating venison, which tasted good, so they would let out happy cries from time to time to avoid suspicion. After a while, one of them wrote on the ground, "Do you still remember the Monopoly game? It's the kind with interesting portraits, especially for children between 6 and 2 years old. The parents are required to cooperate with the game. The characters are all models, and there are even springs. When playing, the parents have to cooperate with the game to make the children feel more specific and profound." Yes. Another person wrote, "This game is not popular, and the cost is too high. Not all parents have the time to cooperate." The person who wrote before continued, "There's a character called Richido. He is a character who is good at calculation and unwilling to be taken advantage of. When the parents cooperate, the oral language is, 'I'll let you take advantage of me once.' Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, humph." Yes, there is him. Another person wrote, "Don't worry about the specific character he shows. As long as we let the protection team see him, I believe they will guess it. We will cooperate." This person wrote again. Lu Bo saw the words and was in a dilemma. He wrote, "How can we let the protection team see him? Formation, torches." This person wrote. The others' eyes lit up, and they immediately thought of the relationship. Lu Bo thought about it and wrote, "Eat now, practice standing. There may only be one chance later. Everyone, focus." Therefore, they ate in the tent and walked back and forth like dancing. When others saw them through the shadows of the tent, they would think that they were happy eating. After practicing a few times, Lu Bo stopped and wrote, "Get ready, I'll discuss. Don't go to the wrong position later. If you find a position wrong, adjust in time." After writing, he stuffed the last bit of meat into his mouth. Lu Bo came to Sang Chi's tent again and told Sang Chi that they had a good formation that could arrange the hostages and their own people together, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish them. Sang Chi thought about it and agreed. First, they changed their clothes and let the hostages wear the same clothes as the cannibals. Then, they formed a formation. Lu Bo led 24 men, each holding a torch, and walked around. From time to time, he would say what a certain person should do. As soon as they walked, the torches they held formed a pattern of small dots. When seen from a distance and from a high place, they would consciously connect the dots into a line. The protection team did not evacuate at all. Instead, they watched from a mountain in the distance. According to the plan, it should be to give the cannibals time to prepare and think. If the cannibals really killed, they could only choose to attack. It was impossible for them to throw their weapons and surrender. If they threw their weapons when others asked them to, how stupid would they be? They were considering how long it would take for more people to fall into the trap. Once they ate the poisoned food, they would be able to rescue the people. During the day, they had discovered that there were some people in the group who were not from the border. The appearance and attire of this small group all indicated that they were truly Tang people and had a place of origin. Leader, look, there's a problem. While the protection team was waiting and resting, the person in charge of observation came to the leader and whispered. This leader was from the Zero Protection Team. His surname was Wang, and he followed the main family surname, Wang Miao. It was a very feminine name. When he was born, there were 3 small rivers near his home that supplied water to the fields. Therefore, he was named the 3 Rivers. However, he was a pure man and had very strong combat power. He and the other 2 members of the number 0 seedling protection team led the team. The people they led were the number 1 team, which was directly transferred from the main family's personal guards. In other words, the current operation could only succeed and could not fail. Hearing the sound, Wang Miao picked up the binoculars and was stunned. It felt very familiar. He muttered, "This picture is, leader, it's Richido. 3 days before we came out, my child played with this. His saying was, I'll let you take advantage of me this time. Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, humph." The informant reminded him. Wang Miao suddenly understood. No wonder it was so familiar. The children at home had special care, guidance, and education in the inner courtyard. It was much better than ordinary schools. Just the various tools used were not something that ordinary places could afford. During education, other than the major lessons, the rest was taught according to their aptitude. According to the words of a young master and young lady, every child was a star in the sky. They had their own place and brilliance. Even if they were treated as fireflies, they should fly around and not be caught in the palm of one's hand. Therefore, it was most reassuring to leave the children in the inner courtyard. They would definitely have the best games of Tang, including that character, Richido. Wang Miao did not think that what he saw was a coincidence. Although the positions and changes of the torch were not correct at times, it represented the various forms of Richido in a child's game. Wang Miao narrowed his eyes. He did not think that the captured person was so bored that he held a torch and played with a jigsaw puzzle. He was about to lose his life. Little 9, if you were in the other party's situation, what would you think? Wang Miao asked the informant softly. Me? Little 9 pointed at himself and then lowered his head to think. When he raised his head again, he said, "Let me put myself in this situation. I would think that Tang has finally sent people to save me. They came so quickly and in such a timely manner. Furthermore, they sent out a strong protection team. How they save us? Attack? Night attack? I have the same thoughts as you." Wang Miao nodded. Then why did they choose such a character? Since they know how to play games, if they want us to save them, the best character should be the confused bug, right? The confused bug is the character model of a 4-year-old child. His words are, "Daddy, Mommy, save me. I can't find my way home. I've been cheated again. I don't even have the money to buy candy," right? Yes, Bug is the best one. In this situation, since they know about Richido, it's impossible that they don't know about the other characters. Based on my analysis, they're all rich people, or at least businessmen. They have played the same game before, and they even played it with their children. However, the children usually choose cute and confused characters similar to themselves. I don't believe that all of their children would choose Richido. There must be some who would choose the confused bug. At the same time, the confused bug's words are suitable for them to express that they are in urgent need of rescue. Little 9 analyzed. Wang Miao took out a cigarette. Cigars were supplied by special personnel. They could quickly replenish the body's nicotine. Of course, there would be addiction to smoking, but it was different from drug addiction. It would not make people stubbornly dependent on it. Wang Miao used his clothes to cover his mouth and took 2 puffs. He slowly exhaled and said, "There are very smart people among them. They are worried that we will attack at night and cause us losses, so they are using this method to remind us. At the same time, they will know that this person or group of people should have a relative position there. Otherwise, they will not be able to start the puzzle." "Then what should we do?" Little 9 asked. "Adjust the strategy slightly. Leave behind the canned food we prepared. At the same time, write a letter to the cannibals and write a poem at the critical moment. I believe that they will be able to guess it. Tomorrow's confrontation will be canceled." immediately sent a message back to ask about the situation. I want to know who the puzzle is, his education, and the composition of his family. Wang Miao quickly made a decision. He was worried that the cooperation between the two sides would not be good enough. Chapter 1276. After working on the jigsaw puzzle for an hour, Lu Bo and the others were tired. They did not know if the people of the sapling protection team understood what they meant. Anyway, they had done what they could and should do. The rest was up to fate. The duo people were very satisfied with the result of the rehearsal. They found that if they followed the formation, the other party did not dare to shoot. The bullets would fly past one person and hit another. Shang-Chi was especially happy. He rewarded Lu Bo with some meat and told them to sleep well. Tomorrow, they would use this formation to deal with the Tang soldiers. What he did not understand was that the bullet penetration of the Tang soldiers' rifles was deliberately designed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the probability of using this kind of gun to hit a person was very high. The penetrating injury could also make people lose their fighting strength. When cleaning up the battlefield, there were still pistols to hold the line. Therefore, when making the guns, they made them according to their previous 3 and 8 covers. At the same time, they also made a lot of box cannons. Although the muzzle of the box cannons always jumped up when shooting, it depended on how it was used. One was used to shoot at the waist, and the other was used to put the gun flat. Holding the gun with both hands and shooting flat, people who were good at shooting could shoot like a machine gun. However, in addition to such guns, there were also bullets and guns with a very good stopping effect. Together with the use of strong penetrating ability, they complemented each other. This was especially true for snipers. Their bullets would not penetrate for fear of hurting people who should not be hurt. Moreover, even a gun with strong penetrating ability could be used to not penetrate people by using a simple method. It would make the bullet roll and stay in the person's body. Shang-Chi felt that with the formation, the enemy would not dare to shoot. In fact, even if there was no formation, as long as the person beside the hostage was not targeted, one would lose a life if there was a mistake. Amidst Lu Bo's worry and Shang-Chi's happiness, the night passed quickly. When they woke up in the morning, the moon had not disappeared. The sun had risen, forming a beautiful sun and moon hanging together. After falling out, the duo people no longer gave the people at the border any face. Affected by the march, the duo people would eat in the morning, but the people who were threatened could not even see a mouthful of porridge. The people living at the border finally knew who was good to them. In the past, they thought that the Tang Empire was very far away from them and was not as close as India. They thought that they had the final say in their lives and that everyone who came into contact with them had to exchange goods with them. In their eyes, there were only benefits and benefits. There was no sense of belonging. Even if some people went to the Great Tang to earn more money, in their eyes, it was just more money. They didn't belong to either side. But yesterday's experience made them realize that they belonged to the Great Tang, because the Great Tang had come to rescue them. Previously, they were envious of the Tang Empire soldiers who had specially come to save Lu Bo and the others. However, when they realized that the Tang Empire soldiers did not shoot at the cannibals they were holding, they realized that they were afraid of being shot. At that moment, they were moved. Whoever was good to them, they would be good to them. When they were in danger, they were willing to repay whoever saved their lives with their lives. At the same time, they were filled with resentment towards Lu Bo and the others. They felt that Lu Bo and the others had no conscience. Their people had come to save them and had chased them so far, but they were still helping the enemy. They should die and be struck by lightning. Therefore, when they woke up in the morning and saw that Lu Bo and the others also received some fried noodles and water, the people at the border looked at them with eyes full of resentment. When they set off, the team moved very slowly. The cannibals looked around vigilantly, afraid that they would be shot. The hot weather and the pressure in their hearts made them sweat a lot. Lu Bo's 25 people were also sweating, and their eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky, the cannibals began to prepare to eat. Their meal was very simple. There were 2 types, one was roasted, and the other was fried. The roasted meat was meat, but there wasn't much fresh meat for them to roast. They were all roasted very salty meat in the past. They didn't have a pot to fry it, so they brought fried rice and fried noodles. The fried noodles were processed by the people at the border. The so-called meal was to stop and be vigilant while stuffing water into their stomachs. There was still no share for the people at the border. They were only given a little at night so that they wouldn't starve to death. Lu Bo and the other 25 people were divided into 6 portions of fried rice. It was much worse than the fried noodles in the morning. The rice was even fried, and there wasn't any taste of salt in it. 25 people were divided into 6 portions. Each person could only eat a little, and there wasn't much water unless they encounter a river. Looking at the food the cannibals ate, it was nothing more than roasted and salted meat. Lu Bo was homesick, not to mention how much money they had at home. They could eat very good meals. Even if they went out and found a place to eat some snacks, it would be better than their current life. You cannibals usually look very confident, but what's there to be confident about? Look at the broken things you eat. In the next life, even if you bribe the king of hell, you won't be there. Just as they were eating, a gunshot came from the left side of the forest. They were so scared that they immediately laid down on the ground. They had already found that this method was not bad. After a while, there was no additional movement. Shang-Chi signaled with his eyes, and 6 cannibals stood out. They escorted more than a dozen people at the border to the place where the gunshot had just come from. The 6 cannibals stood in the middle with knives in their hands. They made more than a dozen people turn their backs to them and walk in circles, so it was very difficult for them to walk. Some people walked sideways, while others walked backwards. When they reached the place, they didn't see anyone. There were many wooden boxes on the ground. After counting, there were more than 70 boxes. As for the specific number, the person who knew how to count couldn't count. Usually, he would count to about 60, but today, he was extraordinarily long. Most of the boxes were filled with iron sheets. There were also 2 boxes that were wrapped in that kind of shape. For a moment, they couldn't compare with the things they had seen before. The 6 cannibals looked around vigilantly, and each box was carried back. The boxes were not light, and they had to be carried by the hostages. When they came back, they reported that they found a lot of things like this. Shang-Chi kept retreating, afraid that there would be things that would suddenly explode. He saw that there was a piece of paper with words written in the box. The words looked very familiar. It was the language they used. However, he sadly found that he couldn't read. Not only him, but the people who came with him couldn't read. Frowning, Shang-Chi planned to let people throw the boxes away for fear of danger. When Lu Bo saw this, he hurriedly dissuaded him and said to Shang-Chi, I know your words. You see, I speak very fluently with you. I don't have to learn the Tang language like you do. You know them? Shang-Chi couldn't describe what he felt in his heart. He waved his hand and let Lu Bo take a look. Lu Bo sighed. How important it was to know a foreign language. He was really lucky. In the past, he specially learned to do business in the future. Not only did he know the language of the cannibals, but he also knew the Tianju script and a few small Indian languages. He pondered again. Perhaps the protection team, who threw the boxes, didn't expect that the cannibals were different from them. They were now educated from a young age. They didn't even know their own language. However, this protection team was also extraordinary. The writing of the cannibals was really beautiful. As expected, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family was not simple. General Shang-Chi, I'll read it accordingly. Lu Bo greeted Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was very sad. He didn't know his own language and needed an outsider to read it for him. The difference between countries. Then he nodded and motioned to Lu Bo. I'm warning you to eat more people. Right now, you've captured 189 people of my great Tang. If one of them dies, we'll believe that you'll kill the rest. In other words, we'll give up on dealing with you. Your 600-some people can just wait to be covered in cannon fire. I trust that you know what cannon fire is. These things are food. Some of them are for you, and the rest are for the Tang people. There will be a river in front of you for a while. You can replenish your water. Some of them are canned food, and some are self-heating food for the Tang people. There's pork in them. Don't eat it. Arrange your formation well. We will sneak attack you from time to time. Don't think that you can threaten us with the people who killed us. It's still the same as before. If one of you dies, we will fire. Pray to Allah of your sect. From a moment you participated in the conspiracy against my Jiang and road, the heavens decided your life and death. If you have a chance to survive, let me tell you. The brand of the food is called Richido. It is a series of food. In the future, you may have the money to buy it and enjoy it. After Lu Bo finished reading, he looked nervously at Shang-Chi. His body kept trembling, giving the impression that he was afraid that the cannibals would kill them in anger. However, he and the other 24 people who heard it knew that the picture they put together yesterday was useful. Lu Bo was really moved. The Seedling Protection Team was indeed the Seedling Protection Team. Shang-Chi was also trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to kill people in front of the Tang army. However, he really didn't dare to. He nodded vigorously and walked forward. He pointed at the words on a can and asked, "What does it say?" Lu Bo glanced at it and licked his lips. He asked loudly, "General Shang-Chi, these are the words of the Tang Empire. Don't you already know the Tang Empire? Don't you recognize the words? You can't recognize your own words, but you should recognize ours, right?" Shang-Chi's face darkened. "I'll let you read it." "Okay, I'll read it." "Yes, ask about the beauty of mountains and rivers. Explore the rainbows of thousands of rivers. The clouds in a foreign land can be low, but the feelings of old friends are high. Affirming that the pine stands tall, and seeing through the gale is the wormwood. A man who hides his head is not a good man, but does not stand upright like a knife. General Shang-Chi, you really don't recognize this word? It's written very well. Did you hear what I read just now? In fact, the first part describes the scenery, then the second part describes the meaning, and the last part expresses one's aspirations. This is a rhyme poem, starting with the rhyme and ending with the rhyme. Lu Bo's voice was louder this time. Shang-Chi frowned and pondered for a moment. He waved to the other 24 people who followed Lu Bo and called them over. He first looked at the cans and found that the words were the same. He gave one to each person and ordered the 3 people on his side to separate the 24 people far away from each other so that they could read it. Shang-Chi had a feeling that things weren't that simple. There might be something else written on the cans, but he believed that the other 24 people wouldn't be able to remember it after Lu Bo read it once. Therefore, he asked them separately. He stared at Lu Bo and observed Lu Bo's expression. Lu Bo wasn't worried at all. The words on the cans were the same, but it depended on how one looked at it. The words were written in circles on the outside of the cans. He believed that even if the many cannibals knew the words, they wouldn't be able to understand the meaning behind it. The content was as he had said. The first part described the scenery, followed by the thoughts, and finally expressed one's aspirations. Speaking of which, this poem was very ordinary. The words used were simple, and there were no references. However, this was an acrostic poem. He was afraid that he wouldn't know, so he specifically wrote acrostic and horizontal words to remind him. When the words in front of each sentence were put together, it was a test to see if he could read. Lu Bo couldn't use words to describe his feelings. At this moment, he didn't care about life and death. He was proud of his country. This was the special forces that had been mobilized for him and the others. This was the foundation of the special forces, the Seedling Protection Team. It seemed like there was nothing that they couldn't do. They were a highly intelligent team that had 24 hours, all-terrain, and all-terrain. If he really died, it was because of his bad luck and not because his country didn't work hard enough. After a full 30 minutes, when Lu Bo was sleepy, he looked at the 24 people reciting the poem and came back. He recited it to Shang-Chi. Only then did Shang-Chi feel relieved. It was a poem that he had heard before. The Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Great Tang had made canned food for the inner courtyard. Every canned food had words on it. When the inner courtyard went out to do work, seeing the words on the canned food would strengthen their beliefs. Thinking about it, this was also the case. Just as he felt relieved, Shang-Chi suddenly became worried again. He asked Lu Bo, what's different about that? Lu Bo knew what he was asking about. He smiled flatteringly and replied respectfully, "Canned food is canned food. It has to be slowly boiled and roasted with water and fire. It can't be too hot, or it will explode. There's probably no pork in it. The food left for us to eat has pork in it. This is more convenient to heat it up. Pour water into that little tube. Once the food comes into contact with the water, it will heat up the food. As Lu Bo spoke, he swallowed twice. He ate a little fried noodles in the morning. At noon, there was not enough fried rice for 6 people. Moreover, it was Highland barley rice. When he was at home, this was what he fed the animals, and other ingredients had to be added. Now, he could finally eat the food that was specially made for the special forces. It was said that the taste was not as good as freshly made food. However, no matter how bad it was specially made by the Zhang family and Wang family. After heating it up, it could be used as a secondary cooking pot. It was 100 times better than stir-fried Highland barley rice. Shang-Chi was angry. He had to bring pork. If the canned food was edible by himself, he would have to give them canned food. If not, they would starve to death. What if the Tang army really opened fire? Let me see. You cook. You can eat what you can. Shang-Chi had no choice but to let Lu Bo do it. The words had already said that there was a river in front. If there was a river, there would be water. Come, all of you. Learn from me. Lu Bo took the water bag and demonstrated first. He poured the water into the small hole. The 24 people who came with him watched first. After a while, that thing was filled with water. Lu Bo touched it with his hand and said, "It's hot. It will be even hotter later. You all go and teach the others. Let's eat together. We will be hungrier after eating just now." After the 24 people saw it, they immediately pulled the people at the junction to do it. Not only was it fun, but they could also wait to eat hot food. Shang-Chi looked at them swallowing their saliva and asked Lu Bo, "What is this?" "It's the military rations used by the Tang army. The canned food is actually the same. It can't be helped. It's too far away. It can't be compared to eating at home. Just make do. It's not easy to be a soldier and follow orders." Lu Bo explained. His tone was filled with endless sighs. Chapter 1277. It didn't take long for the marching rations of 189 people to heat up. The place next to the rations for boiling soup also bulged. The thing inside swelled after drinking water. Licking his lips, Lu Bo asked Shang-Chi, "Do you want to open it? There's pork inside." "Open it. It's not like I haven't seen a pig before. I don't want to eat it." Shang-Chi insisted on seeing what it was. Before Lu Bo opened it, someone opened it first and cheered happily. "Mine is braised pork and green beans." "I know it. It's rice from the northern part of Hebei province. There are also a few pickles. Let me see, spicy radish strips and platycodon." Obviously, the person who opened it was a member of Lu Bo's group. How could the people at the border know what was inside? "Mine is 2. One is twice-cooked pork, and the other is pickled eggplant strips. Unfortunately, mine doesn't have pickles." Another person shouted happily. "Let me see mine. Let me see mine. It's here. Look, ha. It's my favorite fried pork with garlic. The pickles are pickled cucumbers. It smells like my hometown." The third person was also very happy. "Mine is gong bao ji ding. Mine is soft fried pork tenderloin with dipping sauce. Mine is scrambled eggs with chives." "I don't like chives. Who can change with me?" "Mine is pickled eggplant mixed with garlic." "Does anyone like garlic?" "Mine is white meat with winter melon." "I gave you garlic." Mine is grilled mutton." "Oh, it's not pork." "What are you doing?" "It's pork." "Do you dare to hit me? I'll die for you." "Here, give me another one." Another person found that his dish was actually mutton and regretted shouting it out. As a result, many people were not stupid. They immediately grabbed it and made a gesture wanting to hit him. He was not afraid. He straightened his neck and threatened to ask for another one. Anyway, as long as there was one, he didn't have to eat mutton. Lu Bo looked at Shang-Chi and opened his own. After taking a closer look, he helplessly handed it to Shang-Chi and said, "Mine is scallion beef tendons. It's cooked beef tendons stir-fried with scallions and coriander. The side dish is ginger fish shredded with shredded ginger and salty sea fish. Let me smell the soup. Seaweed soup. Here, you can eat it. There's no pig in it." Shang-Chi listened, and when Lu Bo passed it to him, he took it without any backbone. He wanted to cry. Was this the rations of the Great Tang? The other side came from afar to fight and ate this. On the other hand, they ate stir-fried noodles, which were made by the people at the border. Otherwise, they would always eat stir-fried rice, which was called Highland barley rice in the Great Tang. It was used to feed the animals, and with some salted and dried meat. It was a marching ration. She had never heard of the same dish before. Did she really think that she didn't know what she was doing? This was called a combination of meat and vegetables. The pickles were determined based on one's personal taste. It wasn't a must to eat them. If one didn't want to eat them, they could leave them alone or exchange with others. Also, take some pork. It smelled good. Why didn't the doctrine allow them to eat it? The war was so cowardly. Lu Bo suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. He thought, it's so bitter to eat so many people. You should be occupied by us earlier. We'll let you live a good life. Look at what you soldiers eat. Don't you feel sad? After thinking about it, Lu Bo began to choose the marching ration again. In fact, there were words on the packaging. His people shouted them out to provoke the people who ate many people. Just like the person who said that he didn't like to eat chives. Others might not know you, but how could I not know you? When I went to your house, I saw that your dumplings were full. For out of 5 times, they were vegetarian and 3 delicacies. If you don't like to eat them, why did you make them? Did you think that my dumplings didn't have other fillings? I'll exchange with you later. Let's see if you want to exchange. Lu Bo's mood suddenly became cheerful, even though he knew that he was still a hostage. He chose from a box and shouted to Sang Chi. General Sang Chi, look, this is something you can eat. Do you want to eat it? Sang Chi was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He laughed and said, there's no hurry. You eat it first. As he spoke, he handed back the marching ration that he had just received. Lu Bo understood. He was afraid that it was poisoned. He took it and ate it. He was not afraid. He knew that the seedling protection team would not make such a stupid plan. They were all elites and could not lack schemers. Since that was the case, if it were him, he would not believe what he ate either. How could he add something to it the first time? That would kill his own people. After happily eating a few mouthfuls, Lu Bo praised loudly. The marching ration of the Zhang family and Wang family is really delicious. Yes, it's delicious. It's better than the food I've eaten in the restaurant before. You can reheat it when it's cold. Another person echoed loudly. I guess he's a chef for between the clouds and the water. Ordinary people can't do that. Another person shouted. Wait. Sang Chi grabbed Lu Bo's arm and asked, what's the Zhang family and Wang family? It's the Tang Empire army around us. General Sang Chi, don't you know? I saw it very clearly. There are members of the number 0 seedling protection team and number 1 seedling protection team of the Zhang family and the number 1 seedling protection team. They formed a team and are beside us, waiting for an opportunity. Lu Bo said to Sang Chi in a daze. Sang Chi was also stunned. Of course, he knew about the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Tang Empire. Some people said that the Tang Empire would be completely destroyed if they killed people from the 2 families. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, one of the 2 families, were alive, it would be useless no matter how much land they conquered. As long as they came out personally, the world of the Tang Empire would be peaceful. Now, it's their people. At this moment, Sang Chi did not even have the mood to pray to Allah. He only felt cold all over. He knew too well what the seedling protection team was. It sounded like farming, but in fact, it had nothing to do with farming. That was the seedling protection team. In the past few years, how many people on his side had died in the hands of the seedling protection team? Those with higher positions than him, those with higher positions were targeted by the seedling protection team and died just like that. Allah seemed to have lost all effect in front of the seedling protection team. Why is it them? Sang Chi reached out and grabbed Lu Bo, who was still chewing, and asked hatefully. Lu Bo was very happy. He thought to himself, you also know fear? Weren't you very supportive of Niu Qi before? You said that once I'm in your hands, I'll die if you want me to die. If you want me to live, I'll live. Why are you trembling now? Motherfucker, just wait for your death. You think that you did it without anyone noticing, but do you know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have arrived in Yizhou? You're very contradictory. You think that if you catch me, I alone am not important to the Tang Empire, but you also want to use me to threaten the Tang Empire. But Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not contradictory. As long as you catch me, they'll definitely send people to rescue me when they get the news, even if it's thousands of li away. You could just wait for your death. If I live, you might live as a slave. If I die, you won't be able to die a quick death, even if you want to. Lu Bo was just about to laugh to express his feelings when he suddenly remembered that there were still people working hard for him. He had to cooperate and ensure that all the hostages were safe. He couldn't be impulsive. He definitely couldn't. Otherwise, he would be letting down Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Thus, Lu Bo put on a flattering smile and said to Shang-Chi in a gentle voice, "General Shang-Chi, there's no need to care about them. They're actually not as powerful as the legends say. Look, we're with you right now, but they're still watching from the side." "But I'm really scared," Shang-Chi unconsciously said. "It's okay, it's really okay. They just don't want us to die. As long as none of us lose our lives or suffer heavy injuries, they won't do anything unless someone suddenly dies." Lu Bo took this opportunity to comfort Shang-Chi. In fact, his words were very sinister. He was hinting to Shang-Chi that even if one of them fell sick and died, it would be over for Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, who led hundreds of people, didn't have as much power as a battalion commander in Tang. He didn't have any strategic ideas at all. As for tactics, he was even worse. He felt that he was very lonely. Allah didn't protect him. Just like in the era of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, those who believed in Allah, other than a portion of China, were bullied like dogs by the United States. At that time, those who believed in Allah had the protection of the China government, but they weren't satisfied and always wanted more benefits. And those who weren't protected by the China government weren't protected by the Russians either. They were their own people. Therefore, those who believed in Allah said that they didn't eat pork, but in fact, they lived worse than dogs. Dogs knew how to bark when they saw strangers, but those who believe in Allah just wagged their tails and stuck out their tongues. Now, Shang-Chi had the same feeling. He felt that the God he believed in could no longer protect him. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Just like the Arab countries during that time, they were trampled under the feet of the infidels, but still had to work hard to raise their heads and give a sincere and shameless smile. Those who were not convinced and wanted to have their own dignity were all killed by the United States. The only difference was that China had always been tolerant of their beliefs and religious habits. However, those who left behind a little religious tradition with great difficulty and lived like dog shit didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, they thought that the people of China were weak and easy to bully. Therefore, if they couldn't be pitted, they should be abandoned like dog shit. If not, it would be difficult to walk the right path. If not, how could they be called moral? If they should be killed, they should be killed. If they should be beheaded, they should be beheaded. What kind of dog is it? Fighting for its master. It's hard to tame a wolf after a long time. It's better to spit than to kill. Chapter 1278. The military rations were delicious. Shang-Chi admitted to this point. He kept all the beef and mutton and gave the pork and chicken to Lu Bo and the others. He didn't want the vegetarian dishes. Although they were vegetarian, there was actually some meat in them. The more the cannibals ate, the more upset they felt. The enemy's weapons were good because they didn't have the technology. They could only accept that they were at a disadvantage. But why was the logistics better than the enemy's? The war was truly a cowardly one. Lu Bo and the others ate happily. The military rations sounded like they were for the soldiers, but due to the distance, it wasn't easy to preserve, so it should be hard to swallow. Today, they truly felt the strength of their country. It turned out that the military rations could be made even more delicious than those in ordinary restaurants. Lu Bo slowly chewed a small piece of pickled cucumber in his mouth. It looked like an ordinary pickled cucumber, but it was marinated in shrimp oil, so it tasted fresh and delicious. He glanced at the 24 subordinates who came with him and saw that they were all eating slowly. They hadn't eaten anything decent for many days, so the food now had the taste of their homeland. The people at the border didn't get much. 3 people ate 2 portions, and the portion that they didn't get was taken by the cannibals. The 164 people once again considered themselves as Tang people and no longer felt that they were independent existences. The 164 people whispered to each other, their intentions more or less the same. If they could return alive, they would plant a flag of the Great Tang on their houses to indicate where they belonged. Like many Tang people, when they had nothing to do, they would plant the flag of the Great Tang on their windows and eaves, and some of them would even draw on their walls. The military rations sent over weren't much. Even if they ate slowly, they were finished after half an hour. The cannibals weren't full, and each of them only tasted a mouthful. Thus, they turned their gazes back to the cans. Shang-Chi sucked his fingers. Just now, when he ate, there were chopsticks. He didn't know how to use them, and the people at the border also didn't know how to use them, but they still learned how to use them. After all, they were Tang people. Even if they didn't learn now, they had to learn if they survived. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. "You come here." Shang-Chi shouted to Lu Bo. Lu Bo drank the last mouthful of soup, burped, and rubbed his stomach as he walked over. The food was enough for the soldiers, and he hadn't eaten properly for many days, so he ate until he was full. "Open the can." Shang-Chi looked at the satisfied expression on Lu Bo's face. He wanted to kill the other party, but at the same time, he thought that if he was also from the Great Tang. Lu Bo burped again and picked up a can to study it. The acrostic poem was still vivid in his mind. He needed to think about how to open it. Many cans in the country did not have a long shelf life. They were made of bamboo, and the cost was low. Now, they were made of iron. He had to read the instructions. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to destroy it directly. The tab. Lu Bo mumbled and stuck a finger into the tab. Thinking that something was wrong, he took it out and pressed the tab in one direction, making a small hole in the can. Then, he hooked the tab again and pulled in the other direction. A piece of iron fell off, revealing the contents of the can. "What is this?" Lu Bo was stunned. He had never seen this kind of food before. Fried rice? Covered rice? Why does it smell like there are so many spices? This was not the level of the chef between the clouds and the water, right? Scallions, ginger, and garlic actually accounted for a large proportion of the ingredients. Using seasonings as supplementary ingredients, 3 of the 24 people who came with him came up and looked at the food in the can. They were also confused. One of them could not help but say, "It can't be. What are the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family planning to do? Was it revolt? Can this be eaten? Let me open another one." Maybe it was not packed properly when it was packed. Lu Bo took another can and opened it in the same way as before. The inside was still the same as before. Passing the can in front of Shang-Chi, Lu Bo said embarrassedly, "This may be a newly developed food. It is not mature yet. I believe that it will be adjusted after some time. It will be fine to eat it then. The chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family are probably very busy and careless." Yes. Normally, they should not have made it like this, really. The person who spoke just now promised. It seemed that the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family had made the food like this, and they were also embarrassed. Shang-Chi put the can in front of his nose and smelled it. He nodded. "It tastes good. It is better than what we ate before we came. Call someone over and let's eat." He called someone over from the border. He was afraid that it was poisonous. If someone was poisoned to death, it would have nothing to do with him. He thought that the Miao protection team would not be covered by artillery. As hostages, Lu Bo and the other 25 people suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Pig food was actually praised. It was really sad to live a polyphagous life. No wonder many polyphagous people were willing to come to the Tang Empire in the past. They enjoyed a different life. The 25 people thought so, but no one took the initiative to try it. What if it was really poisonous? 5 people from the border were called over. They opened 3 more cans, 1 for each person, and let them eat. The 5 people held the cans and looked at them. Seeing that the polyphagous people wanted to come over, one of them immediately said, "Give me the chopsticks just now. I will eat. Use your hands." Shang-Chi was not used to this. If he used his hands to grab, why couldn't they grab? Why did they have to use chopsticks? It was infuriating. The 5 of them obeyed and reached out to grab the contents of the can. They pinched a little with 3 fingers and carefully put it into their mouths. They chewed twice, blinked their eyes, smacked their lips, and immediately reached out to grab the can again. They ate quickly. They ate about 20 mouthfuls in a row. They looked at each other and were relieved to see that they were all alive. "Wait a minute. What do you think?" Shang-Chi stopped them and asked one of them. The person who was asked nodded vigorously. "It's delicious. It would be better if there was less ginger. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lu Bo also asked. The 5 people shook their heads. Lu Bo pondered and opened another can. He reached out to grab it, but one of the people who came with him snatched it. Boss, I will go first. After saying that, he began to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, a smile appeared on his face. I knew it. The food made by the Zhang family and Wang family chefs can't be bad. I don't feel that there is too much ginger and too much pepper. It's not like I'm drinking mutton soup. Shang-Chi was tempted. He hesitated but still insisted on not eating. He let the 5 people finish the food in the can. Everyone surrounded the 5 people to see their reactions. I still want to eat. One of the 5 people said eagerly. Lu Bo stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. You have been hungry for too long. If you suddenly eat too much, it will cause problems. Do you want to drink water? Drink. The 5 people really wanted to eat. Their stomachs were always hungry. Someone brought a water bag, and each person drank a few mouthfuls. They sat on the ground and waited to see if they were still alive. The shadows of the 5 people gradually grew longer. Nothing happened to the 5 people. Instead, they digested the food and were no longer hungry. They sat there with a happy smile on their faces, enjoying the feeling of being full under the sun. Eat. Half of the people eat first. Shang-Chi saw that the person who tasted the food was still alive and well. He waved his hand and ordered. The many people were anxious. Immediately, half of them stood out and opened the can like how Lu Bo did before. They reached out and stuffed the food into their mouths. There was no smell of pork in the mixed food. They could taste that it was made of mutton oil and some mutton. With all kinds of seasonings, they ate until their stomachs felt warm. After each of them ate 2 cans in a row, the others continued to wait under Shang-Chi's order. The clouds in the sky floated and flew away. Another hour passed. The many people who ate the can were still alive. The 5 people who tasted the can were also fine. Lu Bo thought for a while and said to Shang-Chi, General Shang-Chi, eat. The protection team won't poison you. They know that you will let us try first. If they poison us, they will poison us. They are here to rescue you, not to harm you. It's just that you have to be careful in the process of meeting up with the main force on your side. They will keep shooting from the back. Shang-Chi was happy when he heard the first part, but when he heard the second part, his face turned gloomy. According to the Tang people, it was impossible to stop halfway. They didn't dare to kill to test the water. When they were rushing, the other party would shoot, and they would have to walk for a few days. What should he do? Should he discuss with the other party and let them go so that they wouldn't attack? No. If it were him, he would immediately chase after them. Should he tell them that he would kill one of them? It would be useless. They dared to shoot yesterday. Eat. Shang-Chi, who couldn't think of a good idea, gritted his teeth and took a can to eat. The other half of the people who didn't eat just now also opened the can as fast as they could. When it was in his mouth, Shang-Chi knew why the people who ate just now had that kind of expression. It was so delicious. Although it was cold, the food inside didn't make people feel disgusted. When it entered the stomach, there was a warm feeling, as if the whole body was full of strength. When they were full, there were only 21 cans left in the woods. Shang-Chi naturally kept the rest of the cans for himself. After a short rest, he let the hostages stand up and tie them firmly. 2 people with knives were behind each of them. They surrounded their own people and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, they saw a small river. The water was clear, and they could see the stones and small fish swimming below. The crowd cheered. There was water. Lu Bo squatted down and dipped his hands in the water. He washed his face first before drinking a mouthful. He requested Shang-Chi, "Let's take a bath and change our clothes." The 24 people who came with him looked at Shang-Chi. They were here to do business, so they naturally had to bring things. Everyone brought an extra set of clothes and toiletries. They were confiscated before, but Lu Bo went to curry favor with the great Tang trader and was rewarded back. They hadn't been used since. The main reason was that many people were not used to wearing clothes, and using other toiletries was also unfamiliar. Shang-Chi nodded and asked, "There's no poison in the water? How much poison is in the flowing water?" "Don't worry." Lu Bo revealed a flattering smile and shamelessly tried to curry favor with the Great Tang. He did this to survive and create opportunities for the seedling protection team. However, Wang Miao, who was watching from afar, pursed his lips tightly. He had already received news from the country and understood Lu Bo's family situation. He was a pretty good businessman. He had 2 wives and 7 children. His parents were still alive, and he was still supporting the parents of 2 of his wives. The grandfather of one of his wives was still alive, and he was as respectful as he was to his own grandfather. His family had large courtyards in the capital, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yizhou, and Luoyang. He was smart since young, and he took over the family business at the age of 16. He got along well with the local officials. He had no criminal record and never gave money to the local schools. However, he opened a small book printing company that specialized in printing books for children and gave them out free of charge. 5 years ago, he found that this business route was more profitable, so he brought people here to do business. His family mainly dealt in leather, and later on, they added medicinal herbs and sold them to the clinic. He could be considered a pretty wealthy businessman and live a good life. His family was harmonious, and he was kind of others. He didn't take loans from banks, and his family had a lot of cash. However, he was willing to give the clinic credit for medicinal herbs. He was also talented. He was proficient in 6 foreign languages and had good calligraphy skills. He also liked painting and often invited scholars to hold poetry gatherings. He was very good to his employees and had a relatively high charisma. Usually, he was neither servile nor overbearing when he met the officials, but now, he was like a dog trying to please its owner. Wang Miao felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he didn't do a good job. Every smile of Lu Bo's was like a knife stabbing into his chest. He picked up the sniper rifle beside him and shot down the other party's leader, but he didn't dare to do so. After threatening the other party, he actually felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he found that the other party was illiterate. Not only did they not recognize the Great Tang's words, but they also didn't recognize their own words. The school was very important and could play a life-saving role at a critical moment. Wang Miao looked and estimated the time it would take for the people here to meet up with the main forces. He also estimated the time when he would release the spike cans. He decided not to shoot at the other party during this process. At most, he would shoot at the sky to slow down the troops. If he killed one of the other party and the other party retaliated by killing one of his own people, should he open fire or not? Putting away his binoculars, Wang Miao gritted his teeth and said, "If only I knew what the other party's leader was thinking. Just wait. You'll all cry." The speed of the many people was just as Wang Miao had expected. They slowed down and placed a portion of the hostages outside, constantly changing their positions. The other people hid behind the hostages and mixed in with the rest of the hostages so that the Great Tang army wouldn't shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. As night fell, the many people were exhausted. None of them were killed during the day, but the psychological pressure was even greater. They knew that there were countless eyes watching them and looking for an opportunity to kill them. They were nervous when they were walking during the day, and they didn't dare to relax at night. The torches and bonfires burned, making crackling sound from time to time. Every time there was a crackling sound, it made people worried that it was the sound of gunshots. When it was time for dinner, the many people began to miss the days in the day. They ate canned food in the day, and now they had to eat the stir-fried barley at night. It was really hard to swallow. Without so many seasonings and delicious salted vegetables, they could only force themselves to swallow. Tonight, the hostages didn't have any food. The many people felt that they had eaten a lot at noon and could starve a little. Lu Bo's 25 people were gathered together and had relatively more freedom. The many people standing outside the tent were their own world. "Drink some water. We'll probably have something to eat tomorrow morning." Lu Bo was also hungry. He rubbed his stomach and said to his subordinates. He picked up the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls to make his stomach feel less empty. Why didn't they send us anything to eat at night? A person hugged the water bag and mumbled when he didn't feel like drinking. "I'm not sure." Lu Bo shook his head. He wasn't complaining, but he was puzzled. Logically speaking, since the protection team had found them, they should have sent them something to eat. Now that the many people had finished eating they were still hungry. Midnight came quietly when everyone was hungry and nervous. The sound of a gunshot broke the silence of the night. The duo eater on night watch was shocked and looked around to see who had been killed. The fire was still burning, and the dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The moon and stars could not be seen, making people feel oppressed. Shang-Chi, who was sleeping in his clothes, walked out of the tent under the protection of a few people. He asked loudly, "Who died?" After a while, someone came to report, No one died. Should we go and get something? Where did the gunshot come from? Shang-Chi listened, and his stomach felt empty again. Over there. Someone pointed in a direction. There was a mountain, and the gunshot was echoing, making it difficult to distinguish. Take the hostages and take a look, Shang-Chi ordered. Someone came and called the hostages to the place where the gunshot came from. The hostages woke up. They were awakened by the gunshot. It didn't take long for the people who went to check to return. As expected, they were carrying something. It was still a wooden box. Inside it was some military food and some canned food. There were exactly 189 canned food. It seemed like they had prepared one for each of the hostages. However, there were only 200 canned food. It definitely wasn't enough for the many people. Shang-Chi didn't need to look to know that the food was filled with pork. It was specially prepared for the hostages. The 200 canned food was for his side. Wake them up and let them eat. If they don't let me sleep well, I won't let them sleep well either, Shang-Chi ordered. Lu Bo and the others were woken up. They came out of the tent in a daze and saw the food under the light of the torch. They were all very happy. There was food to eat, but the timing was too good. Why did it only arrive in the middle of the night? General Shang-Chi, thank you. Can I eat? Lu Bo ran to Shang-Chi and bowed repeatedly. Eat, and sleep well. We have to hurry tomorrow. Shang-Chi didn't want them to eat, but he was worried that it would affect their stamina. He could only agree gloomily. He also picked up a can and was about to eat when he suddenly stopped and passed it to Lu Bo. I'll add a can for you. You eat first. Yes. Lu Bo took it and started to eat. He knew that the many people wanted him to test the poison. They were really cautious. While eating, he looked at the words on the can. It was written in a different style. It said, delivering food in the middle of the night. Because of the long journey, it is difficult to transport. Peacefully wait for the clouds to disperse. Like the sun, like before. After seeing the words, Lu Bo's legs trembled. He knew that the time to act was 3 days later. The limerick on the can wasn't written clearly, but he knew. Because he remembered that before he came here, he held a poetry party. Someone wrote a poem, and everyone commented. When it was his turn, he said, like the sun, like the moon rising. Looking at the words and reading the shape, it was a good poem. Then, today's limerick said that food was delivered in the middle of the night, followed by like the sun, like before. It was telling him the time to act. Lu Bo ate and sighed in his heart. It was too amazing. In just one day, they found out everything and used it to send a message on the can. How much resources did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mobilize? Otherwise, it would be impossible to find out so clearly. 3 days, there were still 3 days. He had to hold on. If he didn't put Shang-Chi in a cage by then, his name would be written upside down. No, it would be written horizontally. Shang-Chi watched Lu Bo eat and continued to wait. He wanted to find a few more people to test the poison, but he didn't want to. If there was no poison, his people would eat less. Chapter 1279. When he returned to the tent, Lu Bo was still in a state of excitement. He said to his 24 subordinates, eat, and rest well. Do your best for General Shang-Chi. His subordinates knew what he meant. Why would they do anything for Shang-Chi? One of them wrote on the ground, Are you going to do it? Don't ask. Don't affect your mood and be detected. Lu Bo also wrote. The 24 nodded and began to fill the ration with water. Lu Bo had not filled his own ration yet. He had just eaten canned food. Today's canned food tasted a little bitter, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable. The only thing he felt was that he was a little confused, probably because he was too nervous and also because he had woken up in the middle of the night. Lu Bo secretly swore that when he returned to China, he would do his job well. He would listen to the imperial court and Xiao Bao and be a proper businessman. He would not cheat or harm others. It was not only because of his attachment to his motherland, but also because he had to remember what happened today. Since they could find out his identity and communicate with him to save him in a day, if he made a mistake, they could also find out and deal with him in a day. It was no wonder that the top businessmen in the list were so reliable. After the war, they worked together to stabilize the domestic product prices. It was probably because they knew more about Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was too scary. Efficiency, this was efficiency. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo became serious and started to mobilize resources, the result would be the same as now. It smells like medicine. One of the people eating the ration was really hungry. As soon as the ration was heated, he could not wait to open it. The strong smell of medicine wafted into the tent. When the others heard his voice, they turned to look and sniffed. Sure enough, there was medicine. There was really medicine. Let me see. Jujube, wolfberry, angelica, remania, and some slices are ginseng. The meat dish is braised pork ribs, and the vegetarian dish is braised shrimps with chives. There are no salted vegetables today. Another person recognized many herbs and immediately read them out loud. Mine is the same. Mine too. Looks like today's meal is the same. That's right. The others opened their own rations and found that the dishes were not as messy as last time. They were all the same things. Lubo took a look and nodded. Start giving us nourishment and let us nourish our bodies. What is soup? Let me take a sip and see. It's delicious. It's not soup, it's porridge. Rock sugar, hay, and mung bean porridge. I know. They're afraid that we'll get heat stroke, but they're also worried that we'll be too nourishing after eating this dish. They've put in a lot of effort to adjust us with mild porridge. The person who spoke at the beginning sighed. Shang-Chi stood outside the tent. The other hostages did not have tents. Only Lu Bo and 25 people were squeezed into one tent. The other hostages rested in the open with ropes tied to their bodies. When he heard the words of the real Tang in the tent, his lips twitched, but then he helplessly shook his head. He lowered his head and looked at the can in his hand. He sighed, opened it, and ate it with his hands. The people following him also heard the voices in the tent. Although some of them understood the great Tang language and couldn't speak it properly, they could still understand it. All of them swallowed their saliva. They really wanted to eat it. What kind of pork couldn't they eat? It didn't smell any worse than beef and mutton. Moreover, they felt that the pork was even more delicious when it was made by someone else. He didn't understand why the church's teachings forbade him from eating pigs. If he secretly ate some, eat the can. Don't think too much. Shang-Chi was the first to be tempted. He was also thinking about how he could secretly eat the pork. Seeing the expressions of his subordinates, how could he not know what they were thinking? He softly warned them. It's a little bitter. A guard ate 2 mouthfuls of the food in the can and smacked his lips as he spoke. Eat it. It won't kill you. You smell their military rations. It's also bitter. They probably put the leftover seasoning in the military rations into the can. Shang-Chi also felt that today's can was bitter. However, when he smelled the smell drifting over, he found that it was not much different from the bitter taste. He believed that the great Tang people had used leftover seasoning in the cans for them. Fortunately, there was no smell of pork. However, there was one point that was acceptable. The few guards who were eating the can nodded. It was fine if it was bitter. It didn't affect the taste. It was still delicious. Lu Bo could hear their conversation. He felt that things weren't so simple. As for the leftover seasoning in the can, what a joke. What kind of leftover seasoning was bitter? The bitterness of the braised pork ribs was because of the sugar color in the ginseng. Why would they put ginseng in the can? Although ginseng was a man-made product of the Zhang family and Wang family, it could also be used to treat diseases. If it wasn't used to save lives, it would be the same as the wild ginseng. At most, it would be used to increase the quantity of the medicine. Why would such a good thing be used as leftover seasoning? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Xiaobao and Cuckoo can't wait to deal with you guys personally. Why would they use ginseng and specially fry it with sugar color? Did they really think that the sugar color was just a simple color? Wouldn't it be better to use soy sauce? The caramel itself was a medicine. There's a problem. There's a problem with the food today. What's wrong? Lu Bo was more and more certain of his guess. Normally, the handheld canned food couldn't be bitter. Since they said that they would take action 3 days later, the pork ribs that were delivered today also tasted a little bitter. It was just enough to make people feel that today's food was normal. Coincidence? Coincidence? If it was someone else, it might be. However, it was definitely impossible for the Zhang family and Wang family. There must be some scheme. Lu Bo couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment, but he had a plan in his mind. Shang-Chi was very satisfied with the food. He was the leader of hundreds of people. Where did he learn so many schemes and tricks? He also thought that it was normal. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't have to eat the military rations that he brought. What if no one sent him canned food in the future? He didn't think too much about it. He was leading a group of people to fight alone. The other party was using the entire system to deal with him. They were playing a team game with him. After eating one canned food, he was still hungry. He asked someone to bring him another one. He opened it and ate again. It was better to pour water on the military rations to heat them up. The canned food was cold. Roast it? No, can I roast the food inside and cook it? That's too troublesome. How can there be so many pots? Just eat. Make do with it. Shang-Chi looked enviously at the other hostages who were eating the military rations in the open air. He muttered and ate again. A total of 200 canned food was delivered. Lu Bo ate one. Shang-Chi ate one more, and the others ate one less. As they ate, Shang-Chi got angry and shouted in the night, "Tomorrow, I want you to send us 1,200 canned food tomorrow. We have to make sure that each person gets two." The others followed suit. They had more than 500 people and less than 600 people. If they sent 2 canned food for each person, it would be exactly 1,200. That was what they thought. They couldn't help it. They couldn't even read their own language. It was too difficult for them to calculate more than 1,000. Normally, there were less than 600 people. With 1,200 canned food, each person would get 2. Who would get the rest? Shang-Chi could calculate. He wanted to digest the food in his stomach. He would eat one and give the rest to those who performed well as a reward. The next day, when the sun had risen for some distance, gunshots came from the forest. Shang-Chi immediately ordered people to take the hostages to take a look. As expected, food was delivered again, and the amount of canned food had obviously increased. "Come here and see how many there are." Shang-Chi counted with difficulty and found Lu Bo. Lu Bo counted 50 cans in a box. He counted 24 cans in another box. He said to Shang-Chi, 1,200. "How did you count so fast?" Shang-Chi was puzzled. "General, you're here. If I had divine help, it would really be 1,200, unless the amount of cans in each box is different." Lu Bo endured the disgust in his heart and flattered himself. He comforted himself and held on for 2 more days. It was still Lu Bo's turn to taste the food. He felt that he was really smart. He didn't eat the military ration yesterday. Otherwise, he would be full until he went to bed at night. Those who ate the military ration would not be able to digest it completely. Bitter. Lu Bo felt that the canned food was really bitter. It seemed to be even more bitter than yesterday. At the same time, it added a little sweetness and spiciness. There was actually chili. This way, the bitterness would not be felt unless one paid special attention. There was indeed a problem. Lu Bo finished eating and stood there to stretch his body. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he was fine. Shang-Chi waved his hand, and his subordinates came to get 2 cans each. Lu Bo was in charge of distributing them. At noon, there were still 1,200 cans. At the same time, the military ration was added. Today's meat dish was twice-cooked pork, and the vegetable dish was egg-fried garlic. The soup was still changed to rock sugar hay and mung bean porridge. This time, Lu Bo ate it. He realized that the amount of licorice in the porridge had increased. This was used to detoxify the poison. No wonder the canned food was bitter. What was in it? It seemed to be fine. At night, they would be given canned food. At midnight, they would be given supper. Just like that, all the poly-eaters began to wait for the time to eat. Lu Bo was also looking forward to eating the canned food. He felt that eating the canned food would be very comfortable. His body would be very relaxed, and he would not feel bitter anymore. Sometimes, he would even look at Tian after eating and feel that life was so beautiful. On the second night, when he felt that way, Lu Bo became alert. He had been in charge of tasting the canned food. Although he didn't eat as much as the poly-eaters, he didn't think that the canned food was better than the military ration. Then why was he looking forward to it so much? He was addicted. He was definitely addicted. After 2 days, he was addicted to the canned food. What was in it? It was no wonder that he didn't need to wait for a quarter of an hour to taste the canned food. The poly-eaters would immediately follow suit. Tomorrow was the third day, and the amount in the canned food would probably be increased. Then, after eating for the whole day, he would have supper at midnight. Around midnight in the morning, Lu Bo deduced that the attack in 3 days was referring to the early morning of the fourth day. As for the last supper, would he be poisoned to death? Most likely not. Otherwise, why would they make a move? They could just kill him with the medicine. Then, it was most likely that they would drug him. All right, I'll go all out. Hopefully, I won't be unconscious for too long, and they will be able to wake me up in time. Lu Bo muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and began to rest. The wonderful feeling of eating the canned food filled his heart again. On the morning of the third day, Lu Bo carefully tasted the canned food and found that the amount in the canned food had been increased. This meant that he would be even more addicted. When the time came, he would have to quit. It was really painful. That was a drug addiction. Fine, he would have to be strong when the time came. Everything was for Tang. Chapter 1280. The canned food was getting more and more fragrant, and the people who had eaten it were looking forward to the next meal. After eating it, they would become more energetic. On the third night, after Lu Bo finished the canned food, he went back to the tent to eat with his subordinates. He didn't eat the food immediately, but used chopsticks to distribute it to his subordinates. Then, he tried not to make any sound of vomiting and vomited out more than half of the canned food. He didn't dare to vomit all out because he was afraid that it would affect his mental state. He knew that he was starting to like the feeling of being addicted to drugs. If he vomited all of it, he might become depressed. The 24 people watched their boss vomit and felt that something was wrong. Was their boss not feeling well? Was it poisonous? When Lu Bo vomited the food into the packaging of the military beam, the subordinate closest to him began to write on the ground, "What's wrong?" Lu Bo followed and wrote, "Don't make a sound. It's okay. Leave some porridge for me." His subordinate nodded and began to praise the military food to cover his writing. "It's poisonous, addictive poison. It's probably the poppy reported in the newspaper. Don't eat too much tonight. Get ready." After Lu Bo finished writing, he nodded solemnly to his subordinates. The 24 people took a deep breath almost at the same time and then held the air in their lungs. Their faces were full of nervousness. "Can you quit?" A subordinate wrote worriedly. "You have to quit even if you can't," Lu Bo wrote. The 24 people nodded and no longer made any other unnecessary movements. They began to eat their own military food. They didn't feel disgusted at all when they saw their boss vomit. Now was a moment of life and death, and all thoughts that shouldn't be should be abandoned. At the same time, they were very clear about what the poppy was. It had been reported more than once in the newspaper, introducing the shape of the poppy. There were specially carved pictures and colored pigments separately. When the poppy flower bloomed, it was very beautiful. It was red, pink, and white. If one looked at it in the middle, it would make people feel happy. The newspaper also introduced how poppy was made into opium paste. It was the white paste that appeared when the head was destroyed. It was simple to boil. The biggest use was to be used in medicine. So if someone wanted to plant it, they could plant it, but they were not allowed to eat it themselves. After planting and looking at the flowers, they had to send it to the medical center, and the medical center would use it to make medicine. If they found that they ate it themselves, they would be killed. If they found that they put it in food for others to eat and cause others to become addicted, they would be killed. The 24 of them knew that the boss had planted quite a lot of them. They looked very beautiful when they bloomed, especially the gourd, which looked very interesting. However, they didn't need it. Although it could be used as medicine, it was free of charge to see a doctor. Even if they didn't feel well, they would go to the clinic instead of eating it in private in order to save money. The newspaper even wrote about the adverse effects of addiction after eating it. It warned the people of the Great Tang that in order to have a healthy body to earn more money for their family, in order to have a healthy body to create more wealth for their country. And in order to make their country richer and stronger, they should not try to eat that thing. Otherwise, they would be irresponsible to the great Tang, irresponsible to their family, and betraying their country. Out of the 24 people, no one had ever eaten it. Even if they did plant it, they would just look at the flowers. Then, they would bring it to the medical center and let the medical center make it into medicine to treat diseases. The medical center would not give them a single copper coin, so they could not sell it. Since it was reported in the newspaper, they were clear about the situation their boss was in. He was addicted, and it would take a lot of effort to kick it. Therefore, when they looked at their boss, their eyes were filled with encouragement. Lu Bo glared at them and thought, "I'm not going to die, so why are you so sad?" The supper was more unbearable. "I don't know if I'll faint." At the same time, he glanced at the tent. Because the light outside was brighter than inside the tent, when looking from a distance, the shadows of the people outside would fall on the tent. Only when they were close could they see the shadows of the people inside the tent, and it was very blurry. Lu Bo felt sad for the people who ate more food, the result of having no knowledge. If you all went to school when you were young, and if your school taught you some words and knowledge of the great Tang, how could you fall in the trap so easily? Why did I have to print books for the children in school to read? This was the power of knowledge. Shang-Chi, who was eating happily outside, did not know that the person who tested the poison was cursing them in the tent. He only felt that the canned food today was even more satisfying. After eating it from top to bottom, from inside to outside, there was not a single place where he felt uncomfortable. Although the sky was gloomy tonight, breathing after eating the canned food was very pleasant. Listening to the voices coming from the tent from time to time, his mouth revealed a smile, and his whole body was relaxed. Shang-Chi had already made a decision. As long as he could meet up with the rest of the troops, he would definitely keep the person called Lu Bo. This person knew a lot, could speak both languages, and could read both languages. If he kept it by his side, maybe his status would be improved. When he had more power, he could give Lu Bo more benefits. Gems, women, wine, all were not a problem. The half-moon shyly hid behind the dark clouds. Occasionally, when the wind blew, a trace of light would appear in the gaps of the dark clouds, but it would quickly hide back again. The torches in the camp flickered, and the tent made a sound as it was blown by the wind. Lu Bo and the other 25 people were counting sheep while sleeping. This was also what they learned from the newspaper. When they were suffering from insomnia, they should try not to take medicine. They could use something to cover their eyes and then count sheep. They also imagined that they were on the grassland, where the sky was high, the clouds were light, and the grass was green and the flowers were red. They thought that counting would make them fall asleep quickly. Only when it did not work would they go to the clinic to get medicine to eat. Many people were not in the mood to sleep. They felt that sleeping in this kind of weather was a waste of time, so they sang and danced. All kinds of sounds mixed together and rippled in the night sky. Many of the people at the border who were taken hostage felt that the situation today was not right. The cannibals were too happy, Lu Bo and the others were too quiet in the tent, and the dark clouds in the sky made it hard for people to breathe. They occasionally looked at each other and felt that something was going to happen. They did not know why they had this idea, but everything around them looked strange. In the middle of the night, the sound of gunshots rang out. The people who did not sleep much brought the food back with the hostages. As usual, Lu Bo ate it. He had just eaten 2 mouthfuls of the canned food, and the people did not wait to see his reaction. They opened the canned food and stuffed it into their mouths. Today, Lu Bo ate very quickly. He did not chew at all and directly swallowed. Then, he stood there motionless. He was doing the opposite of what was described in the newspaper. The newspaper said that people who did not absorb and digest well had to chew carefully when eating and try to chew the food as much as possible. This way, when it entered the stomach acid could come into contact with the food better and quickly decompose it. Drinking a little soup while eating and strolling after the meal was also a good choice. However, Lu Bo did not intend to let himself absorb the canned food quickly. He decided to spit it all out when he entered the tent later. As for the people who were eating, he did not care. Just eat. It was delicious. Eat more. At the same time, Lu Bo also decided that after he went, he would specially ask people to collect all kinds of common knowledge in life, and then send articles to the Tang newspaper. Or he would also write a small daily newspaper and introduce all kinds of useful tips and knowledge to the people of the Tang. No wonder there is a page dedicated to such things every time. It turns out that it can save lives at critical moments. Usually when I read such pages in the newspaper, it was just for entertainment. But now I know how important these little wisdom are. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really gods. Lu Bo sighed. When knowledge was not used, no one would think that it was very useful. But when it was needed, it was so convenient and useful. When the people who were eating the second can of canned food, Lu Bo returned to the tent. Under the cover of his subordinates, he quietly spat out the food in his stomach again. Then he drank a lot of water and continued to spit it out. After several times, his subordinates passed him the porridge and asked him to drink a few mouthfuls to prevent the stomach acid and bile from burning the gastric mucosa with an empty stomach. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Lu Bo went to sleep. He was afraid that after he spat out the drugs, his body would feel uncomfortable if it was not replenished. Sleeping would relieve this feeling. He hoped that the cycle of the body's need for drugs would be longer and would not be the same as the cycle of eating. After the people who were eating supper, they were very excited at first. After about half an hour, they all looked tired. Shang-Chi immediately ordered them to rest and decided not to sing and dance after dinner tomorrow night. If they were tired, it would affect the battle. There were still enemies around. Maybe the enemies could not help but suddenly attack at any time. The people who were eating went to the tent to rest, leaving only the sentries to guard the camp and the hostages. All kinds of insects were chirping. The clouds in the sky seemed to be darker and denser. For a long time, there was no trace of moonlight. When it was time to change the sentries, the people who should have gotten up quickly were pushed many times. Only then did they wake up and drag their heavy footsteps to the sentry post. The original sentries fell asleep as soon as they entered the tent. In fact, they had fallen asleep just now. It was just that they could not sleep well standing up, so they forced themselves to stay awake until now. The new sentries stood for a while and fell asleep not long after. The people outside could not see the hidden sentries, but they could hear the snoring. The people who were tied up at the junction were all dumbfounded. They looked at the people who were usually very energetic and would occasionally come to scold them. Why did they all fall asleep today? If that was the case, who would be the sentries? For a moment, they were tempted. Since no one was on the lookout, could they, just as two people were about to move, they were immediately whispered by a relatively older person, "Don't move. Sleep honestly. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze." It was said to be squeezy because they lived outside. Even if it was raining, no one would prepare tents for them. The main thing was that there were only so many tents. It was not easy to save one for Lu Bo and the others. As for the reason, of course, it was because Lu Bo could help them calculate and come up with ideas. Once again, it proved the importance of knowledge. Even if you were a prisoner, even if you were a hostage, as long as you could prove that you were good at what you had learned, your survival environment and chances of survival will be far greater than those who were inferior to you. The people at the junction did not enjoy the treatment of tents. When it was sunny, it was fine. At most, there would be mosquito harassment. If it was raining, it would be very cold at night. They could only squeeze together. It was very difficult to go to the toilet. They had to wake others up together and tie each other up. Today, the moon was covered by dark clouds. The wind was strong and the night was cold. Moreover, the humidity was heavy. They did not sleep well. If one person moved, the person tied up nearby would wake up. They did not know why, but it was cold and energetic tonight. It seemed that they had become excited after eating the military rations. When people were excited, they would always think about things that they should not think about. Now, some people felt that the opportunity had come. Bite the rope and we can run out. The soldiers who saved us must be around. If we meet them, we will live. The person who was shouted at was not willing to give up and said excitedly, "What about the people in the tent? You go and call them? They're surrounded by the other tents. They woke up the people who eat more. They will kill people." The elder whispered, "Ignore them. Let's run out first." The young man had a good plan. The elder sneered, "They are real people of the great Tang. We don't have a household registration yet. If we run out at the cost of exposing them, how will the soldiers of the great Tang treat us? If one of them dies, we will all die with them." The people nearby who heard the commotion nodded. Did the great Tang send elite soldiers to kill their own people? Who knew who was close and who was distant? "We are also people of the great Tang," the young man muttered. "Let's talk about it after we are saved. When we are registered, we will have to listen to the words of the great Tang Emperor." There is also that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. In the past 2 days, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very powerful. The people who came back were sent by them. They're the most powerful team that the great Tang can send. Other than here, only the great Tang Emperor has them. Everyone, don't move. Wait and trust them. Even the most powerful great Tang soldiers force the people of the great Tang to take us as hostages. How can the most powerful people be weak? The elder threatened and boosted the confidence of the people on his side. He was afraid that some of them would be impulsive and kill Lu Bo. If his own people were exposed, he would kill them too. Some people who were ready to make a move spread the news to each other, but all of them restrained themselves. They didn't want to be killed by the great Tang soldiers after running out. At night, the people of the great Tang changed shifts every 2 hours. In the past, it was 4 hours. Later on, it was 3 hours. Now it was 1 hour. They were worried that if they stood for too long, it would give the Tang army a chance to attack them when they were tired. After eating, it would be past midnight. So, if they stood for 2 hours, it would be past midnight. Now, those who had just been replaced had to stand until midnight. In other words, it was around 3 o'clock. Midnight was half past 3 o'clock. If it was half past 4 o'clock, it was half past 4 o'clock. Half past 3 o'clock was the wee hours of the morning. Even the people who sold breakfast were not willing to get up. Generally, they would wait until 4 o'clock before getting up to prepare. When they finished setting up their stalls and started making breakfast, it would be around 5 o'clock. At this time, dawn was relatively early. But because of the different locations, it would not be dawn until after 6 o'clock. If it was in the northern part of Hebei province, it would be dawn early. Of course, it would be dark later. The people at the border were waiting for the arrival of a new day. They also hoped that the great Tang soldiers would quickly rescue them. If it weren't for the great Tang soldiers coming over to replenish their food, some people would not have been able to hold on and died. Although it had only been a little more than 3 days, if not for the things that had been sent to them previously, these 3 days might have been the last time they could hold on. If they waited for a larger group to gather, at least 1/3 of them would have died. They had already used up a lot of stamina and nutrition before this. Time passed slowly in the hearts of the people at the border. They waited, and finally, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Some people were very clear about the time. They could tell the approximate time based on their instincts. Now, they were waiting to see more people change shifts. In the end, the people of the Great Tang, who should have taken the initiative to change shifts, were still sleeping at their posts, and no one came out of their tents. The eyes of the people living at the border lit up. They did not know why, but they were not sleepy. They looked at the sky. When the dark clouds were rolling in, the moonlight that occasionally peeked out was already leaning towards the west. Just a little more time, and the sun in the east would be the first to shine. Although the sun did not appear, the sky in the west would be able to illuminate a little. Are they all sleeping? No one is changing shifts. Then what about the special forces of the Great Tang? Stupid. Hurry up and come out. Opportunity, a good opportunity. Just as they were cursing in their hearts, countless black shadows suddenly appeared under the moonlight after the dark clouds had just dispersed. They were stunned for a moment, and in a moment of joy, a figure appeared beside the person at the sentry post closest to them. They didn't know how the figure moved, but the figure stopped and then moved. They watched as the person gently placed the Duogan on the sentry post on the ground. Then there was the sound of popping, and soon everything returned to normal. Before they could think about it, several large patches of light suddenly shone down from the sky. They could not help but look up and see 4 large objects floating in the sky. The light was coming from those 4 objects. Then, more small beams of light shone from the figures. There was not a single gunshot, not a single shout. Only someone came to help them cut the ropes. Less than 7 minutes later, they heard someone speak, reporting, All the enemies are under control. All the sentry posts have been killed. Requesting action. Action. Don't move. Don't move. Clap, clap. Put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. A cacophony of voices began to appear, and all the voices were of the Great Tang and even some local dialects of the Great Tang. Shouts, footsteps, and gunshots mixed together. The beams of light from the objects flying in the sky swept back and forth. Another 7 minutes later, the noise died down again. The Great Tang, who were still sleepy, were escorted out one by one and gathered in the open space of the camp with guns pointed at them. When the Great Tang saw that there were more of them, there was a slight commotion. A series of gunshots rang out. No Great Tang was killed, but everyone became obedient. They knew that the thing that was making the continuous sounds was a machine gun. The people at the border were still in a daze. They did not know how the battle had started or what was going on in the tent. In any case, all the Great Tang were under control, and the sentry had been killed. The ropes binding them had been cut, but they did not say anything. They just stood there and watched. Everything they saw was full of wonder, especially in the sky. What was flying? The attack speed was too fast. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. After all, there were nearly 600 Great Tang. How could they be caught in such a short time? Area A5 is safe. Area A6 is safe. Area B1 is safe. One voice after another reported that they were safe. Gather the troops. The medical team is landing. Another voice sounded. The people on the objects flying in the sky started to slide down the ropes quickly. Every time, 2 people slid down, one holding the other. The speed of the fall was very fast. When they were about to hit the ground, they suddenly slowed down and landed on the ground. Lu Bo and the other 25 people walked out of the tent and stood in the open space outside. Someone went up and saluted. This is Wang Miao, the commander of the Vigorous Protection Team, codenamed E. I'm here to report that you are safe. After that, the person who called himself Wang Miao shook Lu Bo's hand and said, "It's been hard on you guys recently." Lu Bo's tears flowed out. He took a deep breath and hugged Wang Miao. His voice was muffled as he said, "It's not hard. It's not hard. We didn't. You guys are the ones who suffered. We saw it all and remembered it in our hearts. If we didn't suffer this time, we wouldn't know how much Tang Dynasty cares for us. Thank you. Let's go. We'll check your body first. Especially you ate a lot of opium cream. We'll inject glucose into your vein, first to clean it up. We'll observe you in the future to see how addicted you are." Wang Miao patted Lu Bo's back and smiled. Lu Bo also smiled. "I'm fine. I'm satisfied with eating some. I threw up the last supper yesterday. Otherwise, I would be like them, all tired and sleepy after being captured. Yes, we put in a large amount of sleeping pills yesterday. There were more than 50 people who were still sleeping. They didn't wake up even when they were dragged out. Lu Bo is really smart. He guessed our plan." Wang Miao put his hand on Lu Bo's shoulder and walked to the front. Immediately, the medical staff gave him an 4 drip. There was only glucose in it. The main thing was that Lu Bo had been tortured for the past 3 days and had to eat everything. There were also people who came to check his blood pressure and heartbeat. There were even people who came to disinfect his fingers and take blood for a simple blood sugar test. If there was a lack of glucose, they would need to replenish it. The first to be checked was naturally Lu Bo and the others. The people living at the border had to wait. There were only 9 medical staff in total, and all of them had a red cross on them. It was the international medical symbol. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given it according to their habits. Actually, it didn't have to be a cross. It could also be a symbol. What's a code name for Wui? It's not as good as Lei Ting. The person who wanted to run first asked curiously. He was still awake. Lu Bo replied, "Chiwe Wui? I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear. I share the same hatred. Chiwe Wui? I share the same lake. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear and halberd. I work with you. Chiwe Wui? I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my armor and soldiers. I walk with you." What does that mean? This person was even more confused. When you have time, you'll know when you read the book. It's a request for battle, and also a poem that expresses our unity, Lu Bo replied naturally. Lu Dongjia is indeed knowledgeable. Just by hearing a code name, you know what we mean. All right, Lu Dongjia, rest first. Others, come and check. After that, take a hot bath. Someone is boiling water for you. After that, eat some porridge and go to sleep. Wang Miao admired Lu Bo the most. He cooperated very well. He had clearly guessed that the food he ate would harm his body, but for the sake of the big picture, he still ate it without hesitation. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleeping. Look, I'm full of energy now. This young man shook his arms and twisted his waist as he spoke. You'll be sleepy in a while. We were afraid that there would be problems during the rescue, so we added stimulants to your food. This way, when the cannibals attack, you can run. Once the effects wear off, you'll be very sleepy. Go and check first. Wang Miao smiled as he spoke to the young man. He was also saying this for the others to hear. After he finished speaking, he turned around and planned to leave to arrange other things. At the same time, he was going to report the good news to the young master and young lady at home. Not a single person had been injured, let alone died during the rescue. Wait a moment. Lu Bo called out to Wang Miao and said embarrassedly, let me take a closer look at the rice sprout on your chest. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time was when you guys were clearing out the mountain bandits. I was far away. The legendary number 0 seedling protection team. It's fine if they don't appear, but if they do, they'll definitely win. Wang Miao chuckled and stood in front of Lu Bo to let him take a closer look. Actually, there wasn't much to see. It was already on the newspaper. Lu Bo wanted to get closer to the rice sprout, so he stretched out his hand and gently touched the embroidered pattern. The cartoon rice sprout was so cute that it made people want to laugh. Their flag was also very funny. Every family had a different rice sprout. However, this rustic name of the seedling protection team and this cute cartoon pattern represented the most elite existence of the Tang Empire. They were invincible and undefeatable. If someone were to ask which team had the strongest defensive power in the Tang Empire, it would definitely be the direct team of the Zhang family and Wang family. Of course, the Emperor's team didn't count. That team couldn't be used casually. Lu Bo stroked the rice sprout as he said, such a cute rice sprout. The people of the Tang Empire feel close and at ease when they see it, but the enemies feel fear and nightmares when they see it. Sign this for me. I'll go home and give it to my youngest son. He's always wanted to see Xiao Bei and the others, but he couldn't find the opportunity. It's not good to disturb them when he's free. Who's Xiao Bei? The young man was still curious. He had already checked his body and was fine. It was good to be young. He might have been a little weak in the past, but after eating military rations for 3 days straight, he recovered. She's the younger sister of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. She's a very interesting girl. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Chong, Xiao Nan, and 8 other children of similar age are with her. All the children of the Tang Empire want to play with them, and all the adults like them. They're very sensible and smart. When Lu Bo mentioned Xiao Bei, the 9 of them revealed a kind smile. Not only did they like them, but they also knew that they were their hope. Then aren't they still children? Are they very powerful? I can beat them. I can beat them. The young man was unconvinced. The older man next to him was frightened when he heard this. He quickly explained, don't be fooled by how big this child is. In fact, he's only 14 years old this year. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Lu Bo shook his head. It's okay. Xiao Bei and the others won't care. Little brother, don't be fooled by how tall and strong you are. You'll have to fight them somewhere. If you don't use weapons and fight on the ground, you'll only be tied with them. If you're not careful, you might be killed by them. If you're in the water, there will be dozens of people like you. Give them some time, and they will kill you one by one. You won't be able to fight back because there are no rivers or good lakes where you live. You usually live in the mountains. It's hard to say whether you can swim, let alone fight in the water. I don't believe it. How can they beat me? If I beat one, the others will run away in fear, the young man said angrily. Lu Bo didn't say anything. He just smiled. He couldn't really fight. No matter what he said, it was reasonable. However, he knew that if he really beat one, the other 8 would fight with their lives. They would hug your legs and beat you to death. Moreover, it was said that they started learning combat from the age of 4. Did they really think that they were easy to bully? Okay. Wang Miao didn't get angry with the young man. He said to him, if you have the strength, go help boil the water so that you can use it for bathing. New clothes will be sent here in the morning. Actually, Xiao Bei and the others aren't like what you think. They're very strong, and they know a lot of knowledge. If you want to be better than them in the future, you have to study hard. They're only 14 years old. What if I have a knife? Can they beat me? The young man's willpower was still lacking. He still wanted to compete. The older man slapped the back of the young man's head. Go boil the water. You have a knife. They have guns. What are your identities? We're their identities. Why would they fight with you? If you say any more, be careful that the seedling protection team will teach you a lesson. When the young man heard this, he was scared. He knew that he would not be able to win against a group of people from the seedling protection team. He had not seen them use knives before. It seemed that they used their hands, arms, knees, and legs to knock them down. Were their fists made of iron? Especially when they attacked from behind. They held the other person's head and moved their arms. That person's head drooped down. How did they play? He's just a child. Don't mind him. Lu Bo was afraid that someone would attack that person, so he said to Wang Miao. Wang Miao shook his head. We won't hurt him, but we have to talk to him properly. He said in front of us. We'll just treat it as a joke. If he says it again, when he goes there in the future and others hear it, the consequences, yes. We have to talk to him properly. If he said that in front of me, I would beat him up. If we go to a crowded place, he will be beaten to death. Brother Wang, sign it? Lu Bo suddenly thought of the many Tang people he had met. If that young man had said the same thing, he would definitely not have survived. Once the surrounding people came forward, they would not rest until they were beaten to death. Insulting and belittling the Zhang and Wang clans was a major crime. There was no law in the law. It was said that in Xuanyang, Xiao Bei and the others were almost bombed, but the locals dug 3 feet into the ground to find them. If you belittled them, wouldn't you be provoking the entire Great Tang? It would be useless even if you brought the case to Han Yuan Palace Hall. No one in the royal court would dare to speak up for you. Wang Miao refused. We can't sign anything for you. Let's go back and tell the little ancestors that there's a new camera. Take a picture of them and get them to sign on the back of the photo. Here, you can give it to your children. Camera? What's that? Lu Bo had never heard of it before. It's something that looks more like a real person than a painting. It's still very valuable now, Wang Miao replied. Lu Bo could tell that it was better than a painting and was very valuable now. Didn't that mean that it could be used in bulk in the future? The price wouldn't be low, but with his family's money, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it a few times. Thus, he happily said, You must remember that my children haven't had the chance to see Xiao Bei and the others. Moreover, they're in Ezhou now. If I don't help them once when I go back, they'll throw a tantrum at me again. I can't bear to hit them when they throw a tantrum. If I hit them too hard, then you'll be arrested. Don't think that they're your children. Their lives aren't in your hands. I'll send a telegram now and tell the young master and young lady who are waiting at home for news that the rescue was successful. They've been paying attention to this operation and even personally came up with a few plans. I'll also mention your request while I'm at it. Perhaps the little ancestors will be very happy to know that your children want to see them and take the initiative to look for you. This can be considered a form of consolation for your family before you return home. We won't have to send a message to your family alone. Wang Miao turned around again. Wait a moment. Lu Bo called out again and said with embarrassment, Then you can send a message first. We'll talk later. I was afraid that you wouldn't come back. It wasn't easy to see you, and I have a lot to say. Team Zero, I have something to boast about in the future. Someone go and send the message. Wang Miao instructed the person beside him. He could understand Lu Bo's current state of mind. He had just escaped from the jaws of death, and he needed some sort of spiritual comfort. After all, he was only a businessman and not an elite member of the Special Forces. During the rescue process, one of the reasons was to give the other party psychological counseling. Otherwise, what was the point of rescuing someone who had gone insane after 2 days? Speak. We'll always be by your side, and there will be more people coming. Don't worry. Wang Miao smiled warmly. Lu Bo stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly understood why the other party was like this. He, who was usually indifferent to the loss of money, once again shed tears. He said, If I ever do anything wrong to the Tang Empire in the future, I will be struck by lightning. You are indeed the strongest, from the depths of your soul. I will publicize this matter and let all the people of the Tang Empire know what is behind them. What I want to ask is, how much resources did you guys use to rescue us? My family has some money, and I want to compensate you guys. I can't let you guys spend too much. There's no need. You've already paid the taxes, so it's only right. Wang Miao didn't intend to ask for money. Could it be that he wouldn't rescue them if they didn't have money? That's not what I mean. I won't give you money. I just want to ask how much manpower and resources you guys use so that I can have an idea. Lu Bo changed his way of asking. He knew that he had to do more, or his conscience wouldn't be at ease. We didn't use much. We just sent a message back. Then, we sent someone to ask the merchants who maintained the trade route and roughly describe what you looked like. Then, they said who you were. After that, it was easy. We directly went to your house and asked about you. Then, we looked for the people who were in contact with you. We got everything out of them. Wang Miao replied. So they'll tell you the moment you ask? What do you think? We'll prove that we're subordinates of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Oh, that's right. I'll tell you if you ask me. Everyone in Great Tang is your informant. Lu Bo understood. The news of a successful rescue was quickly sent back to Yizhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't just receive news from this place. In the past few days, they had successfully rescued 2 other places, and the last place was already under operation. They believed that there would be news soon because those people had already been drugged. Chapter 1281. When the duo eaters who were on a hostage mission were killed, the people living at the border of various places also began to migrate long distances. They had to give up their original places of residence and move to the east. At the same time, they had to join the Great Tang. Once the border was no longer dangerous, they could come back if they wanted to. If they didn't want to, they could go anywhere in the Great Tang. They could even settle down in Sanshui County as long as they could find a suitable job and buy a house in Sanshui County. For a period of time, only the Great Tang soldiers would be left at the border. There would be no other people. This was a loss for the Great Tang, but it was also a gain. The loss was the local products, while the gain was a group of people who had no concept of country. The domestic construction required a large number of people. When the children were still young and their productivity was low, the handicraft industry was the best supplement and could be developed in a more labor-intensive way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this. It seemed that the local products were missing, but that location could be left as a backup plan. For the time being, they had to solve the problem of population flow. The population of the cities with convenient water, land, road, and railway transportation is clearly increasing. This puts a certain amount of pressure on the lives of the locals. We have to find a way to adjust. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the report sent today and said to Wang, who had just finished studying the military map. Wang rubbed her temples. When she was looking at the map just now, she had to analyze it while looking at it. It was tiring. Not only did she have to formulate strategic goals that could change at any time according to the situation on the battlefield, she also had to summarize history and find suitable battle tactics. As the army on the 3 fronts slowly advanced, the problem of adapting to the environment was placed in front of them. There was also the various terrains, wherein history, who won with a small number of people, how they fought, and what were the relevant factors. She had to put them into the current Great Tang army. Otherwise, it would be easy to be schemed against by the enemy. The death of a large number of soldiers would make their families very sad. The purpose of war was to gain benefits, not sacrifice. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. It looked like a small-scale battle tactic, but when countless tactical objectives were completed, the commander would discover that there were actually new strategic objectives that could be achieved. This was not something that could be changed by one's will. Even the most outstanding strategist would not be able to predict the final outcome from the beginning. Thus, Wang wanted several marching routes in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the path ahead was foggy. Zhang Xiaobao's voice pulled her out of the fog. Wang sighed softly and asked, "Don't tell me you want to have different household registers in different places? When we arrive in other cities, we're not allowed to buy a house, and we are also deprived of benefits. At the same time, even the schools that our children attend are restricted." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang was no longer worried about strategy and tactics. He smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. We can't lose the people's hearts that we worked so hard to gather so easily." What happened before was the result of internal strife between factions. At the same time, there was also the problem of the population demand for the overall economic development plan of the country. In fact, there were many cases in history where a large number of people migrated, especially when there was a disaster. The people who fled to other places caused a lot of trouble for the local people. I've thought about it carefully, and I don't think we can solve this problem by force. As for houses, as long as the outsiders have the money and are willing to buy them, they can buy them. There's no need to stop them because we don't have any internal conflicts and the imperial power is supreme. So, Wang Wan cooperated and led the way. So, what we need to do the most now is to increase the research and production of luxury goods sold at home and to convert the machinery of the Tang heavy industry to civilian use, Zhang Xiaobao said very straightforwardly. The Tang heavy industry. Can you stop criticizing the term heavy industry? Steel production uses indigenous methods, at most with some advanced technological thinking. Oil refining uses indigenous methods. Of course, for the current Tang people, it is very advanced. Look at our collection of liquefied petroleum gas. They collect thousands of tons at one time, and we can't even reach 1/10,000th of their collection. When Wang Wan thought of the term heavy industry, she found it funny. After laughing, a hopeful look appeared on her face. She was arguing with Zhang Xiaobao, not because she felt that the current Tang industry should not continue to research. One day it would achieve its goal. At least for now, it was at the forefront of the world. After arguing, Wang Wan realized that to solve the problem of population flow and concentration, why did he mention luxury goods and the machinery of the Ministry of Works? She then asked, "Hubby, do you think that with luxury goods and machinery, the pressure on the populated areas will be reduced?" Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be scared and then said with certainty, "Of course, if this is done well, the problem of population flow and concentration will also be solved. I am willing to listen to your opinion." Wang Wan stood up from her seat and sat beside Zhang Xiaobao, gently leaning her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She had already realized that Xiao Bao suddenly mentioned this information not because there was no way to solve the problem, but because he deliberately said it to her so that she would be able to escape from the troubles of the previous strategic arrangements. With a man like this accompanying her, she would be happy for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his sitting position to make Wang Wan more comfortable and said, "Actually, the main reason for a large number of people to gather in places with convenient transportation is that there could be more profits from the circulation of goods and port processing. With more profits, the wages will also be higher. So what should we do to make the wages in other places higher? The simplest way is to use policies to reduce taxes and other expenses in other places, and, at the same time, to build infrastructure. It involves the word money. Right now, we have free medical care, free education, infant support benefits, employment training benefits, elderly protection benefits, and direct state compensation benefits in disaster areas. In addition to the previous large number of low-interest and interest-free loan benefits, we don't have much money to do other things." "You mean to rely on luxury goods to make money, and then use it to implement policies and infrastructure in other places?" Wang Wan asked cooperatively. "Yes, head. There is a very important problem in the process of the floating population gathering in key cities, and that is the concentration of capital. The concentration of capital in one area is an empty statement, but the real concentration is in the hands of businessmen. Businessmen who make a lot of money will have a high tax rate, but they still have too much money that they can't use. Money is just a number, and behind it represents the support of money. Unless I cause a large amount of inflation, they won't be able to use the corresponding resources if they don't spend money. When they have money, I give them 3 choices. One is to deposit it in a bank, and they will earn interest. Then, I will use the bank to lend money, and, at the same time, maintain the growth rate of inflation at the deposit interest rate, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a smile on her face. "Yes, the deposit in the bank is actually not the appreciation of money, but the preservation of value. Many people don't understand, and they always feel that they have too much money in their hands. In the end, when they buy things, the price of things will also increase. If the bank is really used to increase the value of depositors, then when the bank lends out, it will require more interest. In the end, the original interest of the deposit currency will actually depreciate. Money doesn't appear out of thin air, and the amount of money that appears is related to productivity. The only advantage is that this part of the money from the bank can be used to support production technology, and it can increase the basic raw materials of goods. The people who deposit their money in the bank get a higher level of enjoyment and not an absolute increase in money. The higher level of enjoyment includes the lowering of the price of new products and certain low-end goods in certain aspects. For example, there will be a radio in the future. Another example is that the yield of cabbage per moo will increase and the price will be lower. But when the people measure the money in their hands, they don't think about it like that. They think about whether the goods that are in the middle of society are cheaper. Is it cheaper? No. If it is really cheaper, it means that this kind of goods is no longer in the middle of society. It has been reduced to the status of cabbage. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can understand this. What are the remaining two paths you arrange for them? Wang Wan temporarily stopped thinking about the war and helped Zhang Xiaobao think about the rich people. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his arm and hugged Wang Wan's waist. He didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he sighed about what Wang Wan said just now. Just as Wang Wan said, the country's protection of capital is not the protection of the currency itself, but the protection of the quality of life of the people in the process of national strength. Luxury goods are still luxury goods, and what can't be bought is still not affordable. But in the process of currency flow and depreciation, the investment in production technology is the most important part. Many people say that things are expensive. In the past, a piece of fermented bean curd was 2 cents, but now it was 3 cents. In fact, in the past, he earned 50 yuan a month, but now he earned 2,500 yuan a month. Then the price ratio of the fermented bean curd back then to the current one was 1:15, and the income ratio was 150. Moreover, the fermented bean curd now is more delicious. But why does it feel expensive? Because with the development of technology, people's needs are also increasing. They spend too much on other aspects, and it doesn't feel like the price has dropped. Overall, it means that things are expensive. In the past, they don't need too many goods. Having a bungalow to live in and a radio is a good pursuit, and they can save a lot of money to buy fermented bean curd. After that, there are cars, televisions, and phones, more gold and diamond jewelry, and there are electricity and gas in the house. Unknowingly, there are more ways to spend money in life, and it feels expensive to buy a triangle of fermented bean curd. What is the root of this problem? It's not the depreciation of the currency, nor is it how much the price has dropped. It's because the proportion of people who own the currency is in a minority in society, which is also called polarization. The better a country could control polarization, the more stable the political and economic system of that country would be. Zhang Xiaobao feels that there is still a long way to go. Because of polarization, in addition to the corruption of officials and economic loopholes, there is also the existence of individuals in society. People are smart. If they can make money, they will naturally have money. If they make more money, it is unreasonable to collect more taxes from others. Why? But there is no other way. After all, you live in a group. Your income comes from the group, and your safety comes from the group. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao can only control polarization through other means and not eliminate it. If polarization is really eliminated, then the whole society will lose the motivation to move forward. Everyone will not work hard. No matter how hard they work, in the end, they will get the same result as others. Who is stupid? Zhang Xiaobao now wants to discuss this problem with Wang Wan. There are two other ways. One way is to enjoy. We can make more luxury goods and sell them. The profit of luxury goods has always been much higher than the proportion of goods that people enjoy. It is almost hundreds or thousands of times higher. Among 100 people, if you enjoy a radio and others don't, then you will definitely pay more than 100 times the cost of the radio. You may have to pay 1,000 times or 10,000 times the cost. If they enjoy it, we will have money. We will use this money to do what we said before. The third way is to guide the rich to underdeveloped areas, which are inconvenient and have low production capacity. We will provide them with preferential policies. They can build their own roads, or we can build the roads. It is the same. If we build the roads, they will have to pay in other aspects. If they build the roads, they will get more policies. I hope that they will choose to build their own infrastructure. We will turn the money used to build the roads into loans to them. At the same time, we will increase their policy benefits. The gains and losses are the same. There is not much difference. The difference is that this kind of company has a social responsibility and confidence in self-development. I will pay attention to it and look for them if there is something good in the future. Of course, there are policy benefits and policy requirements. That is, when their investment and output ratio is the same as the ratio of the same industry and the same strength of businessmen in prosperous cities, they must pay the same wages as the prosperous cities. In this way, everyone will not have to go to the key cities to carry out a one-way labor flow. I should have killed all the people in your city's civil affairs department back then. They lost the talent. Wang Wan said with a smile. I have never regretted the path I have taken. If I had to choose again, I would still want to do that. Because that way, I will still meet you. Disgusting. You have a clever mouth. Wang Wan lightly punched Zhang Xiaobao. What if they don't follow your train of thought and deliberately oppose you? I'm saying what if. The truth is that they will listen to you. Especially after the news of you traveling thousands of miles to rescue them is exposed in the newspapers. Everyone will be more patriotic. If I have to say what if, it is that if they don't agree, I will use my own money to build non-key cities. In the end, I will use cheap product to attack their profits. Our business is expanding very slowly now because we want to give them more space to develop. It is not because I don't have the ability to expand. I have not made any plans to attack the domestic economy because I promised you. At the same time, it is because I love this nation. It does not mean that I am afraid of them. If they force me into a corner, I will teach them a lesson. You must know that the technology and the banking system are in my hands. Why do we withdraw from the shares of Great Tang Bank? We held the shares, and Li Longji did not dare to trust us. There would be other shareholders who would come in and criticize us. I withdrew, but I am in control. Whoever controls the banking system controls the entire society. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was very calm when he said this, but Wang Wan could hear a sense of absolute arrogance. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao had this ability. Otherwise, the order back then would not have been just a capture and not kill. Wang Wan was very happy when she thought about how she had captured such a person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, don't be anxious. When you invade, let them take over the domestic economy. They are very obedient. If someone really dares to disobey, I will directly publish an article in the newspaper saying that a certain corporation has hurt me and Xiaobao too much. In the future, when they're in danger outside, I will no longer help them and let the imperial court send troops. That way, their corporation will not need to face any danger outside. The other businessmen in the country will kill them. When a meteor battle squad returns successfully, our prestige will be even higher. Rescue, revenge, regardless of the distance, regardless of the cost. I believe that this is what every citizen in every country wants to see the most. That's right. If the country could treat me like this back then, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go meet Huang Yaoben. Previously, I gave him some ideas as a deity. Why did he not look for a deity and insist on looking for us? Would a deity lie to him? Seeing that Wang Wan was happy, Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Huang Yaoben had come to meet him and Wang Wan today. Previously, when they were eating the barbecue, he gave Huang Yaoben an idea at the last moment. He told them how to earn money and also help the country develop. However, after Huang Yaoben returned, he first looked for someone to discuss and formulate a plan. When the preliminary plan was out, he came to the Blue Sea Silver Sands to look for him and Wang Wan. Seriously, why did he have to come looking for us? I still wanted to have some tenderness with my husband. Wang Wan retracted her head and stood up. Then, why don't we ignore him first and have some tenderness in bed? Zhang Xiaobao stood up as well. Hooligan. Wang Wan led the way and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head and walked behind Wang Wan. He muttered to himself, "The most difficult thing to deal with in this world is the woman you love deeply. If you don't think of a way to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why don't you coax such a good woman? If you use a strategy to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you want to scheme against such a good woman? If you don't use any tricks and just coax her from the bottom of your heart, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you have to be so straightforward with such a good woman? Can't you know how to be romantic? You're using schemes to coax me now. If you want to mutter, stay away from me. Don't let me hear you." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and pursed her lips into a smile. When the two arrived at the meeting place, Huang Yaobin had already drunk 2 cups of tea and eaten half a kilogram of snacks. He was holding a ripe watermelon and gnawing on it. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Huang Yaobin hurriedly stood up and took out a stack of papers. He said to the two of them, "You are finally here. I'm mainly looking for Xiaobao. A deity gave me an idea. I think it's pretty good, but I'm worried about him. Xiaobao, help me take a look and see if he's lying to me. I nearly got someone to follow the plan, but I thought it wasn't right. I need to discuss it with you. Who said that deities can't lie? I'll only be at ease if you take a look." Chapter 1282. Huang Yaobin looked at Zhang Xiaobao expectantly. As for Wang Wan, he selectively ignored her. He felt that it was better to talk to Xiaobao about economic matters. Cuckoo should be used for war. Huang Yaobin was very excited. He had just applied to meet Xiaobao yesterday, and it was approved yesterday. They arranged to meet today, just as he had expected. Xiaobao and Cuckoo seemed to have high status, but they were so close to the people of Tang. As long as there was something important, as long as they had time, they would meet with you. Of course, if you were bored and came to chat with them, it would probably not work. Zhang Xiaobao did not take the proposal. Instead, he looked up at the sky. After a while, he said, "They're just small gods. Killing them is as easy as killing an ant." Huang Yaobin also looked up at the sky. He did not see anything, but he was very excited. It seems that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are also gods. They are not afraid of these two. Xiaobao, since they have no influence on Tang, what they said, Huang Yaobin still wanted to do something that would benefit Tang. Now that he had recovered, he felt that everything he ate tasted good and did not have diarrhea. He thought that the gods had some tricks up their sleeves. The problem now was whether the gods' tricks would work. As he spoke, he handed the proposal over. Zhang Xiaobao still did not take it. He showed a gentle smile and said to Huang Yaobin, "Okay, we will do as we have discussed. Pay attention to hygiene and safety. Tell the people who come later to not urinate and defecate everywhere. Also, if anyone comes later, they should first cut their hair, bathe, and change their clothes. There will be some investment in the beginning. Don't worry, we will give you some money first for you to use. Don't spend your family's money. Your status in your family is not high now. If you don't have more money, you'll be easily bullied by your family." Huang Yaobin listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. He looked down at the proposal in his hand, looked up at Zhang Xiaobao, and then looked up at the sky. He could not help but gulp and said nervously, "Xiaobao, you can also count? I don't even have to ask, but I already know what the deities are telling me. We can only calculate the matters of immortals. When immortals descend to the mortal world, they will definitely disturb the stars. Even if it's a small god, their every move is within our calculations. It's not easy to calculate the actions of ordinary people. It goes against the harmony of the heavens." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he felt very embarrassed. He had already lied to her once, and he had to continue lying. If someone else had used the same method to lie to him, he would have fought them to the death. Huang Yao did not feel that he had been cheated. In fact, he was very happy. With 2 immortals in charge, he did not have to worry about other immortals causing trouble in the future. After some consideration, he asked, "Then, what about the other matter? Let's do it together. Since you can't handle the logistics, you can first make empty trucks to distribute goods. Open up the shop first, then cooperate with the local government's transport team and postal team. You could take on private jobs in the future. In this way, you don't have to worry about problems or being cheated. Zhang Xiaobao immediately explained another plan of the immortals. In fact, the latter was not as important as the first. The first was that Zhang Xiaobao thought that the people at the border would come over. Before the war was settled, they could not let them go back. They probably would not be willing to go back. If they were to come over, they would definitely think of the nearest bustling city, Yizhou, once they entered the Tang Empire's territory. Tens of thousands of people squeezing in, as well as the short-term cyclical manpower during the transportation process, would put a lot of pressure on the local government. If it had been the previous provincial governor, the one who built the park, he would have been able to arrange it properly. However, the current government would definitely not be able to do so. It would be chaotic. His younger brothers and sisters would arrange for some of the transportation workers to do the work. It would not be good to leave the outsiders to his younger brothers and sisters. They would also be too busy. Furthermore, there was another problem. If there were only a few outsiders, the locals would not think much of it and would accept them easily. It was a kind of sympathy and pity. When there were more people, it would affect the local industries, especially the low-skilled industries. The most direct would be the pure manual labor group. There would be conflicts. If they were not resolved early, when the conflicts erupted, they would have to pay a higher price to appease them. It just so happened that they met Huang Yaoban, a person who had a bit of a mental illness. When they were treating him, they used him once. In the process of chatting, they found that this fellow was a talent. Thus, they decided to leave this matter to him. They would have Huang Yaoban mark out a piece of land where the new city was being built. It would be used to settle the people who came from the border and form settlement. They would be given low wages, but they would be given full benefits. The low wages could be explained to them as rescuing them and settling them down. They would have to repay the initial investment. However, if they were not given full benefits, they would think that they were inferior. Such a situation wasn't a good thing. If they felt that they were inferior, others would unconsciously look down on them. They had no knowledge, no culture, and no skills. Why would they come to live with the Tang people? After settling them down, Huang Yaoban could have them do simple work, manual labor, and low-skill manual work. When they gradually adapted to life and had more contact with the locals, they would be dispersed through the second plan. The second plan was a part of the logistics industry, the distribution of goods. Just the distribution of goods would reduce the risks of the transportation process. It was suitable for newcomers. At the same time, they would first interact with the authorities and learn from them. The scale of the distribution of goods would be set up, and they would start to expand outwards. During the expansion process, a portion of the people who came from the border would follow the branches out. After that, they would expand and split up again. They could not let the people who came from the border stay together. Otherwise, it would form a situation of clumping together in a small area. Once a person had some friction with the local people, it would cause a lot of harm. This was how things were. One of the many links would link the other aspects together. Huang Yaoban did not know how big Zhang Xiaobao's plan was. He only thought that if he did well, his status in the family would rise, and he would earn a lot of money. He would also help his country, Great Tang. Thus, he was filled with confidence. He shook the proposal in his hand and asked, "Xiaobao, are you really not going to take a look? What if there is something wrong with it? I believe in you. I believe that you will definitely arrange everything properly. You are a rare talent. Otherwise, the gods would not have looked for you." Zhang Xiaobao patted Huang Yaoban's shoulder and encouraged him. Thank you. Xiaobao, don't worry. I promise that I will not embarrass you. When they come, I will get them to get a haircut. Anyway, it can still grow after a haircut. I will arrange it immediately. Huang Yaoban was filled with pride. What was there to be afraid of? With the guidance of the gods and Xiaobao's support, there was nothing to be afraid of. With that, he turned around to leave. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something. After calling out to Huang Yaoban, he continued to look at the sky. The clouds in the sky were blown back and forth by the wind. Occasionally, there would be a few birds accompanying them. They were not egrets, but they still gave off a serene and leisurely feeling. Wang Wan leaned over and gestured for Huang Yaoban to be silent. She did not want Huang Yaoban to disturb Xiaobao. Wang Wan knew that Xiaobao had suddenly thought of something else. As for what it was, She would have to wait for Xiao Bao to figure it out. After that, it would probably be another series of arrangements. She liked to see Xiao Bao's expression the most. No matter from which angle she looked at it, she felt that Xiao Bao was full of charm. Every time this happened, it was the time to test a person's talent. To think of a series of problems in a short period of time and then work together to make overall arrangements was not something that anyone could do. She felt that the most interesting thing was that when this man of hers arranged the economic arrangements, it was like a plug-and-play port on a computer. In a situation where there was no additional hardware or software connected to the system could operate normally. If there was a sudden problem that required the installation of hardware and software, the original system would not be disrupted. In other words, the system was not affected by any external factors during the process of operation. It was very stable and had strong compatibility. It was hard to figure out why and how it was done. Huang Yaobin looked at Wang Wan and waited with her. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao came back to his senses and said to Huang Yaobin, "The sky is really blue. It's so blue that it makes one's heart beat. Looking at it, one feels tranquil. Even if there are floating clouds, one's heart will not move. Then, should it move or not?" Huang Yaobin was very depressed. After looking at the sky, Xiao Bao actually said that there was no place to spend his time on this kind of thing. Relative silence, absolute movement. Whether it moves or not, it depends on the heart. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Huang Yaobin nodded helplessly. If that's the case, then what should I do? Move, dance with the white clouds, and accompany the blue sky. Xiaobao, you're talking about your family's big eagle water cloud, right? I can't fly up there. I can't fly up there either. Let's get down to business. Wang Wan was not willing. Why were they talking in riddles? She still had to cook for Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "You're too engrossed. Actually, the sky is really blue. Okay, I'll tell you. Southwest of Yi Province's main river, there's a swamp. Further west, there's a wasteland. Is there? There's a swamp, but I've never seen a wasteland." Huang Yaobin thought about the terrain, but it seemed that he had never seen one before. Could it be that he did not know enough about his hometown? That's possible. You haven't seen a wasteland, but have you seen a barren mountain? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Huang Yaobin nodded. I know. What do you want to do? Flatten the mountain and fill in the swamp. Zhang Xiaobao said. What's the use? We'll need a lot of manpower. Huang Yaobin was not stupid. He immediately thought of the amount of work. A few small hills did not look high, but if he really dug them up, there would be a lot of soil. Listen to me. When the time comes, you do it first. Remember to clean up. Collect all the feces. I'll have someone build a methane tank for you. Zhang Xiaobao did not explain too much to Huang Yaobin. He hoped that Huang Yaobin would be able to figure it out himself. Huang Yaobin was very obedient. He turned around and left with doubts in his heart. His mind was already beginning to ponder. Let's go and cook. What are we eating for lunch today? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and asked Wang Wan. Eat white clouds. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of explaining to her in detail, so she said in a huff, Okay, make snow bean paste. It looks like white clouds. Xiao Bei and the others will definitely like it. Zhang Xiaobao readily agreed. He walked towards the kitchen to make snow bean paste. However, he was not going to eat it as a dish, but as a snack. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat the rice. It was too sweet. Moreover, the bean paste inside was enough to fill his stomach. Wang Wan followed him to the kitchen, thinking about what could be done by flattening the barren mountain. It seemed to be useless. It was just a waste of labor. Very quickly, the snow bean paste ingredients were prepared. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and did not make it. Because it had been left out for too long, he did not feel like eating cotton. He had to make it now. He began to prepare other dishes. Today's weather was not very hot. Although the sky was clear and there were not many clouds, there was a moderate wind. The air pressure was also not high or low. The good thing was that the relative humidity in the air was low. Generally speaking, the local situation was more humid. Zhang Xiaobao prepared to make stir-fried dishes. No matter what it was, he would stir-fry it into shreds. First, he would stir-fry garlic with meat. Then, he would stir-fry celery with meat. Third, he would stir-fry squid with chives. Fourth, he would stir-fry meat. Finally, he would make shredded potato soup. It was not easy for others to eat potatoes, but it had nothing to do with his family. Wang Wan looked and said, "It's so simple. This stir-fry meat, that stir-fry meat, don't you know how to add a little variety? And the amount seems to be too little, right? They can't eat too much today. They will go back to play after dinner. I guess they will choose to play outside. When they eat some snacks, we can suggest that they go to the river to have a look. It's the river next to the swamp, or the one on the other side of the barren mountain. They can catch fish, dig for river snails, and bring them back. I will cook for you at night." Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was talking to himself. Wang Wan thought about it. She was actually in a good mood today. Her body was also comfortable. Could it be related to the weather? Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao started to get busy, she also went to help cook. It was boiled, not steamed. Using an earthen stove to cook, the cooked rice was fragrant. There would be rice crust left at the bottom. It was just right to eat the various shredded pieces. After a while, the 4 dishes were ready. He asked someone to call the little guys to eat. After the 4 dishes were served, he would make the soup. Xiao Bei and the others had already finished their studies for the day. They also brought the little boy who played games with them over to eat together. They had to educate the little boy well. There was no rule against talking while eating. Talking while eating helped with digestion. The more harmonious a family was, the more they liked to chat while eating. If there were conflicts at home, and at the same time there was pressure from work outside, it was easy to talk while eating. Then there would be situations where they would not be able to eat due to anger. "Brother, we have already started to arrange for the small periodic labor force to build a new city. I want to ask, when a new city is built, what will happen to the city here?" Xiaobei drank 2 mouthfuls of soup first. She specially picked out the chopped green onions in the soup to eat. She liked the taste the most, so when she made soup at home, she would deliberately fry the chopped green onions. Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and said, "We will also renovate here. When the time comes, there will be no distinction between the old and the new. The two will be merged into one, making the city bigger and easier to manage. Also, the outside can be used as a garden." Xiaobei nodded and continued eating. The little boy who was being educated had also been eating with them for the past few days. He only went home after eating at night. When he came back early in the morning and heard others talking, he could not help but ask, "Brother Xiaobao, are we going to sell the flowers that we planted?" "I'm not selling, and you're not allowed to give me a discount either. When the city gets bigger, it'll take a long time to walk from one end to the other. It'll be good to see a bunch of flowers." Zhang Xiaobao treated them equally. "I'm in a good mood when I come back from outside. I can see the flowers before I get home, right?" The little boy asked. "You are so smart. Don't eat the food on the table. Put it there." Zhang Xiaobao praised and stopped the little boy from dropping the food on the table because he was distracted and wanted to eat it. The little boy obediently did not touch it. He picked up another portion and put it in his bowl. He ate it together with the rice. At first glance, it was obvious that he used to eat like this. It was very likely that he did not have a separate plate for the food. He just put the food in his bowl and found a place to squat down and eat. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this kind of habit. As long as he was comfortable eating, it was fine. As for hygiene and digestion problems, those situations would not occur because this was already a habit. It was easy to cause problems if it could be changed. If he really wanted to be hygienic, then he would separate the meals. Everyone would eat one portion and use the public utensils to eat. After eating for a while, Xiaozhu put down her chopsticks and asked her brother, "Brother, I have seen the plan of the new city. In addition to the school, the yamen, the medical center, and the remaining restaurants, there is only a small area left for large houses. In the future, when the economic development is better and there are more rich people, what should we do if there are not enough large houses?" "This is a good question. Let your sister answer it." Zhang Xiaobao threw down this sentence and buried his head in eating. Wang Wan was stunned. She met her sister's gaze and suddenly thought of something. She glared at Zhang Xiaobao and replied, "There is a swamp area outside the city. There are also a few barren hills. When the time comes, we will flatten the hills and fill the swamp with soil. Then we will build villas there. There are small rivers on both sides. The scenery is beautiful. The sky is blue. and there are even floating clouds. At this time, she finally understood why Xiao Bao had asked Huang Yao to do what he did. The scenery was beautiful, the environment was beautiful, and building villas was perfect for people who had money but did not know how to spend it. It was a luxury type of existence. Xiaozhu did not know that this arrangement was made not long ago. She tilted her head and thought for a while before asking, "What about manpower? Moving the mountains requires a lot of manpower. Just the wages spent are not small. Is it worth it?" Yes. Is it worth it? For short-term laborers like us, we need to pay a lot of wages every day. Xiao Bei followed up with a question. He even stretched out his hand and moved his fingers. It was as if he was calculating how much money was spent. Wang Wan smiled and said to Xiao Bei, "Little money grubber, the more you spend, the more you earn. However, the cost of manpower doesn't need to be too high. It's the people who came from the western border. If we suddenly give them the same wage, they will become confused and won't know how to spend it. First, give them some time and let them gradually adapt. Treat it as compensation for the cost of rescuing and migrating them." Yes. We need to compensate them. I heard that they did not have much of a sense of belonging in the past. If they are like our original patriots, then won't the patriots feel sad in their hearts? Xiao Bei supported. "Brother, I still have something to say." After Xiao Bei supported not giving more money to the newcomers, he said, "We plan to build a leather processing factory. A large-scale one. What do you think it should be?" "You're not allowed to build it." Zhang Xiaobao rejected directly. Chapter 1283. In the afternoon, the little guys asked to go to the swamp to play. They said that they wanted to check the terrain in advance and teach the little boy, who liked to play games and not go to school, how to catch river snails. They brought a lot of people and specially prepared long bamboo poles with hooks. After the 9 little guys experienced the dangers of the swamp, they had always been afraid of the swamp. As for Zhang Xiaobao not allowing them to build a large fur processing plant, they were not unhappy. After all, they were used to it. They could always find opportunities to make a fortune, but every time this business was done, it would cause conflicts in the local industries, and their brother would stop it. Only those that could make a little money and could make up for the shortcomings of other industries were allowed. So they did not care. At most, they would think about it later. There were plenty of opportunities to make money. They could think about it while learning about the relationships between various industries and the knowledge taught by their brother. For example, this fur processing plant. Ezhou was very important. The daily throughput of goods was very large. In addition, there would be a steady stream of small caravans coming and going from the occupied areas by land. Then, whoever monopolized the trade of fur would be able to influence at least 50 provinces through this trade. How could such a big influence be monopolized casually? If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family built a fur processing plant here, how could other businessmen in the same industry survive? Who would sell the fur to others in the future? Therefore, Xiao Bei and the other 8 understood that in an important area of material circulation, there could not be a monopoly in any industry. Otherwise, it would cause artificial price disruption to the whole area and the products in the surrounding radiation area. In turn, this showed that monopolies were very profitable. At the same time, they could gain other benefits beyond the value of the goods, such as local political connections and cross-industry connections. Xiao Bei and the others could understand, but the little boy who was being educated by them was confused. He couldn't understand how building a factory had anything to do with all this nonsense. For a moment, the little boy began to have a new yearning for school. He felt that he did not understand, but Xiao Bei and the others could. When he played with them, he could not lift his head. After sending his brothers and sisters to the door and watching them leave, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "The local scenery is really good. When we build villas in the future, let's buy 2. We can live here when we are free." Wang Wan did not pay attention to what Zhang Xiaobao said. What villa? Could he come here once a year in the future? Even if they really needed to come over, it was impossible for them to live in the villa. No matter how big the villa was, how could it compare to the restaurant at home? You should learn from the real estate developers in the future and get some money first. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't answer, Zhang Xiaobao said something else. "Should we advertise first and ask them to take out a portion of the money as a deposit before the house is built. The agreement is 20 strings of coins per square meter. After the house is built, it will become 50 strings of coins per square meter. If they don't take out the money, we can return the deposit to them for free? Wang Wan asked with a smile. That's right. It's a commonly used method. It's not new anymore. But every time it's used, there will always be people who fall for it. Real estate developers will buy in advance to drive up the sales figures and encourage more people to buy. Then, they will refund the money without paying any interest. At this time, administrative orders should be used to regulate and not a simple market economy. Because guiding the public is one of the functions of the government. Zhang Xiaobao was just saying. He didn't want to use such methods to cheat people to make money. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't saying that he wanted to do this. But with the development of the social economy, other businessmen would think of such a good method, especially when ordinary people were buying houses. When the truly rich people bought expensive houses, no one would dare to cheat them. When the time came, people would be cheated by real estate developers one after another. Other than scolding the real estate developers, they would also complain to the country about why the imperial court didn't do anything. After a long time, the imperial court would lose its credibility. In the future, when there was something that required the help of the people would dawdle in the beginning. Later on, when there was danger, not only would the people not be anxious, but they would also gloat. Then, the country would be finished. Unlike now, when the people were very obedient and did whatever they were told to do. It was said that the people could be ordered, but they couldn't be made to know. But with the current credibility of the imperial court, there was no need to explain. Just tell the people directly that if you dug a ditch in front of their house, even if the people understood, they would work hard to dig a ditch because they believed that the imperial court wouldn't do anything to harm them. Such people's trust was easy to lose, but difficult to gain. It was important to protect them as much as possible. The trust of the people in you wasn't something that you could rely on to harm the people, so you had to cherish it. So, you want the imperial court to strengthen the legislation and enforcement in this area? Wang Wan directly brought up Zhang Xiaobao's plan for this boring matter. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. We have to do it in advance, so that those businessmen who think that they are smart enough to have such thoughts will give up on it. We have to prepare for a rainy day. The only thing that worries me is whether the officials in the imperial court will stop us for their own interests. It's not good for us to always interfere, as it will affect the imperial power. Even if Li Longji doesn't say anything, others will still find fault with us. So, Wang Wan asked, so, let them suffer a little first. When the time comes, we'll use this opportunity to resolve the matter. Communicate with Li Longji first and set a trap for the other officials in the imperial court, Zhang Xiaobao said with a sinister smile. All right, let's report it. Wang Wan agreed. 5 days later, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan estimated that the team that went to Zhenla should have news back, Li Longji had finished discussing with the officials in the morning court in the capital. When they returned to their posts, he began to call them. Li Longji's behavior was purely because he had nothing better to do. He didn't say it when the morning court ended and insisted on waiting for them to return before using the phone. It was obvious that he hadn't lost interest in this new communication tool. Connect to the Ministry of Works. Look for Zhang Zhong in the Shang study room of the Ministry of Works. Zhang Qing, come to Xingqing Palace. There's something important to discuss. Li Longji made the call. It was still manually connected. Zhang Zhong didn't know what was going on, but he agreed. Li Longji put down the phone and picked it up again. Connect to the Ministry of Revenue. Look for the Minister of Revenue. Wang Qing, go to Xingqing Palace. He called them one by one like this, tirelessly. However, the officials were already used to it. Ever since the phones were installed, Her Majesty would call them for no reason and then talk about things that didn't concern the overall situation. When she really couldn't find a topic to talk about, she would even ask what they wanted to eat for lunch. No one knew when these days would end. Not long after, the officials who had just entered office mode were summoned by Li Longji to Xingqing Palace. Xingqing Palace had been renovated and was 50% larger than before. Moreover, a lot of good wood and stones were used. The officials stood in the small square in front of Xingqing Palace and waited for Her Majesty to speak. At the same time, They looked at the current building and the newly planted flowers and plants that had been brought in from elsewhere. They were all calculating how much money had been used to build Xingqing Palace, which had already looked very beautiful before and was now even more beautiful than before. Everyone, look at the big fish tank that I had people bring in yesterday. Don't you think it looks more comfortable than the previous one? It's a pity that there are no fish in it. I have to buy 2 first. Let me introduce it to you. This fish tank is not only bigger, but the glass is also stronger than before. Look, look, look. In addition to the bigger fish tank, there is also an automatic water circulation system supported by electricity, a lamp in the water, and a heating and oxygenation system. The Ministry of Works specially made them and set up a separate manufacturing and sales department. When you go back today, if you want to buy them, you can look for Minister Zhang. He will give you a 20% discount. Li Longji introduced happily, like a child showing off his new clothes to others. When the officials heard Her Majesty's words, they all gritted their teeth. She called them over just to see the fish tank. It was beautiful, but Her Majesty really had nothing to do. Now, she was advertising for the Ministry of Works. Among the crowd, Jiangxin of the Agriculture Temple didn't think much of it. The design of the fish tank was indeed very good. However, before Her Majesty used it, the Agriculture Temple had already used it, and it was more practical than this one. At the same time, the number of fish tanks in front of them was far more than the fish tank in front of them. Jiangxin knew that he had applied for 12 fish tanks from the Ministry of Works alone to be used to observe the situation of the crops in the water so that better cultivation and pest control could be carried out. Jiangxin felt very happy. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo spared no effort in supporting the Agriculture Temple. But at the same time, he also knew that he couldn't show this happiness. Otherwise, Her Majesty would be very angry if she heard about it. Who asked him to use it so late? Jiangxin was very cooperative and asked, Your Majesty, how much is a 20% discount for a fish tank like this? It's not expensive. The total is 120 strings of coins. The entire set of equipment will be guaranteed for 3 years after you buy it. As long as it's not broken by people with stones, you can replace it if it's too damaged. If it's not damaged, you can repair it. I guarantee that it will be comfortable and convenient to use. Li Longji was very suitable to be a promoter and patiently introduced the fish tank. Jiangxin frowned and asked again, Your Majesty, 120 strings of coins is expensive, right? It's still a 20% discount. We are not outsiders and know that this glass tank is not very valuable. It's made with stones. The auxiliary equipment is also produced by the Ministry of Works and is very simple. Can it be cheaper? What's not valuable? Minister Jiang, accounts are not calculated like this. Did the cost calculation only consider the price of the raw materials? Your knowledge of political economy isn't good enough, Li Longji said with a straight face. Jiangxin quickly replied, Yes, I will continue to learn when I go back. It's not expensive, only 120 strings of coins. It won't be enough to buy many meters. It won't even be enough to fit a house. Then, Your Majesty, can we buy it now? Li Longji smiled and waved his hand. Not now. You can only pay a part of the deposit. Those who want to buy it should hurry up. 50 strings of coins for each fish tank, and then the Ministry of Works will produce it. You can pick it up in 2 days. Yes, we can sign a contract first. If there are any accidents, the deposit you paid will be refunded to you. However, each person has to order at least 3 of them. At the same time, there will be an additional bonus event. When the time comes, we will give it to you along with the fish tank. That will be a big surprise. Zhang Zhong also echoed, but he couldn't bear it. Someone was fooled again. I saw that some people have been waiting for the next chapter, so I will more or less say hello after the next chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1284. The officials that were called over by Li Longji did not know that this was a scam specifically targeted at them. The purpose was to make them take the initiative to formulate more perfect laws. Of course, in the end, it was even more impossible to cheat them of their money. Li Longji was originally on the list of scammers, but in the end, Zhang Zhong felt that it was not good to always bully the emperor, so he leaked the news. Thus, the leader of the scam changed. The officials signed a normal contract with the independent production and sales department under the Ministry of Works. There were only a few conditions. First, if there was a quality problem with the products, they would replace and repair them for free. Second, if they could not provide the products, they would directly return the deposit. Third, once the products were delivered, they would have to pay in full. Fourth, they would write that they had paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. The content of the contract was very simple, and there were a few key points missing. However, the officials did not think too much about it. They did not even read the contents of the contract before they agreed. 2 days passed by quickly. As the leader, Li Longji once again gathered the officials in his free time and formed a team to go to the place where the fish tanks were sold. When they arrived, they found that there were many people waiting in the reception room. The walls of the reception room were filled with large paintings. When the officials saw the paintings, they were all confused. The people in the paintings were exactly them. There were sales staff explaining who the officials were, what kind of fish tank they liked, and why they liked it. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, had an ugly expression. He felt that the matter of him being pointed at on the wall was a kind of use to him. He went to Zhang Zhong and asked, "Why is my painting on the wall?" "My painting is also on the wall," Zhang Zhong replied. Obviously, Zhang Zhong's answer did not satisfy Wang Bei. That was not what he was asking. Seeing that Zhang Zhong did not have the intention to continue speaking, he went to find Li Longji. Li Longji was greeting the people in the reception room. The people who could come to buy fish tanks were all quite wealthy. When they saw the emperor and the officials, they were very excited. However, they tried hard to restrain themselves and spoke to the emperor cautiously. They did not dare to show too much enthusiasm for fear of being misunderstood. Therefore, it was very difficult for Li Longji to shake hands with him, so he could only nod his head repeatedly. "Your Majesty," Zhang Zhong hung this official's portrait on the wall and even used this official to promote his products. This official thinks that this shouldn't be the case. Wang Bei waited for Li Longji to finish speaking with a merchant before whispering into his ear. Li Longji seemed to have just realized that there was a portrait on the wall. He looked around and nodded at Wang Bei. "I saw that Yuan Qing's portrait is also here. It's not bad. If you want to keep a real picture, you could take a picture. I reckon I can give you a discount." Wang Bei was very distressed. "Your Majesty, I'm saying that they should take down my portrait and stop mentioning what kind of fish tank I bought. I'm not their salesperson. Whose family is it? The Bureau of Works belongs to the Bureau of Works, and the Bureau of Works belongs to our great Tang. Don't speak nonsense." Li Longji was only targeting the latter part of Wang Bei's words. Yes, it belongs to our great Tang." Then, this official earnestly requests for your Majesty to step in and ask Zhang Zhong to take down the portrait. "Is that possible?" Wang Bei stopped complaining and directly made his request. "I'll ask for you. Don't be anxious." Li Longji smiled at the few people who bought the fish tanks and waved at Zhang Zhong. The other officials who didn't like to be surrounded by others also gathered around and waited for Zhang Zhong to give an explanation. Zhang Zhong jogged over to Li Longji and asked, "Your Majesty, does this official have any instructions?" Li Longji pointed at the portrait on the wall. "What's the matter?" "Oh, your Majesty is asking about this?" As for sales, with the fact that all the officials have bought them, the fish tanks can be sold for a high price, and the sales will increase at the same time. "Your Majesty, I just want to ask. Yesterday and today, there were 425 people who directly paid for the portrait that was hung up the night before. Moreover, the same item is not sold at the previous price of 150 strings of coins, but the actual selling price is 200 strings of coins." Zhang Zhong excitedly reported to Li Longji. Not bad. The performance is gratifying. We need to increase the publicity and sell more good items to satisfy the daily needs of our great Tang citizens. Of course, don't forget to pay taxes. Fish tanks are considered luxury goods, and the tax rate is very high. You must not evade taxes. Li Longji praised while at the same time emphasizing the issue of taxes. He turned his head and said to Wang Bei, "Wang Qing, I want to congratulate you. The revenue has increased again." Wang Bei had the urge to bang his head against the wall. He pointed at the wall and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, they're using this official to earn money for the portrait." "I know, but the Ministry of Works earned money and paid taxes. Didn't they put you in the Ministry of Revenue? The money is in your hands, so what are you unhappy about? Li Longji said to Wang Bei. That money belongs to the Ministry of Revenue, not this official. They're using this official's identity to earn their money. Your Majesty, this official is a person, a living person, not the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Bei began to explain this matter. He felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, it was impossible for His Majesty to not know what he was trying to say. You want to resign? Resign? Li Longji asked with widened eyes. Wang Bei hurriedly shook his head. He couldn't resign. The Minister of Revenue was a very high position, and he hadn't had enough of it yet. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, "This official won't say that I'll take it. This official wishes to receive some additional compensation. After all, I'm using this official's identity." What's your identity? Your identity is an official of Great Tang. You're a person, a living person. You're not the Ministry of Revenue. You're using the identity of the Ministry of Revenue when introducing and promoting products. What does that have to do with you? Li Longji argued with Wang Bei. Wang Bei lowered his head and thought about it. That's right. They're recommending that the Minister of Revenue wants a fish tank. If I don't allow it, I'll have to resign from my position as the Minister of Revenue. That's because the Minister of Revenue doesn't belong to me, but to Great Tang. But why does it feel like there's a problem? Is it me? Isn't it me? Can I represent myself? Can't I represent myself? If I don't allow my portrait to be hung and I only mention the Minister of Revenue, will His Majesty not allow me to be a minister? If I'm still a minister, shouldn't I continue to hang my portrait? Wang Bei once again had the thought of banging his head against the wall. Yuan Rong smiled. He patted Wang Bei's shoulder and gestured for him to move back. He walked over to Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that it's fine to hang my portrait as a promotion. But when this subject is on duty, I'm an official. After work, it's my own time. Can this subject remove my portrait during this period of time?" In other words, Yuan Rong, you're no longer an official of the Secretariat after work? Li Longji asked. Yuan Rong also shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's not easy for this subject to take care of my face. Should this subject be given some material compensation when using this subject's face for promotion?" This. Li Longji put on a contemplative expression and looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher very cooperatively interjected, "Is it written in a contract? Is there such a law in our dynasty? Isn't that right, everyone?" In the end, he asked the people who came to buy the item. They were all watching and listening, finding it very interesting. The officials of the imperial court were actually arguing, and even the emperor was joining in the fun. This was a feeling he had never felt before. Yes, he had never felt like this before. It was very warm and made him feel like he was very close to the officials of the imperial court and the emperor. His Majesty was really open-minded. When the officials were questioning him, he could still patiently explain. It was worth it. He didn't come here for nothing. Even if the fish tank was more expensive, it wouldn't be a problem. General Gao is right. Is it written in the contract? Our dynasty doesn't have such a law, so we won't pay. Someone gathered his courage and spoke up. The others also said, "We won't pay. We won't pay." Wang Bei glared at them. "What are you guys talking about? Are you bullying me? I'll go to your houses to eat later and eat until you're poor." There was a burst of laughter around them. Some people had already begun to invite Wang Bei to their houses, saying that they would prepare something to eat that would definitely satisfy the Minister of Revenue. Wang Bei wasn't angry. He laughed and said to the people around him, "You've all been deceived. Didn't you hear what the Minister of Works, Zhang Zhong, said just now? The price used to be 150 strings of coins, but now it's 200 strings of coins. You guys spend an extra 25% of the money, and you're still laughing." If it was in the past, the scene in front of them would have been unimaginable. Now, it was revered to be close to the people. Lowering one's status to speak did not mean that one had lost one's power. On the contrary, one could gain the approval of others. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. We actually didn't spend an extra 25% of the money. It's 33%. With His Majesty and the officials promoting it, we'll buy it even if it's more expensive. The person who was the most courageous spoke up again. Thus, there was another sound of agreement from the crowd. Li Longji was in a good mood. He liked to see the current situation. According to Xiao Bao, it could increase one's charisma. Occasionally interacting with the people could make one's image bigger. At the same time, he really made money. Although it was used to deceive people, he could still gain additional benefits when he deceived the officials. He believed that from today onwards, the Ministry of Works luxury goods would sell even better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it for him, the emperor, to run out and waste time with a group of officials. Xiao Bao was thoughtful. He used everything he could to gain other benefits. His strategy was indeed unusual. At this moment, Yuan Rong didn't think about any compensation. He also didn't think about taking down his portrait. If he brought it up again, it would make the people around him feel bored. There was no need to be so calculative. Thus, Yuan Rong gave up on his previous thoughts. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongcheng, it's fine if you die. Can you hand over the fish tanks to us?" Zhang Zhong nodded and signaled to the salesperson. Immediately, someone brought out the fish tanks from the warehouse. They brought one out and directly sold it in the reception room. The first one was Yuan Rong's. The empty fish tank was placed there. There were also a few glass jars filled with fish. They were a type of mutated goldfish with slightly darker bodies. Yuan Rong chose them himself. He liked this color. Seeing that the things were brought out, Yuan Rong walked closer to take a closer look. He said, "We need to cultivate more ornamental fish species to meet the increasing demand of the people. Can I find someone to bring them home? What about the other things?" "Brother Yuan Rong, did you bring the money? Just make up the balance." Zhang Zhong asked Yuan Rong. Chapter 1285. Yuan Rong was stunned. He touched his body with both hands and shook his head helplessly. "I can't possibly carry so much money with me, right?" Wang Bei added, "That's right. Who would carry a few hundred strings of cash with them? Do you think they're your little ones? You put so much money in your bag, as if you're afraid you don't have enough money to buy things. Then what should we do?" Zhang Zhong looked troubled. "Go back and get someone to deliver it to you. Can we still go back on our word?" Wang Bei felt that Zhang Zhong was very disgusting. What was his status? Would he not give money? Zhang Zhong shook his head. "No, you can't break the rules. How about you give me a written agreement first, and I'll lend you some money." "I brought money. Look." As he spoke, Zhang Zhong took out a handful of bills. They were all large denominations. "Okay, Lord Zhang, I finally know you today. You're ready, right? Lend, come, I'll give you a written agreement." Wang Bei squeezed the words out of his mouth. He took the pen and paper from the person beside him and was about to write when he was stopped by Zhang Zhong. "Wait, my money needs to flow. If I lend out, there needs to be interest. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I kept it in the bank? 20% interest, according to the day, okay? Okay, 5% is fine. All right." Wang Bei was about to write again when he was stopped by Zhang Zhong again. "Don't write too little. One set is 200 strings of cash. You took out 150 strings of cash before, which was the deposit for 3 sets. I gave you a 20% discount, so it's 480 strings of cash. You have to write 330 strings of cash. Otherwise, you won't have enough money." This time, Wang Bei stopped writing and stared at Zhang Zhong. The others were also angry. How could they raise the price at this time? It wasn't that they were short of money. The benefits that the Zhang family and Wang family gave them were far more than this amount. Moreover, many precious things couldn't be measured by money. They felt that they had been cheated. Why did the original amount change? Minister of War Xiao Song came to Zhang Zhong and snorted. "In the beginning, it was 150 strings of cash. Why did you raise the price today? We paid for it. When the price of the goods changes, the money you paid is still the deposit." "That's right." Zhang Zhong opened his eyes wide and said innocently. Jiangtsen joined in the fun. "We have a contract. It's written in black and white. How can we change it just like that? We have to follow the contract." "Contract? I have one too." Zhang Zhong took out the contract and gestured for everyone to gather around. He pointed to the words on it and said, "First, if there is a quality problem with the ordered product, we will replace and repair it for free. Second, if we can't provide the product, we will return all the deposits. Third, once the product is delivered, we must pay in full. Fourth, Write down that we have paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. Do you see that? The order in the first clause means that it hasn't been completely confirmed yet. That is to say, when the actual selling price of the product changes, it has to change accordingly, right? I'm not buying anymore. Refund the money, Wang said in a huff. Zhang Zhong shook his head. We can't refund it. Look at the last clause. It says that we have paid a deposit of 150 strings of coins. It doesn't say that the price of 3 sets of fish tanks is 150 strings of coins. It only says the total amount and uses the word confirmed. The money you paid has already been confirmed, so we can't refund it. You're being shameless. How can you write a contract like that? It's clearly a scam. Zhang Zhong, you have a big family business. Do you have to play such a small trick with us? Wang criticized Zhang Zhong, and the officials echoed him. The others in the reception hall were dumbfounded. They watched the officials argue over money and gained a lot of insight. Li Longji said, "Don't argue. Pay attention to your image. There's nothing wrong with the contract. Follow the contract. If you paid for the fish tank, take it back. If you don't, just pretend that you didn't buy it. The money won't be refunded. If you don't believe me, ask the others and see if that's the case." As Li Longji spoke, he looked at the people around him. Everyone nodded. Logically speaking, it should be like that. It was written clearly in the contract. At this time, Gao Lishur appeared. He looked at the contract and then looked at the crowd. He sighed and said, "This shows that the laws of our dynasty are not complete. It seems that we are following the contract, but in fact, everyone knows the real situation. Today, we, as officials, have encountered this situation. We have to bear with it. Unless we use official status and power that we shouldn't use, we have to follow the contract. Is that right?" As soon as Gao Lishur said this, the reception hall fell silent. Everyone was thinking. After a while, Yuan Rong said, "That's right. If it were the people, according to the current situation, there would be endless disputes. Even the local Yamen officials wouldn't be able to sort them out. The law doesn't mention this. Therefore, we shouldn't be thinking about how much the fish tank is worth. Instead, we should be thinking about how to improve the laws of our dynasty. From the looks of the contract, it is clearly disadvantageous to us, the buyer, while providing enormous benefits to the seller. It is simply unfair to the buyer and seller. This kind of contract should have a supplementary law to correct it. When a situation occurs where one of the parties is benefiting from the contract and the true transaction between the two parties when the contract was signed, then the contract should be nullified, and the party who violated the true intent of the transaction should be punished. Otherwise, my great Tang will be thrown into chaos." Everyone thought about it again. Thinking about it, it really was the case. Originally, when the two sides made a deal, the goal was to achieve their own benefits. This was the intention set by the two sides when the contract was signed. The purpose of the contract was to achieve, complete, and satisfy this intention. But later on, if one side found out that the contract had violated the true intent of the signing and used the contract to obtain additional benefits, then everyone would play with the contract. Most importantly, the contract also needed to be protected by the law. Many contents were written, but they might not be recognized and supported by the law of the Great Tang. The Minister of Rights, Su Yi, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this subject understands. When we return, this subject will immediately gather people to improve the laws of our dynasty and patch up any loopholes that may appear. But Your Majesty also knows that no matter how we patch it up, there will always be people who will find loopholes. For example, Xiaobao." Everyone nodded. It was true. There were only thieves for 1,000 days, but there were no thieves for 1,000 days. The attacker would always have an easier time than the defender, and the defender would always lose. This was especially true for someone like Xiaobao. As long as he was willing, he could exploit one loophole after another. It was impossible to guard against. Really change it? Why didn't you mention it in the past? Li Longji asked with a serious expression. The officials lowered their heads. Why didn't they mention it in the past? Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain more benefits for their families? Moreover, with their high statuses, they didn't have to worry about being cheated. Only after love do you know the depth of your knowledge. Only after getting drunk do you know how strong the wine is. Zhang Zhong said. This was a line that his future daughter-in-law had said in a poem that she had copied from someone else. Furthermore, we can give an example. For example, when buying a house because the location is good, we will first sell it and then have the buyer pay a deposit. Merchants who lack funds will use this deposit or the full amount to buy the materials for construction. Once the construction is done, we will suddenly raise the price, just like when we bought the fish tank today. Even if you spend a lot of effort to get the money back, you will lose the interest that you saved in the bank. What will make you even angrier is that you didn't manage to buy the house. You put in a lot of effort, but in the end, you didn't get anything. A narrow-minded person will only anger themselves to death. Thus, we will not allow such a thing to happen. Li Longji added. He had also heard Zhang Xiaobao's example. Because the price of the house was high, it was the best explanation of the problem. Yuan Qianyao cupped his fist to Zhang Zhong. Brother Yongcheng, we have learned from you. Today's situation was probably set up by Her Majesty and you. We usually have good benefits, and we don't lack money. However, when the price of the fish tank changed, we were very angry. We don't care about the amount of money, but we can't stand being cheated. If we're like this, what about others? I will write an IOU to borrow money and buy 160 strings of coins for a set. I will buy 3 sets. I will put 1 set in my office, another set at home, and another set for those who need to be warned. Every time I see the ornamental fish swimming in the fish tank, I will encourage myself. I will also borrow money. Yuan Rong added. Borrow. Sign it. The officials went to write the IOU one by one. Li Longji looked and smiled. We are relieved. With all of you here, the Tang Empire has nothing to worry about. Okay, I will give each of you a fish worth 10 strings of coins. One of the non-officials shouted. The others immediately followed. One wanted to give some water plants, another wanted to give a few stones. They all opened their bags. They felt that today was too blissful. They actually saw so many things, and the scene in front of them made them feel even more comfortable. The emperor and officials of the imperial court were sincerely serving the people. They weren't high and mighty and didn't care about anything. The officials at the top were good, and they weren't afraid that the officials at the bottom would go against them. They believed that if there were any officials who dared to make false judgments, the people at the top would teach the officials at the bottom a lesson. Zhang Zhong didn't expect that he would be able to earn additional interest. For a moment, he felt quite embarrassed. He smiled at every colleague who came to write the IOU and said that there would be other returns. After all, there was still a gift. It seemed that he had to reconsider what to give. Not long after, the money was paid. The fish tanks were carried away one by one. There were also other items that were sent away. Li Longji said a few words to the others and left with the officials. Behind him, there were shouts of "Long live," which attracted the attention of the passers-by. After asking around, they found out about what happened at the fish tank store. In just a few days, this matter spread throughout the entire Tang Empire. In an instant, the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and the local officials were under great pressure. Chapter 1286. Li Longji had asked Xiao Bei and the others to come to Yizhou on the pretext that they missed him. They were currently standing in front of a house in a relatively poor area of the city. They were asked to support the situation. The children of several neighboring families in this area wanted to negotiate with their parents, but they realized that they did not have the means to negotiate with their parents. Thus, they came to the restaurant and asked Xiaobei to help. At least, they had to maintain fairness. Otherwise, what if they were beaten by their parents while they were negotiating? At that time, not only would they not achieve their goal, but they would also suffer losses. Wouldn't that be even worse? Thus, Xiaobei and the others came, including the little boy who had been playing Monopoly with him at home for many days. He was a little confused from all the playing. There were a total of 5 children looking for Xiaobei. All of them had the surname Chun, and they lived in the same neighborhood. They had moved from the same village and settled down here. They had a very good relationship with each other, and the neighborhood was harmonious. The children and their families were naturally influenced by their adults. They usually stayed together at school and after school, even when they were playing. After playing for a long time, they would eat and stay at a certain house. Even if it was only a few steps away from home, they would still stay. The 5 children were all boys. The oldest was 10 years old, and the youngest was 8.5 years old. They could be considered to be around the same age. They were in trouble, and it was a very big trouble for them. Their money had been taken away by their parents, who said that they would save it for when they grew up and married. However, they wanted to use the money now. They needed to do their own things and not deposit it in the bank. The 5 children were very good at their studies and could get scholarships every semester. They had their own accounts in the bank, where their scholarships were stored. However, their deposit certificates were now taken away by their parents, and they were not allowed to withdraw them. Even so, they were not discouraged. They used their free time to buy snacks, and then sold some of them at school. Then, they ran to the market and set up a small stall with the gadgets they made, which they used to exchange for money. At this time, Xiaobei was holding a toothpick box they made. It was a box at the bottom with a little bird on top. When he pressed the bird's head with his hand, the little bird would take out a toothpick from the box. This thing did not require much skill, and Xiaobei also had one at home. However, it was not a bird but a button. Every time he pressed it, a toothpick would come out. It was just that he did not take it out to sell. The 5 boys thought of and designed and made it themselves. In addition to this thing, there was also a thing in Xiaobei's hand that could be rotated to brush the jar. As long as he put the brush into the jar, the hair on it would start to rotate and then brush the parts of the jar that were inconvenient to use. These 2 things were part of their stalls, and there were also several other tools that were convenient for use in daily life. They were simple to make, but they were very practical. They sold these things for money and used the money to buy other things. They were now making a model plane. In fact, it was not a plane, but a bird. Because there were now people selling rubber bands, they wanted to use this kind of rubber band to accumulate strength. In the past, they could only use animal tendons, and the effect was very poor. Now, they felt that the new monkey rubber band could let the birds fly. However, due to the shape of the bird, they did not succeed after a few attempts. They still needed to improve it further and buy more advanced measuring tools. After searching, they found a shop in the city called the Magical Toy Shop. There were several measuring tools that could be sold. They were better than the ones they used in class, and they were more accurate. They were made of steel. Then, they found a small battery-powered motor, but this thing was not for sale. They could only continue to use rubber bands to make their birds. Tools required money. Every time they tested a broken rubber band, they needed money. Their money was taken away by the adults, and they did not even leave the money for selling the items. When they could not think of any other way, they chose to find Xiaobei and have a righteous negotiation with their families. Xiaobei and the 10 of them arrived just like that. Furthermore, Xiaobei also understood what was going on. Although the children were young, they liked to invent and create. The adults probably felt that they were spending money recklessly, so that they control their funds. "You're not back yet? It's wrong for you to skip class," Xiaobei said to a boy beside him. This boy was called Chenming, a very common name. He was the only one accompanying Xiaobei and the others. The other 4 boys ran to find their parents. Their parents also had to work and were not at home during the day. Anyway, they ate at school and did not need the adults to take care of them. This saved their parents a lot of trouble. Chenming also had an anxious expression. He looked at the end of the road and shook his head. "Not yet. I think we have to wait. We have to work at the dock and another workshop that takes half an hour to walk. Xiaobei, when my parents come back, you have to help us. Look, we're making our own things and spending our own money. It doesn't affect our studies. Why don't they let us do it? Why do they want me to read? Didn't I read it? After reading it, I wanted to make something small. In the future, I will make something bigger and more technical to repay the great Tang Empire. They won't let me read. They won't allow me to use the knowledge in the books. What's the purpose of reading? It's not like it's a storybook." Xiaobei nodded. She also felt that the parents of the 5 boys were too much. Not only did their studies not affect them, they could also make money and do research. What reason did they have to stop them? Moreover, she looked at the gadget in her hand. Although it was small, she put a lot of thought into it. She should encourage it, not restrain it. Why didn't the bird fly? Xiaobei had not seen the real thing and did not know what the bird looked like. She felt that maybe she could help the 5 of them with some ideas. "I'll go get it for you. It's in Brother Xiao Tao's house." Chun Ming left this sentence and ran to a nearby house. The door was unlocked, and one could enter by opening it. After a while, Chun Ming came back with a face full of tears. He held a small bag in his hand and handed it to Xiao Bei, sobbing, "It's broken. The bird we worked so hard to make was trampled by the adults. How could they do this when we weren't home? It's broken. The rubber band is also broken. We can't find the tool ruler, small carving knife, and pliers." Xiao Bei put down the two things in her hand and took the bag. Of course, the bamboo bird was trampled. There were even shoe prints on it. In an instant, Xiao Bei's heart was filled with anger. Too much, too much. How could there be adults like this? They treat their own children without the slightest scruple. Xiao Yuan came over to take a look and showed a sad expression. He said indignantly, "The adults in their house never considered the children's thoughts. They used their absolute authority as parents to stifle the children's independent thoughts. They think they're always right. If that was the case, then they shouldn't live in this place. They should live in a spacious and luxurious courtyard. Since they didn't go there, it shows that they are far inferior to those people in this society. Then what right do they have to decide the children's future?" "Exactly," Xiao Bei huffed. "They think that if the children listen to them, they will have a bright future. But they have no bright future. So what right do they have to believe that if they listen to them, the children will have a bright future?" Xiao Hai added, "Brother and sister are the best. They never told us what to do, only told us what to do and what to do. They let us choose for ourselves. No matter what we choose, brother and sister will support us. They will help us adjust where we went wrong and analyze why we went wrong. I know that we made many mistakes, but we never made the same mistake. Moreover, brother and sister will help us solve the problems left behind by our mistakes. This is true care, not like Chun Ming and the others, who won't allow us to do this or that. Everyone's path is different, so why do we have to choose? I don't understand. Actually, my parents are very good. When they couldn't eat meat, they would leave it for me. They even made new clothes for me. They didn't wear them themselves. But now, they are not afraid. Life is good. If you want to eat meat, you can buy some every day. I have to thank you, brother and sister." Chun Ming suddenly spoke up for his parents. When he talked about the good life, his rosy, tear-stained face revealed a smile. "Don't mention it. It's what we should do. After all, we are all working hard for the Tang Dynasty." Xiao Bei was modest. Xiao Yuan comforted Chun Ming, telling him not to worry and that things would go smoothly. While they were talking, Chun Ming's father returned with two other people. From the looks of it, they were working in the same place. When they saw Xiao Bei's group, the three adults were very cautious. It wasn't that Xiao Bei's group wasn't cute, but that their son told them what they had to face on the way back. Now that Xiao Bei came to them, and it was about the children, it was hard to deal with. After a while, the other two men also arrived. The woman didn't come, presumably because the men in the family had the final say. Who stepped on the bird? Xiao Bei's face didn't have a trace of kindness, asking with drooping eyelids. I am Chun Tao's father. I am Chun Kaming." A man said carefully. "Pei." Xiao Bei spat, not caring about his image. "Chun Kaming, you came up with this name. How are you open-minded? When your big foot landed on the little bird, did you become enlightened? Why don't you let them work?" Chun Tao's father, Chun Kaming, was very nervous. He was afraid that Xiao Bei would get angry and take him away. What would happen if he was no longer in the family? When he heard Xiao Bei's question, he immediately answered, "I actually want my son to have a bright future." "Xiao Bei, look at what they are doing. They are clearly craftsmen. How can craftsmen have a bright future? They should study hard and become the top scorer in the future. That's the heart of all parents." Don't talk about parents. My father is from the Ministry of Works, a craftsman. I don't think my father is bad. I am proud of him. Xiao Bei didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. The five men were speechless. Your father is from the Ministry of Works, but your father is also the top scorer. Chapter 12, 87. The five men didn't refute Xiao Bei's claim that the Ministry of Works was equivalent to craftsmen, because it was meaningless. What they needed to do now was to discuss with Xiao Bei and achieve their goals without making him angry. They exchanged glances, and Chun Kaming was the one who spoke. Xiao Bei, I realize that you've become cuter. How'd you change? Really? I think so too. Xiao Bei revealed a big smile and blinked his eyes, looking very satisfied. Really, it's definitely true. Chen Kaming smiled. Xiao Bei seemed to be embarrassed and said, Do you want to know how I became cuter? Yes. I think I'm not the only one. Everyone in the world is wondering how you changed? Chen Kaming asked. It's very simple. I'm doing what I like at home. My brothers and sisters didn't force me to only read textbooks. Instead, they let me freely learn the knowledge I need. If you follow them, your child will also become very cute, right? Xiao Bei still had that smile on his face. Chen Kaming was speechless. I'm asking you, is my brother and sister's method right or wrong? Xiao Bei asked. Ha 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 ha. Chen Kaming's son, Chen Tao, laughed at Xiao Bei's words. Chen Kaming turned his head and glared fiercely at his son, scaring Chen Tao so much that he scampered over to Xiao Bei and the others. He looked at his father with a sly look in his eyes. It was obvious that he had taken advantage of his father. Chen Kaming nodded. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't do anything wrong. Then he looked at Xiao Bei, then glanced at Xiao Yuan and the others. He sighed and revealed a helpless expression. He said to Xiao Bei, Xiao Bao and Wan taught you guys really well. But we're not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We don't have the ability to teach our children to be like you, not even half of them. We can only throw our children to the school. Whenever we had time, we would also go to the night school to learn. The day before yesterday, I had learned a total of 230 common words. I could recognize them, but I couldn't write many of them. My favorite thing to do was to go home and watch Xiao Tao read and write. At that time, all the tiredness of the day seemed to disappear and my heart was sweeter than eating honey. I'll be like this for the rest of my life. I won't be able to achieve anything great. But I have Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao's handwriting is better than mine, and he knows more words than me. I am very happy. Recently, when he came back at night, he didn't read all the time. He would take a few glances at the book and write in his notebook for a while. Then, he would immediately take out his tools and do what only a craftsman could do. The moment I saw her, I felt as if my heart was being stabbed by a knife. I don't have much knowledge, but I know that those without knowledge will be left behind by others. If I don't learn, what will I do in the future? As Chen Kaming spoke, tears flowed down his cheeks. Chen Tao, who was happy just now, saw his father cry. When he thought about his father's words, he also cried. He ran to his father's side and lowered his head to comfort him. Dad, don't be sad. I've always been good at my studies, and I'll be good in the future. Xiao Bei's eyes turned and asked Chen Tao on behalf of Chen Kaming. Then why don't you study properly? If you stop after taking a few glances, won't you be unable to connect the dots when you read again? The other men, whose eyes were also red, nodded. When Chen Tao answered, they realized that their children were the same as Chen Tao. Chen Tao raised his sleeves and rubbed his eyes. He replied to Xiao Bei, I've already learned what the school teaches. I'm not reading textbooks, but the handmade books in the school library. Of course, I have to read and write at the same time. The reason why I write and draw is because I need to calculate the proportions of the bird structure. Not only did I finish learning the 3rd grade, I also learned the 5th grade, especially arithmetic. The main reason is that I can't calculate proportions in the 3rd grade. I heard that when I go to school, the calculation will be faster, and I'll be able to calculate things that I can't calculate now. But I want to make something first. I'll learn as I work, so that the skills I learn will be more solid. My parents think that I'm only reading the 3rd grade books. They haven't asked me, so how would I know what they're thinking? Anyway, I'm not wrong. When he said that, the 5 adults were stunned. They looked at their children, who were all puffing out their chests. They were clearly saying that they were also skipping grades to study, but the grades they were skipping were different. Similarly, they were all working hard for that little bird. Did you hear that? My enlightened uncle, not only did the little bird not delay their studies, it even encouraged them to study harder. The work of a craftsman also requires a large amount of knowledge to support it. If they want the little bird to fly better, they have to fly higher in the sky of knowledge. Xiao Bei looked at the 5 boys with appreciation and said to Chen Kaming with a faint smile. Xiao Yuan quickly cooperated and said, yes. The little bird needs a pair of wings to fly. Dreams also need a pair of wings. Xiao Hai rarely spoke. Actually, everything is about communication and interaction. We don't expect you to treat us like our older brothers and sisters, observing our emotional changes all the time. When you notice that something is a little different from usual, you will ask the inner court members who follow us what happened to us, and then use silent methods to help us. We only need you to ask your children more often, see what they want to do, and where you can help them. For example, to make a little bird, you have to use bamboo. Children don't have much strength in their hands. If you help them with simple carpentry, won't they be able to save time and use it to study? There is no need to make it seem like a war, where one side would overwhelm the other, or both sides would suffer great losses. If they develop a rebellious mentality and resist by not studying hard, then you will regret it for life. Isn't that so? We're here today. If we didn't come, you adults would control Xiao Ming and the rest through the authority of the parents. They would play a non-violent and non-cooperative game with you, and both sides would suffer. Xiao Bei also said she felt very bored and sullen because she knew that many parents in the Tang Dynasty were like this. They always thought that they were right, that their children were young and didn't need to be communicated with. As long as they provided food and clothes, there would be no problem with their studies. But how many students and teachers were there in the school? Could the teachers manage them all? Look at the officials in the imperial court in the capital. How many of them didn't care about their families and studied in the school to become officials? Those were all children from aristocratic families and were specially cared for. They would follow their fathers from a young age, learn how to write and read, listen to their fathers talk about life principles, and imitate their father's way of doing things. The officials in the imperial court fought their way up, and their need for survival knowledge far surpassed the knowledge in books. There were also special ones, such as older brothers and sisters, who schemed from a young age to lead their families to the peak of power in the Tang Dynasty. But how many people in the Tang Dynasty were like older brothers and sisters? Troublesome, really troublesome. The more Xiao Bei thought about it, the more upset she felt. She hated that she couldn't split into countless people and then replace all the parents in the Tang Dynasty to educate their children. She wanted to use the method used on Pan, and her sister to educate all the children in the Tang Dynasty. Xiao Yuan shook her head and said to Chen Kaming and the rest, "That's it for today. Now that the matter is clear, help the children more in the future. After we leave, you're not allowed to hit the children. If you hit them, it's revenge. It's not just the children, it's also revenge on us. We will think that you feel that we shouldn't reach out and vent your dissatisfaction with us by hitting the children. That is a provocation to us. Don't say that I'm threatening you. You know the consequences. I won't hit them, and I won't hit them in the future. Where can I find such a good son?" Chun Kaming promised, then raised his head and patted his son Xiao Tao's head. At this moment, his heart was filled with infinite joy. It turned out that his son was so amazing. He finished learning all the 5th grade so that he could make better calculations when he was a little bird. Little birds were really useful. After being happy for a while, Chun Kaming asked Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, I want to discuss something with you. Can you teach us the method that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught you?" "Huh." Xiao Bei laughed and shook her head. "We can't learn it. A few days ago, we were worried about selling dogs. Big Brother heard about it and immediately sent 3 different grades of rice crust to guide us. Big Brother and Big Sister have never directly told us what is right or wrong. They always use other methods to let us think for ourselves and make a choice. How do you learn it? For example, when we go to the river to catch fish, if the child I lead accidentally pricks his foot and your child takes the lead, what would you do? Would you tell your child not to bring other children to the river in the future?" Chen Kaming nodded. "That's right. If his child led other children to play and the other children got injured, he would definitely tell his child not to do so in the future." Seeing you nod, it means that you admit it. But if it were our big brothers and sisters, they would take out toys to play with us after they found out about it. While playing, they would also teach us how to lead our own team through the actions and behavior of the characters in the toys. For example, when we are playing, We can't put all our energy into making ourselves happy. We also have to take care of other people. For example, we can observe the places where we are playing and analyze the possible dangers first to reduce our overall losses. This is the teaching method of our big brothers and sisters. They teach us to face all kinds of difficulties in life and think of ways to solve them. What about you? You are escaping. How do you learn it? Later, I will ask my big brothers and sisters to see if there is any good way to make you worry as much as possible because it doesn't involve your 5 families. Xiaobei didn't hide his pride at all when he spoke. Chun Kaming and the other 5 adults were dumbfounded. So this was how Xiaobao and Cuckoo taught their younger siblings. Then how much effort did they put in? No wonder the little guys were so good. Perhaps for Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they didn't need to spend too much effort to achieve that kind of teaching method. But they couldn't learn it because if they wanted to teach their children well, they first had to ensure that they were better. Chun Kaming gave up on learning Xiaobao and Cuckoo's teaching method. He rubbed his hands, looked at his son, and asked, "Let me ask you, other than helping my son do simple carpentry, what else do I need to do to be considered a qualified adult?" Xiao Yuan waved at Chun Kaming. When Chun Kaming came closer, Xiao Yuan gestured for him to bend down and then whispered in his ear, "When you ask this in front of your child, you are not qualified." Then Xiao Yuan explained to Chun Kaming, "Every child worships their father. You have to remember that no matter what situation you encounter, you have to maintain a strong front. Even if this so-called strong front looks ridiculous to you, it is the source of your child's confidence. Even if you fight with someone outside and get beaten black and blue, when you return home, you have to talk about how you beat them up. You can't sigh in front of your child because your child needs you to be strong. What if one day my child finds out and helps me clean my wounds? What should I do?" Chun Kaming didn't treat Xiao Yuan as a child at all and humbly asked for advice. "That means your child has grown up and should be congratulated. He will work harder and is willing to take on part of the family's responsibilities. For example, we know that although our family is strong, there are also many difficulties. We will learn well and try our best to help our big brothers and sisters solve some small problems so that they can relax," Xiao Yuan said to Chun Kaming with a smile. Chun Kaming rubbed Xiao Yuan's head. "You are so sensible. If my son is like you one day, I will be relieved. What else should I do now? First, help the 5 of them fix the little bird. If you have free time, go to the school without them knowing and tell the school teacher about this. Make an agreement with the teacher to not tell the children. Then, specially target your children with some tutoring so that they can fix the little bird faster. The second step is to come up with a new idea to let the children feel that a little bird isn't very powerful. Guide them, or rather tempt them, so that they have higher goals and can continue to learn more knowledge." Xiao Yuan helped to come up with ideas. This method was very simple to him. However, Chun Kaming gritted his teeth as he listened. Seeing Xiao Yuan, a child who was supposed to be educated, actually educating others, he felt that it was very strange. After thinking for a while, he nodded to Xiao Yuan. "Okay, I will listen to you. I will try. It's okay if I'm a little tired, as long as I can teach Xiao Dao well. I finally know why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo teach you like that. You are really too smart. If we teach you directly, you will feel that your big brothers and sisters are looking down on you. And even if they teach you in a roundabout way, when you learn, you also have to consider whether your big brothers and sisters are using this method to educate you, right?" Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously as if he had met a confidant. "Yes, that's right. You also studied psychology? We have indeed been on guard all along. We know that our big brothers and sisters are very powerful, but we are not bad ourselves, so we always want to expose our big brothers and sisters, but the results are not satisfactory. You also know their ability to calculate. To us, it is impossible to guard against them. Every time, we can only react after. We really can't maintain a high level of vigilance in every little bit of life. However, our big brothers and sisters educate us in life, like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, but also like antelopes hanging their horns." Ha ha ha. Chun Kaming looked at Xiao Yuan's wrinkled little face and listened to what he said, laughing heartily. Okay. What is there to laugh about? Do we have any unhappy things to tell you, so that you can be happy?" Go control your son. Xiao Yuan was very helpless from the laughter and pushed Chen Kaming's head away. The matter here was settled. There was no need to continue to worry about the 5 boys being punished by their families. Xiao Bei and the others were not very happy. It was easy to settle 1 family, and it was not difficult to settle 5 families. However, there were many families in Tang Dynasty like them. The relationship between parents and children was not well handled. How to change it was a difficult problem. Let's go back and ask our big brothers and sisters if they have any ideas, Xiao Bei said. We can't ask directly. It seems that we are not good enough. We have to go in a roundabout way and trap our big brothers and sisters. I don't believe that we can't out-scheme them every time, right? Xiao Yuan suggested. The other children nodded. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were about to be schemed against by their younger brother and sister, had just heard the report from the person who followed Xiao Bei and the others and came back early. However, the 2 of them did not specifically spend time on such matters. One was that it was too simple, and the other was that Jinla had sent back information that involved the issue of whether to start a war. The information is too simple. I need the details. Let's wait. Zhang Xiaobao saw the telegram that was sent back first. On it, there were only 4 words, Operation Successful. The specific process was not written, nor were the consequences. Even the location of the sender was not mentioned. The 4 words on the paper could only mean that the Meteor Battle Squad had captured them. Judging by the time, if nothing big happened, the Meteor Squad should have captured him in the other party's royal city. Otherwise, they would have captured him somewhere outside the city. What we need to know now is the other party's reaction. Wang Wan was also looking at the 4 words. After thinking for a while, she continued, I don't think it will cause a war. Let's make arrangements first and let the team enter a state of combat readiness. If they send back detailed information saying that the Jinla soldiers are on the move, we'll go directly and attack them first. If they don't do anything, we'll continue to lead the team to the west and act as a surprise force to help the other 3 fronts. At the same time, we'll collect information on the weather and environment of this era to prepare for the future colonization. Zhang Xiaobao listened carefully. When Wang Wan finished, he said, I guess there's no problem. The Meteor Battle Squad must have sent us a message after they have settled down. Otherwise, they would be in the middle of a battle. If they won the battle, the message they sent back should be Operation Successful. It would not be the 4 words now. It's the Jinla's luck that they didn't attack us. Lu Zhou has built 4 more ships that can be used to transport troops. If they dare to attack us or protest, I'll send out the troops. Let us see the power of my guards and Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers. Wang Wan said with a cold face and a determined look in her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao bit his lip and said, Even if they don't send out the troops, I'll still teach them a lesson. This matter isn't over yet. How dare they come to Great Tang to bully our women? They shouldn't think that they'll be forgiven by us just because they didn't stop the Meteor Battle Squad. They should be punished for their mistakes. Every time I think about those 2 women, I get so angry that my stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. I'm going to cook. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Wang Wan followed him and asked, It's still early, right? It's not early. What the little ones encountered today made them angry as well. They're still trying to beat around the bush with us. I'll let them know that the gap between us exists, and it won't be easily reversed. It's just a matter of family education. I'll cook. I'll make twice cooked pork. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and said. Chapter 1288. In the evening, the detailed contents of the telegram finally arrived. After receiving the order, the Meteor Squad organized an elite tracking team and entered Jinla's territory. The logistics team followed, mobilizing a total of 1,600 people. Along the way, the envoys stopped at a total of 5 tribes. 3 of them were exterminated, and a total of 461 people were killed. Not only did these people not give any useful information, they even tried to use force to stop the envoys and even poison them. According to Wang Wan's order, anyone who tried to stop them was to be killed. Thus, the heads of the 461 people had been cut off, marinated, and hidden. When the envoy was brought back, they would either be brought back together or be brought back by the second echelon, but they had not yet returned. The remaining 2 tribes were very easy to talk to. Not only did they point out the way for the Meteor Squad, they also provided some vegetables. The Meteor Squad used the meat they had hunted to trade with the 2 tribes. At the same time, the 2 tribes were briefed on the current situation in the Great Tang, and they were welcome to settle down at the border. The original tribes there had already dispersed. This way, the 2 tribes could first interact with each other, and then they could deepen their relationship. After that, they went straight to the royal capital and forcibly brought back the envoy who had bullied the women of their own country. They were not stopped by any force, and after Jinla's king Bafawarman sent someone to inquire about the matter, he no longer cared. Of course, he did not send his own soldiers to help capture the envoy. At the same time, he had his people seal off the news so that it would not spread among the common people. He was probably worried that it would affect the morale of the people. The Meteor Squad was currently escorting the envoy back as quickly as possible. On the way back, they found a place with a signal and sent the news to a relay station, all the way to Izhou. After reading the contents of the telegram, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan exchanged a smile. It seems that Bafawarman is rather tactful. I thought that when we went to his royal capital to capture the envoy who had just returned, he would at least say a few words, protest, or even send soldiers to protect the envoy. I didn't think that he would just let it go. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a smile. Wang Wan picked up the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the wastepaper basket. She gently shook her head and said, maybe he wants to paralyze us first, and then organize the army to fight. We have to give him some pressure first. Their ordinary tribes are quite united. They dare to block our people and poison us. Unfortunately, they're destined to have a bad ending. That's right, they really can kill. More than 400 people died, and perhaps all the youths of the 3 tribes were killed. Why do they have to come to our Great Tang to bully 2 weak girls? Let's see how many lives they have to pay for it. Zhang Xiaobao also shook his head. It was true that many people had died, but he had no regrets, nor did he feel any guilt. Killing was not the goal, but the means. After killing this one, once the news spread, the Great Tang would be at peace with its neighbors. The king of Jinla didn't want the news to spread, but he could help the other party spread the news everywhere. He could also write about it in the newspapers and let the people of the Great Tang see it and feel the power of their country. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed again. In order to continue to put pressure on Jinla and make them as obedient and stable as before, the 2 decided to set off 3 days later. They would travel slowly downstream. They would go to Dianchi Lake to enjoy the scenery, then turn west and cross the Lansang River. They would continue to head west and enter the territory of India, or Piao country, which was also Myanmar. They had to move slowly so that the intelligence personnel from other countries who were stationed in E province would have more time to return. If they were too stupid and couldn't return faster than they could, they would have to think of other ways to let their intelligence personnel from other countries get the news. Going down from E province would give people the feeling that they were going straight to Jinla. When the king of Jinla found out, they would see if he would send a letter of apology. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's purpose wasn't to fight, but to understand the situation of the various specialties along the way. For example, jade, these things had to be developed properly. There were also gold mines and so on. In addition, they wanted to make more detailed maps to see where they could build roads. In the future, they would occupy those areas. They couldn't be like now, where they would risk their lives to enter the forest from the mountains. After making one round, they could return in winter. They would continue to choose a place and then go there to build. 3 days passed quickly. Xiao Bei and the others had already packed their luggage and said goodbye to the children in the school. They also left homework for the little boy who liked to play Monopoly. In fact, it was to let him understand the various data in the game and remember the environment of the places he passed by. After that, he would write a letter and get someone to send it to Xiao Bei and the others before replying. The little boy was very reluctant to leave. He had learned a lot from playing the game. He had obviously learned more than other children of the same age, and this made him yearn for the life of learning in school. People were like this. When they couldn't compare to others, they didn't have a motivation to learn. Once they were strong in a certain aspect, they would become stronger in that aspect because they wanted to protect this advantage. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's teams took the boat and did their best to advertise that they were going to the Annan Protectorate before going to other places. They even organized a farewell party and left amidst the people's farewells. As soon as they left, the officials in Yi province obviously felt more pressure. Many things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family arranged after they came over were taken over by them. If they didn't do a good job, the results wouldn't be very good. The fleet moved slowly on the river. In order to reduce the speed when the current was flowing, the boats even set up anti-wind sails to offset some of the power of the current. Other boats hated that they couldn't have an extra pair of wings so that they could move faster. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were afraid that Zhun La's intelligence personnel wouldn't be able to send the news back in time. So they specially sent a report to the Annan Protectorate and asked them to do a lot of local advertising. They said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would be coming over soon with a large army. So they had to organize people to level the resting place of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in advance. Moreover, it was a real start of construction. The local people also had to organize and help with the construction of houses. This money was paid by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In fact, they wouldn't go at all. The buildings and level grounds could be used for other things, so they could just treat it as helping to build the place. So busy. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the boat and sighed. It's fine if we're busy. In fact, compared to ordinary people, we're already very relaxed. We don't need to wake up early every day and return home late. Moreover, what we do is more meaningful than what they do. I don't intend to live a life where home, workplace, home. Wang Wan stood beside Zhang Xiaobao and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the other boats on the river and said, I'm not talking about us, but them. Our fleet has taken up one of their routes, and this is when all the boats are lined up in a straight line. If they were to move horizontally, they wouldn't be able to move at all. Wang Wan looked in the direction Zhang Xiaobao pointed at, and sure enough, it was very busy there. A large cargo ship had sailed against the current and was now slowly moving forward, buying food at the same time. Normally speaking, the ship would prepare its own food, but looking at the situation, in order to be able to carry more goods, the ship would eat along the way and buy food wherever it went. The people who had boats near the two sides of the river had an additional business. They would prepare the food and put in a big bucket on the small boat, and then sail the small boat into the river. A small sail was hung on the boat, and the words "Box Lunch Sail" were written on the sail. Many cargo ships would let them pass, and then use a rope to hang the food up, pour out the food, and then hang the bucket back. It was very convenient, and it also saved manpower. There was no need to arrange an extra kitchen to cook, and there was no need to prepare food. If drinking water, they could just drink directly. The only drawback was that the cost was high. The food bought was more expensive than the food cooked by oneself, but not by a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it. Wang Wan really didn't see such a situation. Now that she saw it, she took out a telescope and looked carefully. The large cargo ship happened to be going against the current, and its speed was not fast. The small boat was flexible, and it was easy to get close to it, but it also looked very dangerous. If they were not careful, the small boat would accidentally hit the big ship. It was impossible to die, but the ship would definitely be destroyed. It's very interesting, isn't it? Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan looking over there and smiled, and said to her, in fact, this is the pursuit of life, and fairness is impossible. Look at the people on the small boat. They have good skills to control the boat. At the same time, they can think of this method and are willing to work hard. The food they cook must taste good, or there will be competition. Wang Wan followed. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. This part of the people who rowed the boat and sold food would definitely earn more money than others. With money, they could hire others to continue to expand their business, build more boats, and cook more food to sell. The income would increase even more, and the people who were hired by them would naturally not be able to match their income. The word exploitation could be used, and the income fairness of society would be broken. However, when they earned more money, they would have to collect more taxes from them. Otherwise, society would be in turmoil. This was another kind of injustice to them. They were smart and worked hard for it. They earned a lot of money, but there would always be people who were jealous. It's not easy. Regardless of whether they are smart or stupid, there are people like us who help them maintain life. Everything is for the sake of living a better life. Zhang Xiaobao sighed again, like a philosopher. Let's buy a share and try it. Xiaobei's voice sounded not far away. They were also unwilling to stay in the cabin, so they ran to the deck, basked in the sun, and looked at the scenery. They were waiting for others to fall into the water so that they could save them. This was not a very proper way of thinking. Who would wait for others to fall into the water? However, this was what Xiaobei and the others thought. Unfortunately, this dream was not so easy to realize. There were many boats coming and going, and the people who rowed the boats were proficient in swimming. Even if they fell in, they would probably not wait for Xiaobei and the others to save them. Following Xiaobei's instructions, someone immediately shouted in that direction and asked the food seller to come over. Someone else went to prepare a large basin to hold the food. The Tang Empire's unique rice seedling flag was recognized by all Tang people. When he heard the shout, the food seller urged the people on the cargo ship to send the money over. When the money was in hand, the food seller turned the rudder, observed the distance between the two sides, and paddled diagonally against the current. Zhang Xiaobao's boat was also moving forward, but it was not fast. After waiting for a while, the food seller's boat turned the rudder again and moved side by side with the big boat. The small boat was pushed by the big boat's water, and it looked very dangerous, as if it could capsize at any time. There were a total of 4 people on the boat, and 2 of them were in charge of controlling the oars, so that the small boat could fight against the water brought by the big boat again and again, maintaining the balance of the small boat. Xiaobei looked down and said, "It's not easy. If I were to row, I promised that the boat would capsize and then swim to the shore. However, there is no gain without effort. It looks like a family, not bad." The people on the boat threw down a rope, and, at the same time, 2 long poles were extended from the deck. This way, the people rowing the boat did not need to control the oars, but directly grabbed the poles and fixed their small boat so that it was in the same direction as the big boat. When Xiaobei saw this, he ran into the cabin. When he came out, he held a loudspeaker and shouted to the people below, "Learn from this. In the future, equip your boat with 2 bamboo poles. Why bother controlling the oars?" The people holding the poles on the boat looked up and shouted to Xiaobei, "Thank you. I didn't think of this before. Look, am I not very noble?" Xiaobei felt that he had done a very big thing, so he asked the Yuan, who was also looking at the small boat. Xiao Yuan answered wisely, "Noble, you are really too noble. After you taste the food later, you can also give some suggestions for improvement. That will be even more noble." "Okay," Xiaobei agreed, but then he showed a troubled expression. "If it's really too bad, I'll give you the leftovers, okay? Use a small plate and let's eat 1 portion. I'm going all out. It's just a big mouthful. I don't believe it will kill me." Xiao Yuan mustered a lot of courage. Xiaobei smiled happily. She was just joking and did not expect Xiao Yuan to be so cooperative. The buckets for the food were quickly brought up. There were 2 buckets of vegetables and 1 bucket of rice, a ratio of 2 to 1. Moreover, there was a bamboo box on one of the buckets for vegetables. Inside the box were salted vegetables. Someone below shouted, "The salted vegetables are not for sale. They are for us to eat. I'll let you have a taste." "Thank you," Xiaobei shouted back with a loudspeaker. After shouting, he was puzzled and asked Xiao Yuan, "Why don't they sell the salted vegetables?" "Because the salted vegetables are not delicious?" Xiao Yuan replied with uncertainty, then shook his head. "No, if it's not delicious, why would they give it to us? Don't give them money for the salted vegetables. Give them 2 packets of snacks in return. Also, give them a small jar of fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Courtesy demands reciprocity." Xiao Yuan's last words were an order to the inner courtyard. They were used to not giving money when others gave them things. When the time came, they would give other things in return. In fact, they would lose money every time. The value of the things they gave in return was often several times or even dozens of times the value of the things they gave them. However, once they encountered something, they would still be very happy and would be willing to give more valuable things back. After the food was poured out, the snacks, fermented bean curd, and stinky tofu were put into the buckets and hung back for them. Xiaobei tried the salted vegetables. They were very ordinary cucumbers and radishes, but they tasted really good. Smacking his lips, Xiaobei was even more puzzled. It's pretty good. There's even some sesame oil in it, especially this cucumber. It was actually soaked in a large sauce and has a sauce fragrance. If it was sold, many people would definitely like to eat it. Could it be that the production can't keep up? Brother. Xiaobei could not understand. When asking her brother, she was naturally asking Zhang Xiaobao and not Xiaohai. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the salted vegetables and then at the vegetables. He said to his sister, because the people on the cargo ship are also smart. What do you mean? Xiaobei asked. If they sell salted vegetables, then the price of the salted vegetables will definitely be cheaper than the vegetables. Moreover, salted vegetables are also saltier than the vegetables. When the time comes, the people on the cargo ship might only buy a bucket of vegetables and then some salted vegetables. Wouldn't the food seller earn less money? Zhang Xiaobao explained to Xiaobei. Xiaobei and the others all opened their mouths wide. They looked at the salted vegetables in shock, and then looked at the vegetables that were poured out. They were very speechless. They only have this little trick up their sleeve? Xiaobei said with a sigh. She felt that this person was really too difficult to judge. A food seller actually had such tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, It's not a little trick. It's wisdom in life. Our country is supported by these little tricks. We can learn from them in all kinds of industries and all kinds of things. Then we can promote the development of society. When society develops, more little tricks will appear. Bit by bit, this country will become stronger. Otherwise, look at the people in other places. They're all very stupid. Without little tricks in carpentry, they can't do well in carpentry. Without little tricks in carpentry, they can't build houses. Without little tricks in cooks, how can they come up with better new dishes? Don't underestimate them. They are an important part of society. If someone can learn all the little tricks, then what they have is great wisdom. Got it. Thank you, big brother. Xiaobei listened very seriously and said happily after she understood. Seiyuan also said, so that's how it is. Everything comes from life, and then the changes in life promote the improvement of wisdom. Then, can we sell vegetables and salted vegetables? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, since you have nothing to do and don't need to run around and interact with people, you can help them think about how to sell salted vegetables and vegetables at the same time. Yes, consider it as homework for you. Think about it carefully. When you've thought it through and it's really feasible, send someone to tell them to sell food. Eat it. You guys buy it, so eat it first. Even if it's not delicious, you have to eat it. Wang Wan said. Then she looked at the bitter faces of her siblings and smiled. Let's eat it then. I don't believe that he would dare to poison me. I'll go first. Look, this is an eggplant. It's not roasted eggplant. It's directly stir-fried, and the skin is fried. This is a cabbage slice. There are small bites on the stem of the cabbage. Xiaoyuan, take a look. Is the cabbage fried with vinegar? Xiaobei went over to look at the dishes. There were a total of 2 dishes. One was an eggplant, and the other was a cabbage. They didn't look good, so she decided to give Xiaoyuan a chance to eat first. Xiaoyuan really went to eat. She took a spoon, scooped out a little, and placed it on the plate. She picked it up with her chopsticks and ate it. Not bad. It's edible. It's just a little bland, and there's little oil. There's actually some meat inside. Then you guys eat. Wang once said to her siblings. Then she whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, how do you think we can sell salted vegetables and vegetables at the same time? Chapter 1289. Zhang Xiaobao walked to the bow of the ship and waited for Wang Wan to follow him. He said, it involves the consumers and the market position. For example, what kind of meat do you think is worth 1,000 yuan per kilogram? Gobuli meat. Wang Wan answered very quickly. She licked her lips as if she was savoring the aftertaste. Then she said, I don't think it's that delicious. In the past, to be honest, none of the children in Sijio City ate gobuli steamed buns. Their taste was too low. Is Sijio City a slave city? The name seems to have been passed down from the Qing Dynasty. Zhang Xiaobao said very casually, I don't know if a slave is a slave or not. I only know that if you deliberately forget the name of Sijio City, it shows that you have low self-esteem. It exists. If you change Seoul to Seoul, can you abandon your identity as a grandson? If you don't want to be a grandson of this country, you naturally have to be a grandson of another country. Is it possible that this grandson is a grandson and that grandson is not a grandson? Back then, the origin of Yin Huang was only so big. The real enemy was yourself. Only by admitting and tolerating can you show your courage, not be an ostrich. What does salted vegetables have to do with goobly steam buns? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a calm face. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, the real mentality is not to exclude, but to tolerate. The foundation of China's standing in the world is that the mountain does not reject the soil, so it is high. The sea does not reject the current, so it is wide." Xiaoyuan, tell me. Zhang Xiaobao's voice was very loud. Wang Xiaoyuan's classmate was tasting how such a disgusting eggplant was made. When he heard the voice, he suddenly raised his head and said, "It's from the Book of Admonition. The original paragraph is, when the land is wide, there are many grains. When the country is big, there are many people. When the soldiers are strong, they are brave. Therefore, Mount Tai does not give into the soil, so it can be big. The sea does not reject the current, so it can be deep. The king does not reject the masses, so he can understand his virtue." Answer complete. I want to show off in front of me. I am a narrow-minded person. I know a lot, right? Tell me, how you make eggplants? Xiaobei vaguely felt that he had memorized it before, but now he had forgotten. When he heard Xiaoyuan answer immediately, he felt indignant. Wang Wan revealed a gratified smile. Her younger brother really did live up to her expectations. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao provocatively. Seeing Xiao Yuan was being bullied, Zhang Xiaobao immediately said to his younger brother, "It's said that those who enjoy universal praise and praise, those who enjoy universal praise and praise will never get tired of the details. Those who enjoy universal praise and praise will always agree with each other. Those who enjoy universal praise and praise will always agree with each other. Those who enjoy universal praise and praise will always be roasted over an open fire. Of course, because of the meat, the plain flavor is not as good as the meat. Stir the pot with a fierce fire, then add water and float a spoonful of oil." Xiao Yuan's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. He understood. Those who enjoy universal praise and praise were those who cut the meat into thin pieces. When it is cooked, it will be cooked quickly, and when it is eaten raw, it will not be so disgusting. If the amount is small, it will be finished before it is disgusting. Furthermore, they will feel that the taste is not bad. Roasting it was a method of cooking meat, but this was a method of cooking vegetarian dishes. When cooking vegetarian dishes, there was a way to save money. Place the eggplants in a large pot and stir-fry them. Xiao Yuan understood the oil slick. His older brother sometimes used it when cooking, but it was not for the sake of saving money. It was for the sake of keeping the food warm. When the soup was ready, sprinkling some cooked oil could keep the food warm for a very long time. However, it was obvious that the eggplants in front of him were definitely not for the sake of keeping the food warm. It was to let people see that every piece of eggplant had the smell of oil on it. Hence, Xiao Yuan said to Xiaobei, "I know. Look, I'll analyze it for you. When they stir-fry, they use a large pot to save time, effort, and fire. However, they don't add oil, so the eggplants are cooked. At this time, the eggplants are easily dehydrated. They pour water in, but don't add salt. When they are cooked, they first scoop a spoonful of oil into it and mix it with the salt. Therefore, when we eat it, we can't tell what's going on." You're right. I was wondering why the eggplants didn't taste good. When they stir-fry, they don't add oil, and they don't put enough garlic. Look, there are only a few pieces of garlic on the plate. Is there anyone who doesn't use garlic when eating eggplants? Yes, it's eaten raw. If not, it's steamed and dipped in sauce. Anyway, I haven't found any other processing methods that don't add more garlic. Xiaobei did not understand what his brother was hinting to Xiao Yuan. He used his chopsticks to poke the eggplant twice and said something. What if someone avoids certain foods? Xiao Yuan did not forget to cover up for some picky people. Unless it's eating something that will make one sick, such as allergies, what else can one avoid? If he doesn't starve, of course he avoids certain foods. I also avoid certain foods. When I eat outside, the food they make is so disgusting. Have I eaten it? Can I bear with it? If he doesn't eat garlic, add garlic to his medicine when he's sick. Let me see if he avoids certain foods. If he's spoiled, it's all problems. Xiao Bei had clearly suffered a lot. When she ate with others outside, she had to smile and communicate with them while eating. As long as it wasn't poisoned, she would eat what others could eat. Xiao Yuan nodded. That's right. In that case, the cost of the vegetables they sell is even lower. Look at the cabbage. The worm eyes on the stem are too obvious. I don't eat them. Even if you cherish food, you don't have to cherish it so much. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Just try it. If no one eats it, feed it to the pigs. The pigs on the ship eat everything. Let me see the cabbage. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not let his younger siblings eat the vegetables they bought according to the principle of cherishing food. The vegetables were cooked too carelessly. Taking a pair of chopsticks, he picked up a piece of cabbage and chewed it in his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, I thought it was stir-fried cabbage. I didn't expect it to be cooked. After it's cooked, the water in the pot that's too obvious is poured out. Then add salt, stir it, and add oil. This shows that it's not easy for the people running the ship. A barrel of cabbage is 50 caddies, and a quarter of the water is 2 copper coins per caddy. It looks very cheap, but the cost is less than a fifth. Cabbage and eggplants are produced in large quantities during this season. No, the profit is too much, and it shouldn't be earned like this. When it's time for dinner, we'll make some and let the people at home disguise themselves to sell it. You guys are in charge of salting vegetables. Zhang Xiaobao arranged things for his younger siblings to do. Xiao Bei was not afraid of work. Her eyes lit up as she asked excitedly, We're making salted vegetables? What if we can't do it well? Cold dressing, Zhang Xiaobao replied. That's a cold dish. We'll add more salt. Got it, it's just salt, nothing else. Xiao Bei thought about making salted vegetables and felt that it was very easy. Make garlic eggplants and take out the salted duck eggs at home and cut them open. I'll instruct the kitchen to make 6 dishes, 2 meat dishes, and 4 vegetable dishes. The profit will be controlled at 30%, and you can choose. Anyone who chooses a meat dish will get a free portion of salted vegetables, half a garlic eggplant, or half a salted duck egg. Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings. Xiao Bei and the others revealed awkward expressions. If they sold like this, they would not be able to sell anything, and they would be given a lot of free eggplants. They would be busy, and there would be risks associated with it. Xiao Bei was very unwilling. She rolled her eyes and said, Brother, didn't we say to sell the salted vegetables? It's not worth it to give them all away. Sell it and give it a try. First, we have to attack the people who sell bento boxes on the river. Today, they can cut corners. Tomorrow, they can sell shoddy goods. And the day after tomorrow, they will become unscrupulous. Before, I thought it was not easy for them, but now I know that human nature is always hard to understand. Zhang Xiaobao said calmly, as if he was not angry. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao had already thought it through. It was impossible to ask everyone to act according to morality. Many people could abandon everything under the influence of money, so they had to use other means to let them know what they could do and what they could not do. Xiao Bei and the others looked at the dishes, threw down their chopsticks, and turned back to the cabin. They would first learn what they had to learn today. When it was almost time, they would arrange for someone to help steam the eggplants so that they could make garlic eggplants. They did not need to care about the salted duck eggs. When the time came, someone would help to cut them. After selling all the salted vegetables today, we will see the results. In the future, we will let our people in Ezhou be in charge of making food. First, we will attack them for 2 months. Then, they will be honest. When the price is low to a certain extent, the competition will be on the quality. Originally, I planned to let Xiao Bei and the others think of a way to slowly create a salted vegetable brand. Now, we have to change our strategy. In the future, our people in Ezhou will add oyster sauce to every salted vegetable. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the people who were still selling food below and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also watching and frowned. The good impression she had of them when they sent the pickled vegetables was gone. How daring were they to send those dishes up? Did they think that they would not lay a hand on ordinary people? Good and evil did not distinguish between high and low. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Aren't you afraid that bad money will drive good money away? I know that you want them to get used to the taste of salted vegetables and establish a place in their hearts, but you have to sell the food first. If you sell it at a 30% markup, you will still be selling it at a higher price than them. When the time comes, they will suddenly lower the price and control the profit to 50%. Then, will you still be able to sell your box lunches? Unless you sell them at a lower price and compete with them in terms of capital, they will sell cheaper food. The crew is willing to eat good food, but the owner of the ship likes cheaper food, and the owner is the one who spends money. Who do you think it will choose to buy?" Zhang Xiaobao was still looking at the boat below. Wei Wei smiled and said, "If we can't compete with them in terms of price, then we will compete with them in terms of variety and service. Not many people like to eat buckwheat, but if it is made into cold noodles, it tastes good. If you eat the same food all the time, you will get tired of it. It is a time of war now, so all the goods shipped to Ezhou are easy to sell. After a while, when they want to ship goods to Ezhou, they will set sail at the same time. Whoever arrives first will have the advantage. Going against the current is useless with only sails. They also need a tracker and someone to row the boat. The amount of effort the crew put in will depend on how much profit they get. When the wages are the same, whoever eats better will be willing to work harder. I believe that a smart owner will make the right choice. Then, it will not be bad money driving good money away, but good money driving bad money away. I don't want to issue an administrative order to ask the food sellers to follow the rules, and I don't want to publish any biased articles in the newspaper. I will let the facts tell them what others want and what they should do." Wang Wan did not refute Zhang Xiaobao this time. She said, "When they lose money, we can ask the people in the newspaper to interview them and let them talk about the situation. Then, we can tell more people how to choose." Chapter 1290. Zhang Xiaobao gave the order. The fleet slowly passed by. The local boats selling food suddenly discovered that there were new people joining them. They didn't know any of these people who joined later, but when they heard that the price was 1/3 higher than theirs, they all felt relieved, thinking that there was no possibility of competition. However, when these people came to sell food the next day, they actually put up slogans on the ships. It was not accurate to say that they were slogans, but they were describing what their food was like. With such a straightforward description, many owners who didn't eat well on their way here really started to buy food for the people who followed them. Looking at the crew members who bought food and ate happily on the big ship, the original food merchants felt a little worried. This place was too close to Ezhou. Ships from other places would dock at Ezhou's dock. When the time came, the people on the various ships would casually talk about the food here. When the people on the ships heard about the food here, most of them would choose the ship that sold the food that appeared later. After all, the food on the other ship was really good. When they saw the food, they felt that it was better than the food they sold. Moreover, it was more cost-effective to buy and eat. When they were worried, the original people began to gather together to discuss a way to reverse the harsh situation they were about to face. "Brother Zhang, this is not right." A woman who was in charge of rowing the ship shouted to a person on a small boat that was approaching. The person who was called by her swayed the oars twice to weaken the waves sweeping over. After a while, he pursed his lips and said, "You can't fight. See, there are 12 new boats. I didn't see them yesterday. They must have just come from Ezhou. They have a strong foundation." According to his words, he wanted to use force to solve the problem, but now he understood that he didn't dare. The other party had a team and sent a new boat. What he couldn't figure out was who organized a group of people and didn't do anything else but spend money to buy boats and come here to snatch food. He also estimated that according to the words on the board, they wouldn't make much money. It would be good if they could make a profit of 10% or 20%. Wouldn't it be a thankless job to eat this bowl of rice on the river? After thinking about it, he decided to go over and asked to see what was going on. It would be best if he could find someone to talk to and discuss with them. Everyone should not engage in vicious competition. Yes, vicious competition was a good word. Therefore, he rowed the boat closer to them and waited for the people to send the buckets of food onto the boat. After receiving the money, he tried his best to squeeze out a smile and greeted, "Little brother, the food is selling well. It's all right. Thank you for your kind words." The smile of the young man on the boat was much more sincere, but there was no logo on his clothes, not even the brand of a local clothing store. "What kind of auspicious words are you? I can't wait for your boat to capsize." Old Zhang cursed in his heart. After thinking about it, he mustered up his courage and said, "Brother, it's not easy for us to eat on the river. Can we make a deal? Can we change the food sold so that we can sell the same food at the same price?" I don't have the final say. I personally agree with what you said, old bro. It's not a bad idea to adjust it. Why don't you learn from us and slightly raise the price? Right now, we're earning too little. Your low price and low quality are disrupting the market. The young man on the boat still had that sincere smile on his face, but what he said made old Zhang very angry. "You're clearly the ones who came later. Why are you pushing the blame to us? What I'm saying is that the food you sell is too good." "Yo, old bro, I don't dare to continue what you said. Do you mean to say that the food you sell is bad? Isn't that a lie? To put it bluntly, I've seen the food you're selling. The color isn't good, and the things inside aren't well kept. Brother, are you selling egg drop soup? I've seen that the egg drops are broken into pieces. Every spoonful has thin pieces of egg drop in it, and there are also a few pieces of rotten vegetable leaves. You can't do business like this. From the looks of it, you first put the eggs into cold water, then you stir them with all your might. After that, you cook them. It's just like the ones you sell. Moreover, you use oil. If the water isn't boiled, people will have a stomachache if they eat it." The young man slowly moved the oars to prevent the current from washing the boat away. Old Zhang looked at the young man's skillful movement and was puzzled. He was so young, and he had never seen it before. How could he not be washed away by the water? What shocked and frightened him even more was that the young man actually knew how to make his unique egg drop soup. This was something he had thought about for a long time before he figured it out. He did not even tell the people who sold food on the river. After being scolded by the young man, he still had to explain, "It won't hurt the stomach. Normally, when people are thirsty, they just scoop water from the river. Even raw water won't hurt the stomach, much less hot water." "So you admit that your water is not boiled?" At this time, the young man's smile disappeared. He did not expect that the people who were supposed to be harmonious and helping each other would start to become smart. Instead of thinking about improving the quality of their own food, they purposely used tricks to trick the people on the boats. It's boiled. If it's not boiled, how can it become a flour?" Old Zhang quickly denied. He did not know why he was afraid of the young man's angry gaze. Then he said in a panic, "Even if you give them good food, they won't remember your kindness. They come and go, and they don't know when they will see each other again. They all came from far away, so why fight with us locals, right?" The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment. He did not say anything again. Instead, he greeted the other boats and asked them to lower the price to the same level as the food on the other boats. He wanted them to lose money and sell it as soon as possible. Then, he would return to the shore and report to the young master and young lady to explain the situation clearly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished teaching calligraphy to their younger siblings. The 9 of them did not return to the cabin. Instead, they practiced under the parasols on the deck. They were not complaining or tired. Instead, they felt that it was very interesting to write beautifully. This was the influence of the environment. When there was nothing to do in the inner courtyard, they would practice calligraphy. If there was a chance, they would learn to enrich themselves. Naturally, Xiaobei and the others did not feel that practicing calligraphy was boring. Every time they found that they wrote well, they would be very happy. It was a sense of achievement. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied them. Each of them had a book in their hands. They read while resting. Occasionally, they would stand up and walk around their younger siblings, praising them. When the person who had accepted the mission yesterday sent back the information, the 2 of them were surprised. "Too fast. It's at least a year faster than I thought. It seems that the people's learning ability and adaptability are very strong. I forgot that our people have a good tradition. That's why they have blocked our technology for more than 100 years. This tradition is a copy. It's very impressive. After Zhang Xiaobao finished reading the information, he did not show an angry expression, nor did he panic. Instead, he praised. Wang Wan also had a calm expression. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "This shows that they have a strong learning ability. It can also reduce the cost. Without the previous copy, there would be no later development. The problem now is not that they love learning and research, but that they have a moral deviation in the pursuit of material life. Didn't you leave a backup plan? Take it out and let us see." Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. After laughing, he said, "It's not easy to govern a country. If you really become an emperor, not only do you have to calculate all the officials all day, but you also have to consider the details of the people's lives. You don't have time to do things like we do for fun. All right, let's set up a folk food association. Our family will be the leader of various places for a period of time. After a few years, the association will be on the right track. If you can't practice anymore, come and listen. Don't look so uncomfortable." Zhang Xiaobao's last words were directed at his younger siblings. Whenever he chatted with Wang Wan, the little fellows would not be able to focus on their writing and would always want to participate. The speed at which they moved, the pens slowed down significantly, and they gradually lost their strength. Xiao Yuan's ears even twitched. Xiao Bei and the others immediately set up their pens and turned around to look at their brothers and sisters. Xiao Bei took the telegram and passed it around. After reading it, Xiao Bei said angrily, "It's too unreasonable. Doing business requires honesty. They clearly don't care about other people's health and only do things for money. It's not good." The other 8 children felt the same. They all tried to think of how to change this situation. After a long time, people would lose trust. Without trust, it would affect the efficiency of cooperation. Xiao Yuan said, "Shouldn't we, the Tang Dynasty's patrol inspector, give an order and tell them not to do that? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan thought about it and shook her head. "I don't think so. There aren't so many supervisors. The most important thing is that there is no industry standard. When the time comes, how to convict them will be a problem." Xiao Bei was also distressed. Although she was young, she also knew that the law could not punish the majority. Now, everyone was using poor quality food to gain high profits. After the next zero, the government would send people to every household to keep an eye on them. How much administrative cost would that have to cost? Moreover, it would be a waste of human resources. Otherwise, as long as they were not watched, they would still make inferior food. Xiaonan opened his mouth and said softly, "We should strengthen publicity and education. We should say in the newspapers that doing this is wrong. The people of Tang Dynasty have to do things well and sell the best food to the sailors along the way." "How many people do you think will listen?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiao Nan again. "Yes, some of them. Anyway, they can't listen to all of them. They have to make money. Besides, there is no standard for what is good and what is bad, and there is no price standard. When the time comes, it will be a mess." Xiaonan thought of himself as a food seller and said awkwardly, "Then who will set the standard?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "My family will do it." Xiaonan felt that his family was more reliable. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Our family has to come up with a standard first. In the future, people will get used to it. We will form a food association and recruit people in the food industry. Then we will discuss and come up with a standard. Everyone can't lose money, but the profit can't be too high either, unless it is something rare." Wang Wan agreed. This was the fastest solution. If they used other methods, it would take too long. If they pushed the matter of setting the standard to the government, they would have to wait. Besides, the government might not know all the problems of the food industry very well. When the time came, they would still need to find people in the industry. Rather than listen to the government, it was better to guide them first. However, it was not good to always interfere directly. If it was another time, it would not be like this. Instead, they would slowly adjust and use other methods to achieve their goal. "I have a question," Xiao Bei said. "If we set up an association in each place, we can solve problems according to the specific situation of each place. Besides, my family's prestige is very high." But, Is it mandatory for all the people in the same industry to join? Is it mandatory? That's right. My family Xiao Bei is right. Xiao Yuan shamelessly agreed. Our association has a standard, and hygiene is especially important. What if some people are not willing to join and still use low prices and inferior quality to attack the market? Who is your family? Don't be so thick-skinned. Xiao Bei nudged Xiao Yuan. Aren't we family? And brother Xiao Hai and the rest. Xiao Yuan looked very innocent. If I don't talk to you, you will secretly change the concept. Xiao Bei nudged Xiao Yuan again. However, Xiao Fang's eyes lit up. She said, "That's right. We can establish the concept that everything in our association is the safest, most reliable, and most reassuring. It's a reputation. If they don't join, we will just ignore them. In the end, they will not attack the market, but they will lose the market. Think about it. Isn't this the logic?" When Xiao Fang said this, the others started to think according to her train of thought. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. After the association was established, there would be many people joining. Then, the association could give all the members a symbol and let them show it when they were doing business. It would tell the buyers that if they felt any discomfort after buying food from the association's members, the association would investigate. If the investigation results showed that it was because of the food, compensation would be given. Although medical treatment was free, the medical hall would not pay for the loss of time due to illness. The association could pay for it. Moreover, the association's members could communicate with each other in various ways to increase the competitiveness of their products. They could also reduce costs while ensuring quality. Everyone would be united. It would not take long for the buyers to recognize the merchants who had the association's membership. They would feel assured that they could buy such food and would not have to worry about problems. As for those who had not joined the association, very few people would be willing to eat it no matter how low the price was. Furthermore, there would be a consequence. The lower the price, the more people would not dare to buy it. It was obvious after thinking about it. Could it be that the seller of such cheap food did not make money? Were they all philanthropists? That was impossible. Since they were making money, it meant that the product was definitely not good. Who would dare to buy it? Did they not want their lives? The 9 little guys thought of this without much effort. All of them revealed happy expressions. It was as if they were in a good mood when others ate good food. We've done another good deed. Brother, why is it so difficult to make the people listen to us? Why do we have to harm others for a bit of money? It's not easy for everyone. Why do we have to hurt others? When Xiao Bei thought of what had happened before, she felt sad. Couldn't they all live a good life? Then, everyone would go and deal with the people from other countries. They would snatch their good things and capture their people to do dangerous work. This was what Xiao Bei thought. She felt that she had thought it through very well. She never thought that it was wrong to bully people from other countries. She also did not think that other people's lives were easy. Zhang Xiaobao knew what his sister was thinking, so he did not care. If Xiao Bei was really so kind and good to everyone, he would have specially educated her. Human nature was sinister. The essence of social development was competition. If everyone was harmonious, how could there be competition? However, Zhang Xiaobao did not want his sister to be sad over such a small matter. Hence, he said to Xiao Bei, "This is the driving force for human development. It cannot be eliminated. Once there is no driving force, humans are finished. Regardless of whether it is domestic competition under the constraints of the law or external invasion and war, they are all normal individual and group behavior. In fact, in this world, the most aggressive creatures are not tigers or wolves, but humans. Wolves are scary, but do you think more wolves die in the hands of humans or humans die in the mouths of wolves? Of course, it's because more wolves die. They can't win against humans. For example, if I were to encounter a wolf, the wolf would definitely die because I have a gun. However, isn't this because humans know how to use tools? What does it have to do with aggression? Xiao Bei patted her waist. In fact, she did not wear her gun, which meant that it had been there before. Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao and said to Xiao Bei, "Tools have a purpose, but tools are auxiliary. Real people will store a lot of food. In nature, there are not many animals that store food, and even if they store food, they will only store a little. Even if they do not need to keep food fresh, animals that eat rotten food will not store so much. However, humans are different. Humans will try their best to store things when they have the chance, especially food. For example, how much food should be stored in the Tang Empire? 9 years. Xiao Bei gestured a number with her hand. 3 years of drought, 3 years of floods, 3 years of war, and people in chaos. A family does not have 3 years of accumulation, and a family does not have a family. A country does not have 9 years of accumulation. A country is in trouble. Yes, your brother and I are now thinking of storing enough food in the Tang Empire to last for 9 years. Preservation is a problem, but we have been working hard and solved a part of it. When conditions are met in the future, we will build many cold storages and freeze the meat in them. They can be stored for a long time. When that time comes, we will no longer have to worry about the people not having enough to eat. Now, your brother and I are afraid of large-scale natural disasters. Even if we release the food, the disasters will still continue. Your brother and I can't solve the problem, but we probably can't. Wan talked about storage. This was also the reason why she dared to start a war. The cannibals did not have so much food in storage. This autumn was when they started to starve, unlike the Tang Empire, which dragged on for 2 years, and the people in the country continued to live as usual. Xiao Bei nodded with a look of happiness. She felt that the country was very stable, just like when she had many toys and candies when she was young. That's true. I used to like to store things. I was afraid that they would run out of food, Xiao Bei said. That's why humans are the most aggressive, because they are willing to store food. You saw the dozen live lions that were brought back by the ships that went overseas. They live in a place called Africa. There are many cows and horses there. When lions see something, they eat it. Even if it is a herd of cows, they will kill one and eat until they are full. They will not store it. If it were a human, they would think of a way to raise the herd of cows and then kill them to eat at any time. Wan gave an example. Understand, humans are insatiably greedy, so it is impossible to guarantee that everyone will be obedient and willing to give up their own interests. If that was the case, the ones ruling this land now would not be humans. As Xiao Bei spoke, she ran in front of Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. She kissed both of their cheeks and said, "When we go to school to listen to other children, the teachers don't teach like this. They don't discuss with the students. Whatever they say, the students remember. They are the absolute authority. It's not good. We can understand, but many children are tired of listening. They only know the facts but don't know why. Even if they go home and ask their family members, they need their family members to understand. It'll be better when they grow up. Now, they may seem to be rote memorizing, but as they grow older, they will come back to understand and memorize the knowledge. There's no other way. There are too few teachers. They can't give as much as we teach you. They are too busy," Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought they weren't doing their best." Xiao Bei understood again. Just as she was talking about her teacher, Xiao Zhu suddenly pointed towards a large ship coming from the opposite direction and shouted, "Someone come, capture the person standing on the deck of that ship for me. Issue an arrest warrant. He still dares to wander around." Everyone looked at the bow of the ship. Sure enough, there was a person standing there. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind. Xiao Bei and the others did not have any impression of him. They did not recognize him at all. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaobao and Wan suddenly remembered who that was. That was the person who had come to Wing Prefecture to teach students and obtain a tiger pelt. In the end, he turned around and ran away. He didn't teach the children anymore and tricked the Chang tiger. When they went over, Xiao Bei heard him. She asked someone to draw him according to Chang Hu's description and issue an arrest warrant, which was a national arrest warrant. In the end, many days passed, but there was no news. It was probably because it was not a homicide case, so no one was willing to spend the effort to find him. Xiao Bei did not set a time limit, which meant that she was not in a hurry. If they met normally, even Zhang Xiaobao would not recognize him. At that time, he saw a portrait and was not familiar with him, so it was over after a face-to-face meeting. However, Xiao Zhu was different. She liked to draw and had a deep impression of any lines and colors. The moment the two ships approached, she was recognized. Who? Xiaobei was puzzled. The one who tricked the tiger pelt. You gave the order at that time. We raised our hands in agreement, Xiaozhu said. It's him? Aya. He's too unlucky. Why is he standing on the bow of the ship for no reason? Looking at his leisurely appearance. I'm angry again, Xiaobei said excitedly. Seiyuan added, his luck is not good, but it can also be said that the net of heaven has wide meshes. There are already few teachers, but he still wandered around after tricking the tiger pelt. Now, we have to think about how to deal with him. He tricked Xiaofang's father. Following Xiaozhu's instructions, the ships behind immediately approached and negotiated with the other party. There was no need to waste too much time. The owner of the ship handed the person over. Although this person had paid the money and followed the ship, who would dare to not give the person to the Zhang family and the Wang family? They did not know what this person had done to be caught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's team. They only hoped that they would not be implicated. Ship money, ship money. I paid when I boarded the ship. We haven't reached Ezhou yet. Why can't you refund me the money? Ship money. The first thing that the person who was caught thought of was not his own fate, but the fact that he had paid too much before they reached the destination. Dear, it's a total of 27 copper coins. I don't want a single copper coin. I'll return it all to you. I don't know you. Others pay 30 copper coins and provide 2 meals a day. You keep talking to me, but I only charge you 27 copper coins and provide you 3 meals. I even throw in a pot of wine. Anyway, you're going to die, so I won't be angry with a dead person. Think about what crime you committed. The owner of the ship stuffed the 27 copper coins into the person's hand. He expressed his innocence to the person who caught him and said that he did not know anything. He then shook his head, feeling unlucky that his ship was carrying a person who was going to die. After receiving the money, the person no longer shouted at the owner. Instead, he shouted at the person who caught him. Why did you catch me? I didn't commit any crime. Everything is just a matter of reason. Speak reason. Otherwise, the Zhang family and the Wang family of Sanshui can't just casually arrest people. Do you still want the law? Even if you want me to die, I want to know why. Do you dare to tell me why you caught me? There's so many people on the ship watching and listening. Say it, and let everyone judge. The person who caught him nodded and asked the people who were watching the show, does anyone want to hear the reason? My family's little ancestors issued a wanted poster a few days ago. Schwa, the deck was quiet. No one could see anyone else. No one was interested in listening. The person who was caught was dumbfounded. He shouted at the other side of the ship. You're afraid of the rich and powerful. You've forgotten the law and etiquette. You're impudent. Hurry up and follow them. Don't shout, it's useless. We're not afraid of anyone. We just believe that Xiao Bei won't wrongly accuse you. Be a good person in your next life. A rough voice came from one of the ship's cabins. The other cabins were very quiet. It was obvious that they had silently agreed. This person was escorted to the flagship by a few guards. When his feet touched the deck, his legs immediately turned to jelly. He had no idea what crime he had committed. Not only had he been captured, but Xiao Bei and the others had personally given the order. He felt that he was wrongly accused and wanted to ask for support. However, they supported Xiao Bei. That was a kind of absolute trust. Even if he was wrongly accused, in front of the King of Hell, the King of Hell would say that he was guilty and not reasonable. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He felt that his death was not worth it and was very sullen. They caught the wrong person. They must have caught the wrong person. When he was brought to see Xiao Bei and the others, he was still muttering to himself, trying to boost his courage. When he reached the top deck, he saw the 9 little guys and 2 people that he often saw on the map, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Moreover, he saw that Cuckoo was smiling. He thought of saying, Demoness Cuckoo, a smile can destroy the world. Heartless Xiao Bao, killing without spilling blood. In an instant, his body was piled up. If it were not for the people on both sides holding him up, he would have collapsed on the deck. When Xiao Bei saw that the person was being escorted, he stood up from his chair. With his hands behind his back, he walked over to the person and smiled sweetly. You're here? No, I'm not here. The person trembled as he replied. What are you afraid of? Aren't you quite brave? I won't ask your name. Ask. Even if I die, I want to leave my name. The person clenched his teeth and said, Die. Xiao Bei was stunned. He did not want to die, just to lie, right? What? I can't even die. You want to put me on Vermilion Bird Street? My surname is Tan. My name is Tan Sikong. I know. Your name is Tan Sikong. It's one character different from a certain person, but he is much braver than you. He can say that he will laugh at the heavens with his sword in hand and leave behind only his guts. Compared to him, you're not only lacking in courage, but your character is also far worse. If it were another person with a different identity, they would not be targeted by my younger brothers and sisters. You're really too hateful. Your actions will leave a very deep impression on many children. It will make them feel that the most beautiful fantasy in the world is shattered. Wang Wan looked at the person called Tan Sikong and said with a cold laugh. She really hated this person from the bottom of her heart. Teachers were the ones who taught and educated people. They were the people that children admired and trusted the most. In the past, when a child went to a teacher's house, it was like returning home. It was very peaceful. Even if they encountered the most dangerous situation, as long as the teacher was by their side, they would not be afraid. Once this feeling of attachment was broken by reality, a shadow would be left in the child's heart. He would feel that there was no one in the world that he could trust anymore. It would take a lot of effort to slowly reverse this feeling. Fortunately, there were people from his family in Izhou City. His family's reputation was higher than that of the teacher in the children's hearts. The shop assistants and other people in charge of the business were knowledgeable and patient, so it did not cause too much loss. Otherwise, once such a thing happened in an area inhabited by ethnic minorities, the imperial court would not want to rule it anymore. It was not easy to win over the people's hearts, but it was very easy to destroy them. Zhang Xiaobao also had a gloomy face. He knew that the sentence could not be too heavy. Tan Xizong's crime was not serious. It was just fraud. The person involved had not reported it to the authorities, let alone investigate. But in theory, the consequences were very serious. According to the warning sentence of the Western countries, the sentence would be very heavy, especially in terms of financial compensation. Tan Sikong did not know that he was actually not that serious. He was very afraid. He felt that he would definitely be put on the Vermilion Bird Avenue in the capital with other people who had committed serious crimes. He wanted to die, but he couldn't. He would be tortured countless times. Then, he would be studied by the medical school. In the end, he could not hold on and would painfully lose his life. Therefore, he cried. He was so wronged. He did not know what crime he had committed, but he was caught. Looking at Cuckoo's smile and looking at Xiao Bao's expression, he thought, What are they doing? What did I do? Don't cry. Why are you crying as a man? Xiao Bei was vexed when he heard Tan Sikong cry. He said, Are you regretting it now? When you were in Izhou swindling a tiger pelt, why didn't you think about how sad Uncle Chang Hu was? If it were not for my father, he would have already fought with the imperial court. When the time comes, tell me, should we fight or not? Did you think it was easy for my father? It was not easy to leave some feelings for him, but you almost ruined it. Did you not think about it when you did things? You even had a high scholar background. For a piece of broken pelt, you don't even want your face anymore. Heaven is watching. You didn't expect that we would catch you today. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, Tan Sikong stopped crying. Instead, he became more energetic. He stood up straight and looked at the people in front of him. He laughed and said, Tiger pelt, you scare me to death. It's just a piece of tiger pelt. According to the law, I have to be whipped 5 times, right? Okay, go ahead. Zhang Xiaobao was confused by his behavior. What was the meaning of this? Was he proficient in the law? Wei Wei opened her mouth and stared at Tan Sikong in surprise. She blinked and swallowed her saliva. She asked, You're not afraid? What's there to be afraid of? If I make a mistake, I will be punished. A piece of tiger pelt is not worth much in this place. At most, I will be whipped 5 times. 5 whips can't kill me, right? You are from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. If you want a reason, I am willing to be beaten. Tan Sikong gave Xiao Bei a smile and puffed out his chest. It seemed that he was going to throw caution to the wind. The people who brought him back immediately told them what happened on the boat. Everyone understood that the person in front of them was a money grubber. This kind of person should not be taking the high scholar exam, nor should he be a teacher. He should be doing business. It would be strange if he did not make a fortune. Zhang Fong did not want to accept it. She saw that Tan Sikong would rather be whipped 5 times than admit his mistake and not return the tiger pelt. She did not care how much the tiger pelt was worth, but she could not stand his attitude after he made a mistake. He was ignoring human nature and morality outside of the law. Thus, Zhang Fong went to Xiao Bei and asked Tan Sikong, "In other words, you admit to your crime? Is that right?" Tan Sitsong's smile did not change, and he nodded. "Yes, I admit that I lied to the people over there. I am guilty, but the tiger pelt is gone. Also, I hope that you can uphold the reputation of your family and not act based on your personal preferences. Go ahead, I want to see how it feels to be whipped." After Tan Sikong finished speaking, his eyes swept across Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's faces. He was still a little nervous, but he felt that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not convict him of a bigger crime. Xiaofeng laughed awkwardly. "Huh, whipped? You admitted to your crime, right? I didn't wrong you, right?" Yes. Tan Sikong was still stubbornly holding on. "Good. It's good that you admit to it. Someone, report to the emperor in the capital. Say that the Tang Empire's patrol team has personally caught a case. We request the imperial court to handle the case fairly and follow the procedures." Zhang Fong took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and said. Tan Sikong felt that something was wrong and asked, "What do you mean? How is this related to the imperial court? My crime should be handled by the local authorities. If the local authorities can't do anything about it, we will arrest you directly. Also, we are the Tang Empire's patrol team. Those who are caught will be punished with 5 grades of punishment. There are no exceptions. I want to see if you will be whipped." Xiao Bei continued and said to Tan Sikong, then laughed out loud. Tan Sikong knelt on the deck and moved closer to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, begging, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, save me. You can't let them judge me like this. You're the ones who caught me. Okay? Don't send me to the capital. I will be punished with death by 1,000 cuts. Really, believe me, I am familiar with the Tang Empire's laws. Being whipped 5 times will definitely not end well." "Really? I didn't know about it. So that's the case. Then, let's follow the procedures. You're not caught by us," Zhang Xiaobao said deliberately. He had to scare Tan Sikong. Chapter 1291. Tan Sikong finally became obedient. He turned around and begged Xiao Bei and the others. The 9 of them naturally could not kill Tan Sikong. Although they had the power to convict others directly, they had never used this power since the moment they obtained it. This power was used to deal with bad people who had clearly done something but could not find any evidence to prove that they had done it. In other words, if you knew that your crime was punishable by death, I also knew your crime, and you also knew that I knew your crime, without any evidence, then they would directly add 5 levels of crime without any evidence. It was fine to not kill Tan Sikong, but Xiao Bei and the others did not want to let him go so easily. Moreover, just adding the crime of fraud seemed to be difficult to vent their anger. Reform through labor and education. Work without giving him any wages. It's a very mysterious way to punish people. We can use it, Zhang Xiaobao suggested. People in prison also don't get paid for their work. Can't we just catch them and put them in? Xiao Bei asked. It's not the same. If we go through formal procedures, we have to submit the sentence. The reform through labor area will deal with it directly. It saves manpower and time, Zhang Xiaobao said again. In fact, he did not think that the labor camp was bad. The labor camp was very flexible, especially the time. If he spent more money, not only could he do easy work, such as watching other people work, but he could also go through special procedures and get out of the labor camp quickly. At that time, he liked to be educated through labor. First, he would investigate how to enter this place through labor. Then, he would find out what kind of capable people were inside. He would prepare enough money for himself to enter so that he could learn from the people inside. When the time came, it would be easy to get out. If he entered the prison, the guards would be too strict. It would be very tiring to escape, and it would be easy to get injured. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that the reform through labor itself could create value for society. No matter who earned the money in the end, it would definitely be used for consumption. Even in democratic countries, there were people who committed crimes. They were not caught, but compensated through labor. Of course, some prisons paid wages. This could not be compared at the moment, and they did not want to be so democratic. Now was an opportunity. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to bring this up. When the time came, local officials would have more opportunities for corruption and malfeasance. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to have layers of patrol officers running back and forth? At the side, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing that special smile on his face, she knew that evil thoughts had started to appear in his mind again, but she didn't know what they were. Xiao Bei and the others ran over to one side and whispered in each other's ears. After some discussion, they decided to follow their elder brother's idea. Walking back, Xiao Bei smiled at Tan Sikong. You're lucky. Big Bro is pleading for you, so we'll give Big Bro some face. Otherwise, you're dead meat. We're very cruel, right? Yes. Ah, no, you're very cute. It's my fault. I'm a bad person. Tan Sikong nodded and then shook his head. Since you admit that you're a bad person, then accept our labor education. Go and mine for a year. Xiao Bei announced. Mine for what? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Fortunately, he was also a high scholar. Let him teach for 2 years. If we find a remote place, we'll send him there. He'll teach for free for 2 years. If he teaches well, he'll be free. If he doesn't, he'll be caught and punished 5 times. I'm willing. Xiao Bei, listen to your elder brother Xiao Bao. Teach. I can continue to teach in Ezhou. It's remote. Tan Sikong naturally chose the latter. He definitely didn't want to go in mine. Not only would it be tiring, but it would also lower his status. Being a teacher was different. Even if he was punished, the students and their families would still respect him. He wouldn't be paid, and he wouldn't receive any holidays. At the very least, he wouldn't be poor in terms of food and clothing. Not to mention 2 years of free teaching. Even 5 years would be fine. Xiao Bei and the others' decision was rejected by their elder brother, but they weren't upset. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at Tan Sikong. After some consideration, he said, Don't expect to go to Ezhou again. Ezhou is remote, but it's not that the development isn't good. Especially Uncle Hu. He respects teachers very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you a tiger pelt. Seeing that you don't have a tiger pelt with you, he must have been sold by you. If we really send you to Ezhou, who will pay for the travel expenses? At that time, Uncle Hu will very likely give you another tiger pelt. You don't know how strong the yearning for knowledge is in remote areas. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Your behavior isn't a simple fraud. You're stabbing a knife into someone's heart. What will the children there think? Tan Sitsong's face turned red from Xiao Bei's words. He hated that he couldn't find a big enough gap on the deck to crawl into. If it were an adult reprimanding him like this, he could still bear it. However, when it came from Xiao Bei's mouth, he felt that he really deserved to die. If I don't go to Ezhou, where will I be sent? Tan Sikong asked in a low voice. I don't know. Go with the ship. We'll run into a poor place as we go, Xiao Bei said with a sigh. Tan Sikong was happy because the fleet was now traveling along the Yangtze River. There couldn't be a poor place on either side of the river, so he nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaobao laughed coldly and said, We're going to the south of Jianan Road, not the east of Jiangnan Road. Wang Wan also laughed. The south of Jianan Road was Yunnan. Not to mention the current Yunnan, the Yunnan of her time still had many remote and poor places. If they were to throw him there, they would probably offend him. Of course, for the children there, it was a kind of happiness. No matter what, Tan Sikong was still a high school graduate. He didn't pass the imperial examinations. One reason was that he was unlucky, and the other was that he didn't have the connections. He still had enough ability to teach the children. When Wang Wan thought of the actual situation there, she began to feel sad. Although it was said that the Chaoyang operation was a comprehensive and free education, there were still many places where there was no one to teach. The good things reported in the newspapers were for others to see, to give Li Longji confidence. Li Longji really didn't know the real situation. If he didn't live among the common people, how could he understand the suffering of the common people? At most, he would take a look when he was traveling. Then he would suddenly realize that the common people's lives weren't good. As for that kind of personal pain, it was hard to understand. If there's really no other way, volunteer teaching. Wang once said softly. Tan Sikong, Xiao Bei, and the others were at a loss. What did she mean? What was volunteer teaching? You still want to apologize? Publish it in the newspapers. We'll pay for it. Xiao Bei said to Tan Sikong. Report it? That's too embarrassing. Why don't we find it's better to lose face than to lose life? Tan Sikong was just about to bargain when he suddenly saw Xiao Bei's ferocious expression. He immediately changed his words. Then, he became very embarrassed and asked, The Great Tang's official report costs a lot, right? Dream on. The Great Tang's official report? Is that something you can go on? You can go on Wing Prefecture's official report and write about your mistakes and your determination to correct them. If you dare to use the pen to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial, or even praise yourself, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Xiao Bei continued to threaten. It wasn't easy to catch someone who committed a crime. If he didn't satisfy his craving, he would be letting himself down. Why are the flowers so red? Tan Sikong was stunned and then asked. Because they need to attract insects to spread pollen. You're so stupid, Xiao Bei explained. Tan Sikong cupped his hands and bowed. I've learned. He really didn't know why the flowers were so red. It wasn't written in any book, let alone taught by a teacher. He didn't expect to have such a big gain today. At least he knew that the red of the flowers could attract insects. Xiao Bei was depressed. He pointed at Tan Sikong and said, I didn't mean to teach you about the flowers. It's to let you know how many eyes the horse prince has. Xiao Yuan quickly added. Tan Sikong understood now. It turned out that why the flowers are so red and how many eyes the horse prince has had the same meaning. It was a threat, but it also contained knowledge. Sigh, he thought that Xiao Bei was teaching him out of goodwill. I've learned. Tan Sikong bowed again. I'm so worried. Xiao Bei patted his head and waved at Tan Sikong, shooing him away like a fly. Tan Sikong left and found a cabin to write an apology letter to be published in the newspaper. He felt that he had to think about it carefully or else it would be dangerous. It was obvious that if he wrote an apology letter, it could be used as a confession letter. When the time came, many people would criticize him. He had to be sincere and let people think that he had changed. Yes, he had done wrong in the past, and he had to admit it. However, he could still turn over a new leaf. Why couldn't he change? After a few steps, Tan Sikong came back. I sold the tiger's skin. How much did it cost? Go write your letter. Do you think you're short of a tiger skin? At that time, we were the ones who decided to issue the wanted poster. Uncle who didn't intend to pursue the matter and even interceded for you. Think about it. How did he treat you? And how did you treat him? How embarrassing. Xiao Bei waved her hand again. She didn't want to see Tan Sikong hovering in front of her. Tan Sikong was stunned for a moment, then sighed heavily. He turned around and walked away step by step. His head was lowered, and his waist was bent. Xiao Chong looked at him and said, At least he has some sense of shame. When he's done teaching the students, we'll publish it in the newspaper of the Tang Empire. We'll talk about his change. Punishment is not the goal, but the means. Xiao Hai followed and said, Yes, people are afraid of losing a heart that knows shame. Without a heart of morality and respect, the country is finished. Isn't that so? We have a heart of respect. We hold a lot of power, but we never abuse it. Brother, I don't understand. How did power come about? After praising himself, Xiao Bei turned to ask his brother. The other 8 little guys looked at their brother and sister at the same time. They wanted to know the answer to this question, just like how Tan Sikong wanted to know why the flowers were so red. When one saw something, it was best to understand its essence. Don't look at me. You say it. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, because Zhang Xiaobao signaled with his eyes for her to say it. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, organized his words, and said, Power is fought for by oneself and given by others. The prerequisite is that the person who has the power must have the ability. At the same time, he must live in a group. An individual has no power. If we must say that an individual has power, it is the power to live or die. But if he joins a group, he will also lose the power to die. The 9 little guys spoke at the same time. They understood the power to live, but they didn't understand why the power to die could not be in a group. I don't want to live. Can I die? Chapter 1292. Brother, I have a question, Xiaobei said. Me too, Danan said. The other kids also nodded. It seemed that they all had something they didn't know. Ask one by one. You guys are really lucky to have met such a good brother, Wang Wan said to her younger siblings with a smile. Yes. I think that brother and sister are better than Confucius or Mencius. No matter what we ask, they can give us the answer. If only the teachers of Tang Empire could be like them. Xiaobei nodded. Yes, I believe that it will happen one day. Even if the teachers don't know how to answer, they can immediately find the information. Even if the teachers contact each other to answer a student's question, they can summarize the answer. Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings with a smile. What he said was true. In the future, as long as the teachers were willing to be serious and responsible, there wouldn't be a situation where they couldn't find the answer unless the students asked questions that couldn't be solved by modern technology. When there were no barriers to the exchange of information, all questions were not a problem. I'll go first. I want to thank brother and sister and also thank our parents. They let us see this colorful world and gave us a good brother and sister. My question is, how does power come about? Does it come about in a group? Xiaobei was a sweet talker. He said something nice first and then asked. Zhang Xiaobao answered, power comes from ability, strength and intelligence, both of which are abilities. It has always been like this since the beginning of the animal kingdom. The alpha wolf must be the most powerful wolf in order to lead the wolf pack and survive. In a wolf pack with a large number of wolves, the alpha wolf must be smart and able to fight because the other wolves need it. Without it, survival is a problem. Yes, survival. Whether it is animals or plants, they all yearn for life. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiaobei, then what about people? Xiaobei reacted quickly. People? Of course, people also want to live, and they want to live better. It turns out that power is targeted. It is given by others in the group. I understand. When others give power to a person, they don't want that person to bully them. Instead, they hope that this person can lead them to live better lives. Thus, we cannot casually use this authority to deal with the person who gave us this authority. Although it appears that Uncle Emperor gave us this authority, it is actually the people of the Great Tang who gave Uncle Emperor this authority. Uncle Emperor represents the authority they gave us. The essence of our service is the people of the Great Tang. Xiaobei thought about it and understood. After understanding, he felt that he had a greater responsibility. Wang Wan revealed a gratified smile. She walked in front of Xiaobei and kissed her, saying, yes, so when you guys do things, your brother and I don't care. But when it involves an irreparable loss, we have to stop you. Wang Wan was really happy. There is nothing more important than letting children know more about the principles of life. She was also very satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao. He did not directly talk about people, but about wolves. It was a praise-type education, and what Xiaobei said was right. Unfortunately, many adults did not understand. They became officials and held power for their own enjoyment, not to lead the people to live a good life. It was like taking someone's things and not giving them money when buying things. It was a rogue behavior. Rather than losing the people's hearts, it was better to say that it changed the nature of power. Wang Wan thought about what methods should be used to force the officials to do what they should do. When the time came, she would discuss it with Xiaobao and see what he would say. I have a question, Xiao Hai said. If I want to die, why can't I die? I belong to myself. I should have this power, right? This is logic, Zhang Xiaobao replied. When you are alive, you belong to yourself. When you exist among your own kind, you don't belong to yourself. You belong to the whole group. You may not understand, but your logic is too simple. Let me give you an example. Before you were born, did you need to stay in your mother's belly? Yes, Xiao Hai replied. Our mother put you in her belly. She was afraid of bumping into you, so she was very careful when she did things. Our father was also helping. You saw how Ji Xiang, Rui, and the other three were before and after they were born, right? Zhang Xiaobao's expression turned solemn. This was because life was not blasphemous. It was the continuation of the soul. Xiao Hai naturally knew what was going on. At that time, he even asked why his mother's belly had become bigger. After that, he received an answer. She said there was a little life in her belly, and it would take about 10 months for it to come out. Xiao Hai had been observing since then. He knew that he and Xiao Zhu would have their own babies in the future. At the same time, he knew very well how they could have babies. However, he was not allowed to think too much about it now, because he was not at the age where he could bear the responsibility. Xiao Hai saw his mother with a big belly. Inside her belly was his younger brother or sister. His mother needed to listen to music, saying that it was for the babies in her belly. Her food was also limited, and her movements were also monitored. When the babies were about to be born, many people in Luzhou were anxious. The delivery room was even more nervous. Then, wrinkly little lives appeared. Some of them could not even open their eyes. However, he did not know why, but the moment he saw the little ones, he felt that he should do something for them. Now, Xiao Hai recalled what happened in the past again. He said to his brother, "It's different. I also know that it's not only for humans, but also for animals. Yes, that's why your life is not something you can have just because you want it. Many people have contributed to it. For example, if you have a difficult birth, do you need surgery? The doctors also contributed. Most importantly, when you were born, you didn't have a single penny. All the money was paid for by the court. Then what is the court? It is the place where power is the most concentrated. The power comes from the people. This means that your birth is the result of the people's hard work. You still have to grow up. You eat the food that others grow and wear the clothes that others make. If you encounter something unhappy and want to die, you can die, but you have to repay the people who have contributed to you before you die. Moreover, there's interest not only in terms of money, but also in terms of spirit. You said that they had just raised you and were waiting for you to do something to repay them, but you suddenly committed suicide. What about the large amount of money that they had invested in you before? Is that logical?" Zhang Xiaobao analyzed this problem and asked. Xiao Hai shook his head. No, it's logical. If it's not logical, you have the right to die. If it's logical, you don't have the right. When you think about it, it's true. When Xiao Bao was in his mother's womb, someone had already contributed to him. When he was born, someone also contributed to him. When he went to school, someone still contributed to him because everything was free. It's like raising a pig. If the pig is gone, then it's raised for nothing. It's a loss. If it's an adult, when you can repay society, you commit suicide. The money and feelings that others invested in you are all gone. The real logic is that others invested in you before, and when you grow up, you increase the value of their investment, not force them to liquidate their positions. Therefore, if you want to die, you can't. Why do you want to die without giving others something in return? Even if you are willing, others aren't. At this moment, you have no power at all. Therefore, the person who commits suicide is an irresponsible person, someone who shouldn't have appeared in the group. If I had known earlier that you were going to die, I wouldn't have given birth to you. Since I couldn't have known earlier, I would have stopped you and used strong means to stop you. Xiao Hai thought as he spoke. In the end, he realized that society was actually like this. It was different from what he knew before. When he analyzed it from a different angle, the essence was highlighted. The other 8 little guys were also surprised. They had never thought about this problem. They always thought that they were themselves and that they would pay what they got. In fact, they were not themselves. What they got was the foundation that they should pay. They lived in this group, so they had to do things for this group. It was a type of management that was in debt, and they had to repay it all the time. I'm a bit confused. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Xiao Zhu rubbed her temples and said, "I'm also upset." Xiao Gang echoed. He didn't expect that after getting to the bottom of the matter, this would be the result. He sighed with emotion and helplessness. Xiao Bei patted his forehead again. The more he knew, the more unsolvable problems he found. Should he choose or compromise? Wang Wan saw that her younger brother and sister were not in a good state, so she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Look at you. Why did you explain it to them so thoroughly? You could have just explained briefly. Philosophy and the essence of life, are they supposed to bear at this age? Don't blame me. Philosophy and survival have already existed since the 2 babies started pushing each other when they were breastfeeding. Do you think that all the baby eagles can be restrained by two big eagles like Shuai-yun and Hongwan's children? Without our care and Shuai-yun and Hongwan's intelligence, it's impossible for 11 baby eagles to be born and grow up. They would have fallen to their deaths long ago. Zhang Xiaobao refuted Wang Wan. Seeing that their brother and sister were quarreling, the 9 little guys immediately stopped thinking about how they should live and wanted to persuade them. Xiao Bei reacted quickly and changed the topic. He asked, according to this, when killing someone, not only does killing someone deprive them of their right to live, but it also causes a loss to the whole group. Since that's the case, why should the murderer be killed by the law instead of taking responsibility for the person he killed and himself? Killing him is not the purpose, but to deter others. We use the fear of death to scare others not to kill. Zhang Xiaobao said. Then, he thought that the death penalty was rarely seen. It required the encouragement and brainwashing of society's pursuit of value. Only when the people in society felt that there was something more frightening than death could the death penalty be exempted. All the means were for the purpose of deterrence. Wang Wan said, in the future, we may not need to kill to achieve the purpose of scaring others, but now is not the time. Humans have more pursuit of life. What other questions do you have to ask? Mimi, Xiao Zhu said shyly. Sister, what did you mumble about just now? Chapter 1293. Wang Wan didn't expect that her casual remark would make her younger brothers and sisters take it seriously. She smiled and said, volunteer teaching is to support local education. In the place we are going to, there are many remote places where there are no teachers at all. If we don't support them, what will happen to the children? Oh, it's just like Brother's policy that those who pass the imperial examinations must first do free labor. Then what benefits do we get from supporting them? Let them get more money? Xiao Zhu immediately put the two things together. Not a lot, just a normal amount. Additionally, we give them the opportunity to enter a position with high welfare and high income. Moreover, they are not imperial examinations, but people who have taken the imperial examinations. Once they pass the examinations, they can't become officials immediately. They have to choose a remote place where there are no teachers to teach students. Otherwise, they won't be arranged a position. There are not enough people. Xiaonan thought of a problem and asked. It's enough to increase the number of people who pass the imperial examinations. In the past, there were few people who passed the imperial examinations because the number of literate people in the Tang Empire was small. In the future, everyone will be literate and the number of literate people will increase. Wang Wan explained. I still don't understand. Xiao Nan asked again. If the number of literate people is large, there will be many positions for them. They don't have to be officials. In the future, there will be more literate people and the competition will be fierce. There will only be a few positions for officials. They will inevitably look for other positions. It's the same as the power just now. In the future, it may not be officials who have power, but other positions will also have power. Although it is said that they should use power on the people, the reality is that they want power more for themselves. In the future, there will be many jobs. If they don't want to pay more physical labor to obtain survival resources, they must occupy a certain position. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she considered her brother and sister's ability to understand and added, that is to say, in the future, it's not that you are powerful just because you have mastered knowledge. If you want to be powerful, you have to pay extra, and you have to master more knowledge than others. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible that the country or people in a certain industry will have to put you in an important position just because you have studied for a few years. Because the competition will be more fierce. No one can guarantee that your social status will be higher than others after you study. Everyone is studying. What you gain from studying is that you know the knowledge you need in life. When you encounter a special situation, you increase your chances of survival through your knowledge and make your life more convenient. Oh, you just can't take advantage of me, right? Xiao Zhu said, and then took a step back, indicating that she had no more questions. What about you? Do you have any other questions? Wang Wan asked the rest of her siblings who hadn't asked anything yet. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that the questions they were thinking about just now overlapped. After answering one person, the others also got the answer. No problem. Go and play, Zhang Xiaobao said to the little guys. Xiao Bei and the others had run off. No one knew where they were going to play. They hadn't finished practicing their calligraphy, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't want them to continue practicing. His mind wasn't on practicing his calligraphy, so he forced himself to adjust his state of mind. If they were to play something else, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to adjust their state of mind. They would probably be thinking about what had just happened while they were playing. They would discuss it with each other, and they would gain a lot from it. It was better than forcing them to practice calligraphy. The river continued to beat against the side of the boat as it moved forward. Mountains appeared on both sides of the river. Normally, there wouldn't be any pedestrians. However, at this time, there were many people on both sides of the river. When they came across a shoal, some people would build a road there. When they came across a mountain, some people would specially cut a cliff road that was protected by bamboo ropes. There were also people who specially hammered wood into the mountain walls and then built plank roads. It made people feel that it was very prosperous. It was more than twice as prosperous as before. Behind the prosperity was the improvement of the quality of life. Otherwise, who would come out to travel for no reason? There were also many boats on the river. When the big boats were moving, there would always be people shouting. Because they were going against the current, it wasn't easy to slow down. They would shout in advance to let the small boats in front avoid them. This could minimize the danger. No one wanted to fall into the water or someone else to fall into the water and die. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing at the bow of the boat, saw with their own eyes that a fishing boat was scraped and broken by a cargo ship that was transporting goods downstream. The people on the small boat were swimming in the water and were rescued by other small boats. Then there was the sound of crying. It was probably the people on the small boat who were distressed over the broken boat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't order the boat to stop and comfort the people whose boat was broken. An accident had happened, and it was fine as long as the people were fine. However, the two of them looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. We have to regulate the traffic, especially on the river. It's not easy to turn around when the boat is on the water. The speed of the boats flowing downstream is also fast. Even if the river is wide enough, it won't be enough when there are many boats. Zhang Xiaobao watched the team pass by the small boat and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also thought the same. The main thing is that there are too many small boats. Some are fishing, some are carrying passengers, and some are chasing after other people's big boats to do business. If we directly don't allow it, people will lose a part of their income. Let's set up a waterway, especially at the places on the shore that are suitable for fishing. Don't allow the commercial and passenger boats to pass by. Then, the remaining places to travel will become narrower. The slower boats will affect the faster boats. The current steam engine boats are really much better than the other boats with oars, sails, and boats that need to be pulled. If we set up a waterway, it will cause the steam engine boats to lose their advantage and thus increase the cost. Xiao Bao, why do I feel like we're setting up a highway? Do we have to ask the slowest speed of other people's boats on this river? Wang Wan couldn't think of a better way. After all, this waterway was more convenient than a land route. If they wanted to go from the lower reaches of the Yangtze River to Izhou, it would take at least 5 times more time to go by land. This was because there weren't so many roads, and even if there were, they would have to go back and forth for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao laughed and said to Wang Wan, I have a good idea. Really? Wang Wan didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao could solve this problem, unless they built a railway or replaced all the boats with steam engines. Of course, give a number to each boat and let them pass by on an odd and even day. Today is the odd day, so the boat with the odd number will pass by. Tomorrow is the even day, so the boat with the odd number can't pass by tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao said with a look of, I'm very awesome. I divided you into odd and even days, and you only know how to come up with bad ideas. Not to mention that it takes more than a day to go back and forth. Where do you want them to stop? Let's say that there may be a place to stop, then their time will be wasted. You might as well suggest that everyone swim here to reduce the passage of boats. Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao had really thought of a way to solve the problem, but it turned out that he was joking. This kind of traffic rule was not good at all. It was purely a waste of transportation resources involved. They couldn't afford to go and stop one day and one day. At the same time, the value of the transported goods would increase. It was not cost-effective. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know this? After the joke, he followed the content of the joke and said, "Since it can't be an odd and even day, then why don't we add a traffic light? Everyone will follow the rules. With someone to command, there will be no need to worry about crashing into boats." Wang Wan's eyes lit up. It was really a way. It was not good for everyone to squeeze together. Moreover, they could continue to think along this line of thinking and divide the route even more. The steam engine boat would go on its own path, and no one else would be allowed to enter. If they encountered a narrow river, they could arrange it manually or find a way to make the river wider. But there was a problem. Traffic lights won't work. It can only be commanded by someone. If we pull a rope in the sky and hang a sign, then let the boat move according to the sign, won't the manpower cost increase? Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. He looked up at the rolling clouds in the sky. The dark clouds came from the west. They were flying very fast, accompanied by strong winds. Looking at the endless clouds, it made people feel that there would be a heavy rain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was considering whether the boats on the river would be affected by the heavy rain and thus block the route of his team. If the heavy rain could cause the boats to panic and make mistakes, then what would they do when they encountered a fog? Wang Wan waited for a while. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything, she thought about it and said, "Yes, the increased manpower cost is actually lower than the cost of the delay in the sailing process and the danger of crashing into boats. We can charge a fee and pay the people in charge of managing the boats on the river. You see, you can figure it out yourself, but you still have to ask me. I only know a few dozen copper coins every second. How can I have the time?" Zhang Xiaobao looked forward to the arrival of the heavy rain. He wanted to see how the boats on the river operated. In the past, when they encountered heavy rain on the waterway, there were not as many boats as there were now. It was war, and the consumption was high. The demand for goods was also high, which promoted water transportation. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao looking at the sky, she also looked at it. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "For the next month, I need to be quiet at night. Think about things carefully. It's best if you can do it yourself. Is there a difference between doing it myself and doing it with you? Isn't sleeping the same?" "Yes, it's sleeping. What do you think?" "I think there's a way to offset the increased manpower cost. The boats passing by don't need to pay any fees to get this part of the money." Zhang Xiaobao chose to compromise. It was like a fishing boat colliding with a cargo ship. One side had to give in. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao advised, "This kind of method between husband and wife can't be used too often. It will hurt the relationship. Needs. Even if you're feeling a little uncomfortable, you have to make the other party feel comfortable, right? So that's how it is?" "Then who made me feel uncomfortable when I asked the question just now?" Wang Wan asked. "The way to earn back the manpower cost without charging fees is to equip the boats with things, such as loudspeakers and headlights. After all, it's easy to get foggy weather. We haven't developed lights that can shine very far in foggy weather, but it's better to wait than nothing. Look, it's going to rain now, isn't it?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the dark clouds in the sky. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.